Serious, people of Reddit, what was the creepiest thing you experienced that you thought was paranormal, but was actually much scarier when you found out what really caused it? There was one time when I was younger that I was home alone in mine and my mother's old townhouse. I'd been downstairs in the living room and suddenly felt uncomfortable being down there alone. So I decided to go to my room. I get about halfway up the stairs when I feel this horrible sense of dread and panic, and I look back and see this complete silhouette of a man, complete from head to toe, standing in the corner at the bottom of the steps. I could feel him looking at me even though there were no eyes. I ran up the stairs and locked myself in my room until my mother got home. Wasn't until years later that I was diagnosed with schizophrenia, which explained that happening and a lot of other things I was going through. Seeing, hearing. I've gotten more used to the things I've seen and heard over the years, and the medication helps immensely, but I remember that moment so clearly because it scared me so deeply. I'll never forget it. Dang, I'm so sorry you went through this, and I'm happy things cleared out, even though the outcome wasn't optimistic. My uncle has schizophrenia, on the right meds too now, and you helped me get the idea of what he must have been going through. Thank you. I'm glad you're a lot better now. Keep being awesome. When I was 8, we were on a long holiday, staying with some family in a town called Surat. It's in country Queensland, Australia. I was staying in their son's room who had moved to Brisbane for university. Each night I had the same recurring nightmare of an alien tentacle trying to grab me. After a week I was terrified of going to sleep, but my parents kept telling me that it was okay. I was just frightened because we were staying somewhere new and that it would be okay. Well, I couldn't get to sleep. I kept watching the clock, waiting for the sun to come up and terrified of the alien. It was just after 2 AM when a large tentacle landed on the bed. I screamed in terror as I felt the tentacle wriggling. I jumped out of bed and kept screaming. My parents, aunt, uncle, and sister ran into the room to find me huddled in the corner screaming. Turns out it was an adult carpet python over 2 meters long, 6.5 ft. Each night it worked its way under a ceiling tile and onto the bed. I still have an Indiana Jones fear of snakes. Why'd it have to be snakes? I had a friend who was staying at a ski lodge, and he went outside at night to smoke a cigarette. While he was out there, he said it seemed like an invisible monster was coming right at him. He heard it stomping, even smelled it, felt its breath as it charged him, and then it passed through him and it was gone. Turns out it was a grizzly bear, stomping its way around on the floor directly underneath where he was. So, always stay on the second floor at a ski lodge. Got it? A previous owner had died in one of my childhood homes. Strange things happened there that drove us, and my dog, absolutely nuts. But it became exceptionally creepy when my sister, who was sleeping in the basement apartment, began insisting that somebody was watching her at night. We later found an old camera hidden in the walls and learned that said previous owner was arrested for spying on the girl who rented his basement apartment. I really don't understand how we just know when we are being watched. It's a weird feeling, but I am confused to how we know. About 7 years ago, my family rented a 1-story house. It was originally one bigger house that was split off into 2, and there was another family that lived in the other part that we didn't really talk with. During the night, I would hear what sounded like knocks above the ceiling, but any entrance to the small crawl space between the ceiling and the roof was patched up when the house was divided. For a while, I thought there was a ghost who lived in the attic, and I would have trouble going to sleep without a light on. After we moved out, I heard through the grapevine that the neighbor's kid was caught spying on the new people that moved in. Turns out that he had broken a hole in the ceiling of his closet to get into the crawl space and had been looking through holes that he had bored in the ceiling overlooking the other part of the house. The noises I heard was him moving around on his arms and knees up there. Leaving your light on ironically made you easier to spy on. As a young kid, I had nightmares of waking up to see my mother hovering over my bed by the window. She just blankly stared down at me and my sister. I'd get so scared yelling "Mom, Mom," and she never responded. It knew it was not my mom. When I was older, I told my aunt about it and she told me they weren't dreams. It was real. My mom would go into our rooms randomly to check on us. She had serious mental health issues that got worse over the years. Occasionally she would have episodes of anxiety of something happening to us and guard us at night. Due to the traumatic death of her first child, it apparently triggered obsessive anxiety when we were younger. I now know the whole fricked up backstory and can sympathize with why it would make any parent get to that mental state, but I still shudder when I think of the blank face stare. I still tend to associate the nightmare mom as not being my mom. That's kinda sad, actually. Didn't think this was paranormal, but definitely thought it was creepy and ended up being more than I bargained for. When I was 13, I had a small jewelry box my mom gave me that had cushions for rings. I had 6 rings that I kept in it, nothing of value. Think mood rings and silver rings. I was somewhat neurotic as a kid and had spent an afternoon arranging my room, and I'd put the 6 rings in a specific order. I opened the box one day and noticed that 2 of the rings were out of order. I thought someone in my family had moved them because there was zero explanation for this. I asked my family if anyone had touched them, and they all insisted no one had opened the box, but I was convinced someone had to have gone through it. My dad ended up going through our entire house checking for missing stuff, and the only missing things were an old bottle of hydrocodone from the medicine cabinet and some of my mom's gold jewelry from a bathroom drawer. Turns out there had been strings of robberies in the neighborhood where thieves had broken in but only taken prescription drugs and small gold items. None of the robberies had indications that the homes had been broken into, and things like laptops, diamond jewelry and other valuables had been left alone. My family wouldn't have known anything was amiss aside from the fact I was so convinced something was off. TBH, that was a pretty smart thief. Make a profit without taking enough items to rouse suspicion and leave the cops out of things for the most part. Probably never got caught. I was 24 and working at a startup.com. I spent a weekend at my parents' house, came back to my apartment and went into my bedroom where I saw my bed was made. Felt my heart stutter as I stood frozen in the doorway because I never ever made my bed. It was something I consciously refused to do. After the initial shock, I went through the apartment examining the closets, under the bed, etc. I calmed down after a while, convincing myself that I must have made the bed before I left for my parents and just forgotten about it. Deep down, I knew it wasn't true, but I couldn't think of any other explanation. I later found out it was the woman I was dating at the time who did it. She was the person who hired me. We'd been in a relationship less than a month, but she managed to somehow get a copy of my key. She used to visit my place and snoop through my things when I was gone. She also slept in my bed overnight several times when I was away for the weekend. If she hadn't made my bed, I never would have known anything was going on. That's really weird behavior. Huge red flag. When I was 12ish something, I came home to find the bedroom's lights on. If it was just my bedroom, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But my brother's room lights were also on and we never leave those lights on. Could have been my brother or my mom, but one was in the army while the other was at work. I was a little freaked out, but tried to tone it down by saying that I might have left them on before going out. Then I turn and see a couple of wooden spoons on top of our kitchen's cabinet. I knew for a fact that I hadn't left any spoons sitting there. I also didn't recognize those 2 spoons. That was when I realized that someone had been inside our house. Long story short, I had lost my keys a few days prior and my neighbor, who was the same age as I, found them. Instead of giving it back, he kept them with himself. Days later, his mom asked him to IDK deliver something to my mom, but there was no one at home, so he used his keys to enter our house. He forgot his mom's wooden spoons there, and if it wasn't for this, we would never have found out that he entered our house. I think he stole money from us as well. Still doesn't explain why he had his mom's spoons with him, lol. IDK if it fits, but this happened a few days ago, on Valentine's night, the 14th of February. I live on the ground floor of some apartments. There was really intense knocking on my door and some neighbors' doors at midnight. I looked out the peephole of my door but couldn't see anything even when my door got knocked on again. I was honestly terrified. I couldn't see anything. After a minute or so, I heard my upstairs neighbor's door open, crying, and a phone call to 911. I went outside to check on her, and there was a woman I'd never seen before, who I learned lived next to me. Her husband had been abusing her and had just kicked her out of the apartment. It was freezing outside and she was only in her underwear. He had broken her glasses and taken her phone, wallet, and keys. It took the police 5 hours to get here. I hope she's alright. Update the 18th of February. She came over to borrow my phone to call a family member. She seems to regret calling the police but still plans to leave her husband. The police didn't help her. I don't have much more to say besides that. I almost think that mother should be charged with attempted murder. You locked her outside in the freezing cold, unable to see well, nearly naked, and unable to even get inside her car for shelter or call for help. Having her die of hypothermia almost seems intentional to me here. Sorry, piece of crap. My uncle bought an old house, 150-ish years old, as a fix-up project. If you went up the stairs you had an option to turn right or left. Left led to a series of bedrooms and right had a landing and one bedroom past it. If you took the dog upstairs she would cry and run away if you tried to take her right. My cousin insisted that the bedroom to the right was haunted, thus the frightened dog. Later we worked on the house and found that the landing to the right was structurally unsafe. To this day we wonder, did the dog know the landing was unsafe somehow or was there something more sinister at play? Creaking wood gives off a lot of infrasound. It's possible the dog could hear the structural weakness. This happened to my cousin's friend, living in San Francisco in the early 90s. I was just a kid, so I don't remember the exact details. Her friend lived in a typical SF apartment, often coming home late from work. One night when she was trying to sleep, she heard loud banging noises coming from upstairs, followed by sounds of washing. The washing noise went on for hours. She thought it was annoying, but completely normal. Upstairs neighbor probably couldn't sleep and decided to move some furniture and deep clean the bathroom. Next day morning she saw her neighbor going downstairs with large black trash bags. Again she told herself it's weird but normal, since her neighbor has been up late cleaning. A few weeks later, she learned that her upstairs neighbor had gotten into a dispute with the roommate, was killed and dismembered. The roommate was caught, and the police discovered large trash bags of body parts. The incident happened that night when she heard the strange noises. You have to be a special sort of fricked up to methodically take a person apart and then clean like it's just another chore while casually strolling past your neighbor with trash bags of human pieces like that. A little after I graduated high school, some friends and I were hanging out at a local park after dark. Decided to go walk through the woods for the spookiness of it. About 20 minutes and we hear this loud screaming from behind us and barely see this dark figure rushing towards us at what we would describe as supernatural speed. So we hauled butt and didn't stop until we were out of the wooded area and didn't see it. A couple of friends claimed it appeared to be floating towards us as it howled like a banshee. We later found out that area of the woods is popular for homeless people to hang out in and shoot up. So instead of some sort of evil wood spirit, it was most likely a homeless H-addict running at us at full speed and screaming. H-addict? Probably not H. They mainly just lie on the ground and space out. I'm guessing it was probably M. I had a blind dog growing up and she barked at things that were there and things that weren't. One night, around midnight, she woke up my mom and I, my dad's too heavy of a sleeper, by barking at the wall next to the back door. I woke up but I was maybe 9 so I went right back to sleep. My mom got up and ushered her back to bed. That same night, an arsonist hit my neighborhood. He set fire to a luckily vacant house for sale and it burned to the ground. Following his footsteps in the snow, he then passed between my bedroom and our garage and nearly lit our garage. Then our dog and my mom woke up, and we think that scared him away, and he went across the street and burned the neighbor's garage instead. Then he stood in their front yard and watched it burn. He walked out onto the street and they lost his footsteps. They never caught him. R.I.P. Oreo, I miss you. You were a very good pup. Love you, be good. Something fucky, Oreo. Not sure if this really counts, but about 5 years ago I got a phone call from my brother and he just kept mumbling into the phone. He kept muttering random words and because I was younger, stupid me thought he was possessed or something, but he had just had a seizure and had just woken up. My brother gets really woozy and panicky after he has a seizure. Scared the living heck out of me. I like how your first assumption was that he was possessed, lol. My friend lived up in these pitch black windy hills about 20 minutes from any ambient city lights. No traffic stoplights, street lights, nothing. One night when driving up to visit him I reached a stop sign. I looked left, no one there, looked right, no one there, then proceeded to make a left turn. From the time it took for me to look left, then right, a man stepped into the street about 10 feet in front of my car. I immediately slammed on my brakes and he just stood there, my car lights hitting him, not moving. I slowly just drove around him and he kept facing forward as I passed. Didn't turn his head at all to look at me, make eye contact. I get to my friend's house convinced I had seen a ghost and was freaking out about it. My friend asked me to describe the man I saw, and when I did, he tells me it was a diddler that moved in down the street with the diddler's parents after getting out of jail. TL doctor, a man stepped in front of my car in the middle of nowhere. Thought it was a ghost but it ended up being a convicted and recently released from jail diddler. Maybe he wanted you to run him over and kill him. We lived in this big beautiful farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, California. It was my first time having my own room. Mum was devastated because the landlord evicted us after a few months, saying we need the house back for the farm hands. There may have been more to it, but I was a little kid at the time. My uncle helped us pack everything up and asked if we left anything in the attic. Mum said she'd never been up there, but he was welcome to look. There was only one entrance, through my bedroom. When he got up there he found my favorite Cabbage Patch doll hung by its neck from the ceiling. There were candles in a circle beneath it that had burned to wax puddles and cigarette butts on the floor. It looked like someone was conducting a scene up there with my toys. After that Mom was totally fine with us moving out as fast as humanly possible. Wish I had a better ending for you, but we never found out who did it or why. My only clue is one night my sister claimed to see the silhouette of a man hanging out in her doorway watching her sleep. Mom was a single parent at the time. We didn't have a father figure or visiting relatives, so who knows. Oh, that does sound creepy. Towards my second half of high school, everything started feeling like it was all going downhill. It felt like to me there was some unseen outside force making my life heck. Turns out that I actually have type 1 diabetes, and in that time of my second half of high school was when I was first experiencing the symptoms of the condition. I have a little dog that barks at everything. I was watching a scary movie at home alone one night and my dog ran to the back door and started barking like crazy. Once I got over the initial fear of ghost, I realized that she probably needed to pee. I let her out and she ran straight to a bush in the corner. She keeps barking at the bush, so I go out to see what it was, thinking a cat or squirrel. There is nothing there, so I pick her up and take her inside. When I turned to walk I saw some kind of shadow, so definitely ghost now, and I run. I lock myself in my room while my dog continues to bark at the window, but looking out there is nothing there. The next day a cop shows up at my door. A woman next door got accosted in her backyard the night before, and the house on the other side was broken into while the people were asleep. The guy didn't take anything. He was just walking around when someone found him. They think the guy used my backyard to get to the two houses. So sometimes I get sleep paralysis. I've accepted that if I wake up and weird things are happening, I should just ignore them. Well, one time I woke up in the middle of the night to two male voices arguing. Nothing unusual. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep when I heard my dog start barking, growling, and then heard my parents talking in concerned voices. I realized it was not sleep paralysis at all, and got up to find a very drunk father and son duo arguing outside our front window. Started swearing at us when my dad yelled at them to move along. Cops were called. Another time, same situation, only it was a vole tunneling into my room very noisily and eating through the drywall. Woke up in the night to a woman's voice, wailing. I live in a quiet residential total suburb and there aren't many noises past 8 PM normally. I thought I was dreaming or hearing a ghost. It made my hair stand on end. To be safe, I peeked out the window and didn't see anything unusual. I was about to fall back asleep when I heard urgent, low voices. I tried to understand them, but it sounded like a guttural, surreal language. Demons? Then I heard distinctly just get in the car and a woman grunting, and some sounds of struggling from my backyard. My mind immediately jumped to there's a woman in danger. I need to do something, so I threw on some clothes and ran outside. In my yard was a woman writhing on the ground and a man standing above her. I yelled something along the lines of "Get away from her, you freaking creep," and then noticed he was wearing a police uniform. And beside him was his partner, pointing a gun at the writhing woman. The one with the gun said in a measured tone, "Mom, you need to get back inside your house. Stay away from the windows. Don't open that door again until morning." I noped the frick out of there and followed her directions. Still don't know what happened. I'm guessing drugs. When my friends and I initially entered college, we used to chill a lot at my friend's dad's house, who lived out in the country. Late at night, when scanning the horizon, you could see all of the stars. It wasn't like the city, but you could also see a radio tower, perhaps a few miles away. One late fall night, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, we decided to drive out to this radio tower, just out of curiosity. It was in the middle of a large field with one entrance which happened to be open. We entered from there and drove about 1/4 mile in towards the radio tower. When we got there, we noticed, underneath the radio tower, a rusty beat-up car. The thing looked like it hadn't been driven in years. We pulled to the other side of the tower and just chilled for a little bit, talking about whatever and listening to music. Then one of my friends pointed towards the beat-up car. "Does it look like there's a light in there?" he said. We all stared at the car and sure enough, emanating behind the dust-covered windows of the car was a dim light. We pretty quickly put our car in drive and started moving out of there. It was a field though, so of course we moved relatively slow. The same friend who pointed out the light noticed that the car started moving along with us, following slowly. It didn't put on its headlights, but the light inside the car seemed to glow brighter. That was the moment that my friend driving screamed, "Frick it," and hightailed it faster than I'd ever seen. We left the junk car in the dust, literally in this case, and from that day we had always referred to this story as the ghost car story. Did we really believe in ghosts? Probably not, but paranormal is better than whatever else it could have been. Come to find out, a few years later, that field was regularly being monitored by the local sheriff's office for big drug deals that apparently went down there. Had we stuck around any longer that night than we did, we could have legitimately been killed. This was also in the era that we watched a lot of Breaking Bad, so in retrospect it seemed to us like that could have very much been a likely outcome from that night. Luckily we're all good and nothing bad ever came of it for any of us. For several months during my senior year of high school and all through the summer before I left for college, I kept hearing noises coming from the attic above my bedroom. I would only hear it at night, and I told my parents and brothers that it sounded like someone walking in the attic and dragging a chain on the ground. My dad even had me go sleep on the couch one night so he could sleep in my room to try to hear it. My older brother went up into the attic. Nothing. I left for college and didn't really think much of it. When I returned for my first visit home, my dad revealed he'd found a slow leak in one of the pipes that rotted a hole in the ceiling above my bed. The drip of water had been ricocheting around the pipes, sounding like chains dragging. I knew a kid when I was 10 who lived alone with his father up a dirt road in the middle of the woods. We were pretty good friends one summer. Everyone in our area, rural as heck, we all knew each other, thought the dad was really weird. Among the younger kids, there were rumors that the dad was a monster or a zombie or something. For one, he smelled freaking awful and had the rankest carrion breath. Also, he would stare at the kids a lot. Creepy as heck. When I was 14, I found out that my friend was not the guy's son, that the creepy guy had in fact kidnapped him when he was 7 or so and had kept him captive up in the woods, violating him repeatedly. My friend also turned 14 when I did, which apparently was too old to be appealing to the creepy dad, who promptly kidnapped another little boy from a town about 70 miles away and brought him back to the cabin where he lived with my friend. He even was trying to pay another teenager I knew, a kind of lost boy with a juvenile record, to take my friend out into the woods and kill him, so he could be alone with his new victim, who was I think 5 years old. My friend realized that the same had happened to him. He'd been brainwashed for 7 years, told that his parents didn't want him anymore and had given him to the creepy guy to adopt. So he waited until the creep went to work, grabbed the little boy, and walked about 40 miles to the nearest police station, saved the kid from a terrible fate, ended up going back to the family he'd been taken from 7 years before. It was in the news a lot, and a TV movie was made, etc. So, the creepy, smelly old weirdo really was a freaking monster. He died in prison, and that was a good day. When I was with my ex, we lived with his parents for a bit in a kind of granny flat above their garage. I'd often take naps through the day while he was at work, and stuff would inexplicably move around or go missing while I was asleep. Never happened when he was home or when I was awake. I was convinced the place was haunted and whatever spirit it was had it out for me. Turns out his dad was coming in and doing this with the intention of making it look like I was nuts so I would be discredited when I spoke out against his abusive butt son. I was 7 years old, home alone. My parents went for dinner at around 9 PM. They left me in bed for me to sleep. Hours passed and still couldn't sleep. Went downstairs to get some milk and cookies to watch TV in my parents' bedroom. While I was getting my snacks, I felt like someone grabbed my shoulder hardly. I was so scared I couldn't even turn around to check who did it. I stayed there, frozen, for at least 1 minute straight. I had the balls to run and went to my parents' bedroom. I locked myself in there and didn't get out until my parents came home. It was 3 AM and heard my parents' car park outside the window. I was never so happy for them to come home. As soon my parents get in the house, my mom screamed and called 911. The thing I thought was a ghost that grabbed me was actually a drug addict who secretly lived in our basement, and that night thought nobody was home, so went grabbed some snacks from the fridge too and confused my shoulder with the fridge's door and then passed out. Still freaks me out to this day. Keep losing my underwears. Few months passed. Finally found them in pubescent cousin's desk drawer. Yikes. Whole family in the camp trailer at a sweet little place with full hookups. Kids were asleep. It was late. Campground was totally quiet. A flash of light no bigger than your thumbnail lit the whole trailer up in a blue smoke. Odd smelling flash. Wife and I were certain it was a Ghostbusters type of weird crap. I went outside. Nothing but that odor. But total darkness. Apparently light struck a power transformer 3 miles away that finally grounded out right next to our trailer. And overnight, the power pole simply smoldered away from the center out. I'm not sure this fits because I didn't think it was paranormal. I just thought my mental state was deteriorating severely. Basically, I became super isolated and depressed. Was suffering from a health conditions that doctors in the UK either never heard of or didn't know how to treat, despite me having notes from my doctors back home. So yeah, I was indoors a lot and feeling worse every day. I started noticing something in the corner of my vision. Strange movement, but only on my left side. I could never catch whatever it was. It just looked like a dark, unfocused blob. This went on for weeks. I eventually chalked it up to being tired, but then I thought my entire health was going south, so that had to be yet another symptom. One morning I woke up facing the same side of that room when I noticed the blob again. It came closer and closer from another corner of the room and stopped in the corner I was facing. It was a mouse. Tiny little thing. God dang it. Few years ago I was 15. I was lying down in bed chilling, minding my business about 9 PM. I heard a small ruckus in the backyard, thinking that it was my dad. Few moments later my dad opened my door and asked, "Hey, were you outside?" I was like, "No, I thought it was you." So we both go and check the backyard. There was this woman sitting on our fence. Turned her head and saw us with her hair down. Then jumped off and started running around the backyard grass for no reason. I was shitting myself and my dad threatened that he will call the cops. Few seconds later she rapidly climbed the fence to the neighbor's house. We went to go to the neighbor's house but acted weird and said he doesn't know anything. We deduced it was some really drugged up person who was off their nut. My mom lives in Mexico, close to the Texas border and the Gulf of Mexico. She also lived close to a military base. Where she lives there's a lot of violence, shootouts, people hanged on the bridge with no heads act. So I came to visit my mom for like 3 months, and I've been to Mexico several times, so I got used to seeing the Mexican army and marines riding around town with big butt guns and hearing crazy local stories. I also know how to get around and blend in with locals so I won't stand out. While I was there one day I was home alone. I went outside to feed and pet my mom's 2 cats and it was already dark, and then out of nowhere I hear these really loud scream between a human and an animal. I got so freaking scared because I thought it was some ghost Lorona or someone was being tortured on some cartel type crap. I went back inside, put my earphones on and played music so I couldn't hear the noise. The next day I only went outside to feed the cats. During the day I didn't hear anything. But at night when I fed the cats I saw the Mexican military pass in front of my mom's house. It was a routine checkup on the neighborhood, and the sound started again but they weren't faced by it. At this point I thought someone was getting tortured and the Mexican army turned a blind eye, which is very common here, so I was even more scared. When my mom came back I told her what happens about the really loud screaming noises. She started laughing at me and told me that at the end of the neighborhood lived a rich, narco person who owned a ranch and he had peacocks that would make the really scary sounds at night. My family still makes fun of me to this day. Mayo. Funny story. Peacocks are crazy sounding. Actually 2 days ago my plant's water supply were full. One is basically a turkey baster with a large liter water bottle on the back end. You stab the squirty end into the soil and water is released as the soil dries up and evaporates. The other is a 5-gallon hydroponic tank. My last distinct memory of the bottle was on Thursday night because the water level was exactly 1 inch above the soil level. I avoided filling the bottle that night because if I poke it too deep and it gets near a drainage hole, the bottle drains in a matter of minutes and leaves a big puddle on the ground. When I woke up the bottle was 100% full and all of my other plants had been misted as the dew was still very much on the leaves still. The hydroponic tank was full as well. This would take at least 20 minutes to drain the old water, pH balance, and refill with fresh water. I live alone and my GF has a key, but doesn't really take care of plants like that, and definitely wouldn't know how to fill the water bottle without flooding the floor or drain fill hydroponic setups. I asked her and she hasn't touched my plants in months. I don't have a history of sleepwalking but it's the only thing I can think of at the moment. I do have a history of extreme sleep apnea though. If you don't already have one, might want to invest in a code detector. One of the symptoms of co-poisoning is short-term memory loss. One guy on Reddit some time ago kept finding post-it notes around his place and thought someone was breaking in, but in reality it was him leaving the notes due to company. I stayed up late one night and went to bed around 3 in the morning. My room was pitch black and I hopped into bed to get comfortable. All of a sudden it felt like something jumped into bed with me. I was in disbelief. I felt around and didn't feel anything. Then I felt it again and this time I freaked the frick out. I hopped out of bed and turned the light on. There was nothing in my room. So I told the demons to get fricked and leave me alone. I browsed Reddit until I fell asleep. I found out the next morning that it was an earthquake, which is extremely rare to happen where I live. I'm going to guess you live in Kansas because this same thing happened to me recently, except I told Satan himself to frick off. I started firmly believing in ghosts in middle school. My freshman year of high school, I knew there was one who stood in my room by the closet, and I had enough one day and started yelling at it through my mind because I was angry that it was watching me. A sudden weight came down in my head and I knew what had happened. It was punishment. The ghost was inside my head. For years I kept quiet about it, knowing people would just think I was crazy or lying. In the meantime I lost basically all emotions except for fear. The rest sink no deeper than surface level, and I stopped feeling rested after I slept. I chalked both of these things up to the ghost. Turns out I was so quick to believe in ghosts because I have OCD that tells me I'm being observed 24/7, and the idea of ghosts being the culprit fit perfectly into my interpretation of my surroundings. This obsession will likely never go away fully. My brain feeds me lies every waking moment and all I can do is learn to overcome them. As for the weight in my head, it's still there, almost 10 years later. So far all the doctors I've seen for it seem uninterested in helping me after basic scans and tests come back negative. If I ever find out what it really is, I'll try to remember to update. My OCD and paranormal delusions stem mostly from an unbalanced thyroid. That heaviness is in my head too when I'm not right. I hope you get the treatment you need. About 3 years ago while laying in bed I felt a presence. Then I felt a hand pressing forcefully on the back of my head. I heard a voice telling me to choose between this life and the next. Over the course of the next few months I felt, heard, and understood many things not of this world. After finally breaking down and having enough I attempted to end my life. Only after did I find out that I had a non-functioning thyroid, probably for a while, and so many lab abnormalities. It all triggered a state of psychosis that led to me almost dying. My dad lives like next door to the entrance to the highway. His neighbor kept complaining that she had raccoons cause she kept hearing noise coming from under her back porch. It wasn't raccoons, it was the 3 hobos that stood near the highway asking for money. They would wait until they would see her lights go off and then make their way over. The scary part is that she has dogs and seems like they didn't notice either cause the hobos had mattresses underneath there and clearly had been there for a while. Serious, campers, backpackers and park rangers of Reddit. What is the weirdest or creepiest thing you have found while in the woods? Big toe, just on the ground, nothing else, just a severed toe. In Georgia, I unknowingly walked into abandoned cemetery for children. It was overgrown with weeds and bushes, and I nearly tripped over some tiny headstones from the 1800s. There are no signs or anything anywhere, just a lot of graves that you can't quite make out until you are walking on top of them. Woke up in the morning and walked out of the tent to find a sheep ripped apart and scattered across a 20-foot area, about 10 feet from our campsite. The creepy part is this was in the Morn Mountains in Northern Ireland. There aren't any wild predators there bigger than a fox. Certainly nothing big enough to tear a sheep to shreds. The sound of wolves, mountain lions in the middle of nowhere is absolutely haunting. Sounds like a banshee. I've been stalked by mountain lions just outside the light of the fire on an Indian reservation. Really chilling knowing something's there watching you. A dude walked and rummaged through our campsite once. We just waited him out in our tent. He left eventually. Didn't steal anything that we could see. When I was a teenager, my dad took my brother and I on a week-long canoeing, hiking and camping trip to a series of lakes that were only accessible by trail or float plane. We launched at 5 AM and paddled for 4 hours until reaching the trailhead. Then we packed our bags into the first lake, dropped them there and returned for our canoe. It was probably noon by the time we started paddling across and it took a couple more hours to make it to the other end where the trailhead to the second lake was. By now we were tired and sore. There wasn't any good spot for a campsite at the second trailhead, so, while weary, we decided to press on to the second lake and find a spot there. We were running low on water, but weren't worried about it as there was an old sign at the trailhead that said there was a spring a few kilometers up the trail. As we hiked on, we would periodically see signs posted to trees, advertising the ever decreasing distance to the sought after and pleasantly named Silver Spring. About an hour after we had left the lake, we found a sign with an arrow pointing off into the bushes directing us towards the water source. We left our packs and carried our canteens off into the forest. A few short minutes later we saw a final sign with an arrow pointing to a spot just behind an outcropping of rocks. We eagerly rounded the outcropping and stood there stunned, dry mouths agape at the sight of a freaking giant silver painted metal spring with a sign above declaring Silver Spring with an arrow pointing down at it. Keep in mind that this was literally in the middle of nowhere, a full and hard day's travel. Whoever lugged that son of a bitching thing in there and made signs and arrows to match, my hat goes off to you, friend. I hope you had a good laugh. You're a jerk. Shakes fist at the sky. DAAAAD. Was on a 2-week canoe camping trip in a really remote part of Canada. Most days we would only see 1 or 2 other people. Some days we didn't see anyone. Set up camp on the shore of a big lake and started settling in, when suddenly we heard someone yelling bear, bear. It sounded like a girl's voice. It was bear country, so we all grabbed buckets and started making noise to scare it away. Then suddenly out of the woods comes this young kid. He couldn't have been more than 8 years old. It turns out he was actually yelling help. I'm scared. There was no bear. He had been riding his bike and somehow wound up in the woods on the other side of the lake, at least a mile from his parents. He was totally lost and was starting to lose it. We took him via canoe back to his parents, who were relieved to say the least. Years later, it's still hard to believe that this happened. Good thing you found him instead of something else. Doing a group trip in the woods, literally 40 minutes from any town. We ask our group leader if we can go back to our cabin as night rolls around. He says sure, and we begin to walk. We have to walk through a path that's 10 minutes long and in the middle of a thick forest. When we are halfway to our cabin, I get an uneasy feeling. I turn around and literally 10 feet behind us is this random guy in a yellow poncho following us. I tell my friends. We all turn around. None of us recognize him. The guy in the poncho just smiles at us for a second and then runs off the path into the woods. So, My friends and I sprint to the cabin and enter. The rest of the group is already there. We tell the group leader there about it. He calls the other leaders and they start looking around. They don't find anything, but a new rule was put in place that required someone to be with a leader at all times when you are outside of your cabin. Smart of the leaders to figure out how to keep you all corralled at night. I'm not sure if this counts or not because it most likely was nothing and wasn't creepy at the time, but here goes. When I was 13, me and my uncle were camping and we came across some discarded toys that would have belonged to a little girl. We were very deep in the forest and my uncle pointed the toys out to me as being very out of place. Many years later I Wikipedia'd the place and read that a young girl was once kidnapped from near there and she was found 20 miles from where the toys were. Most likely it was just some random toys that fell out from some backpack. But once I read that I called my uncle and we were freaked out for days. It would seriously disturb me to find toys deep in the woods. Nope. No thanks. Creepy as heck. Backpacking on Shasta. We hit our camping spot late so we only had time to set up, eat and go to bed. In the morning we can finally look around, and right by our tent, in the rock outcropping, a very nice box is wedged and containing someone's remains. Also on that trip, after about 7 hours of hiking up Shasta, we see a man walking down, in a suit, dress shoes, and carrying a briefcase. Shasta can be a weird and mysterious place. Once while hiking with some friends we came across a noose that looked like it had been hanging there for a while. It was probably a prank but we were all a bit tense after that. My brother found a noose in the forest once when he was about 9. Pretty sure it wasn't a prank since there was a dude in it. Now I'm tempted to Google the place and time, but it's a bit late for creeping myself the frick out before sleeping. Skinned cow carcass. Not really that creepy but it startles you when you almost step on it. The cow head nailed to a tree. It was decayed. Pretty much just skull left. Underneath the head was a pink plastic chair. Child-sized. A giant pair of purple underwear. Deck. I was a bit lost one night and driving slow on an oil lease road in West Texas when I saw a mangy coyote walk across the road on its hind legs. It stopped for a moment in the middle of the road and stared at me. The way my headlights glinted in its eyes still gives me the jeebies on occasion. I nearly obeyed my gut instinct to gun it and run the thing over before it gimped on into the dark. I guess it was sick. High fever causing it to act freaky as frick. IDK. Reminds me of a legend I read once about spirits in the southwest possessing animal carcasses to hunt down trespassers on sacred land. You were supposed to be able to tell one by the fact that it was walking around on 2 legs and if you saw one you were supposed to run like heck. Hey, I am a biologist, although I used to be an archaeologist. For the past few years, I have spent a considerable amount of time living in really remote areas ranging from a good chunk of the US Montana all the way down to New Mexico as well as from Maine to NJ, Europe, and primarily Africa. I absolutely love these kinds of posts, although there are a few things that have made me scratch my head and or feel a bit uncomfortable. This is despite the fact that my old career used to involve excavating and surveying historic and prehistoric things and my new one involves looking for leopard kills, not dead leopards, but their prey. 1. A bag full of Super Nintendo cartridges. 2. A bag full of blurry photos of people. Apparently, people have stumbled upon this before. 3. Random plane parts, including a wing. 4. A human tooth. 5. Numerous old cemeteries. 6. Numerous old abandoned shacks that are truly in the middle of nowhere. 7. An old M-Lab, apparently. 8. And for me, the weirdest, was an old Volkswagen van in the middle of the desert that had bones, animal remains, and old Playboy magazines in it. Once I was on a high school trip in the Netherlands, and after we did some activities during the day, we ended the day by playing a game of Live Stratego in the woods next to the farm where we slept. For the people that don't know what Live Stratego is, it's a live version of a board game, where soldiers attack each other without knowing what rank, which determines who'll win, the other has, and by memory try to remember who's got which rank. In the live variation you had to tag and ask people what rank they were to battle, and flee or chase the other if you knew his rank would win or lose from you. So after about an hour of playing this game, at night, in near darkness I was chased by another guy, but managed to lose him. Then I proceeded to walk into a random direction till I reached the edge of the forest. At the edge were a couple of trees where 3 people were crouching down, staring into one direction. As I wasn't wearing glasses, and I have -3, I couldn't see that they weren't children, but men from around 25-30 years old. When I crouched next to them and asked one of them what rank he was, he angrily hissed at me to go away and leave quickly. I don't know what the heck these guys were doing there, but I ran away as fast as I could. I'm enjoying the image of a group of people disposing of a body and a kid randomly coming in and asking what rank they are. I grew up with a very outdoorsy family. We always went camping and hiking in the summer. I grew up outside. My mother told this story to my sister and I about a time she went camping with my dad before we were born. I was in my tent, and it was the middle of the night, perhaps 1 AM, and I had woken up to go pee, just like normal. I was about to unzip the tent, when I heard a small scratching sound. I paused. It was a slow, deliberate crunchy, digging, kind of sound. It was too rhythmic for an animal, so after making sure it wasn't your father, who was sharing the tent, I unzipped a corner of the door and peeked out. The moon was just bright enough for me to see a young woman squatting right next to our little 2-man tent, digging at the ground with her bare hands. Even your father was scared, so he went and shined a flashlight on her and told her to go back to wherever she had made camp. The woman got up silently, leaving a 4-inch deep hole next to the tent, and started walking away. I went outside, went pee, and got back into my sleeping bag. A few minutes later, I was awoken again by a clattering sound of a person or animal walking around where we had put our stuff. I looked outside again, and the woman was crouched low, walking around our stuff and looking at things the way a monkey might. Your father stepped out of the tent, shined the flashlight on her again, and she faced him. He asked her to kindly leave their stuff alone, but she just stood there, dirty and neglected looking, but clearly not malnourished, staring at his light. He gave up and went back into our tent. Soon, we heard her digging again at a little hole, which was literally 6 inches and 2 pieces of thin nylon away from my head. I shouted for her to go away, and she ran away in an animalistic kind of way, and never returned. I fell back asleep, and in the morning, our stuff was scattered, but nothing was stolen. The end. M-heads love digging. Don't know what it is about it, but apparently it's fun as crap to smoke M and then dig holes. There's an area here in central Texas famous for being a go-to location for M-heads to go and spend the entire weekend digging for arrowheads until the cops show up and search them. Not creepy, just unusual and weird. I was hiking with my dad in the mountainous area between Germany and Czech Republic one day a couple years ago, and we were on the highest point of our trek, on a small trail with an overhang nearby on the left side, but both sides of the trail were surrounded by small shrubbery. We were walking in silence and I look up and farther down the trail is an animal that quickly dashed to the side as I looked up. This sounds weird, but the animal was white, with a huge, long tail and the body of a large fox. It looked exactly like the Pokemon Ninetales, just white as snow. For those who don't know, Vulnera is the German name for Ninetales. Well, the sound a cougar makes was about the most terrifying thing in the world until my mother explained it was a big cat, not a woman getting murdered off in the woods. Foxes sound like that, like a woman screaming. They sometimes keep us awake at night shrieking. Hiking in the Wichita Mountains NW 9 years ago in the winter, found a teenage kid who had shot himself through the right eye with a .32 caliber handgun at the base of a fire tower. So, I have that image in my memory for the rest of my life. For about an hour, was a suspect in a murder investigation until the county sheriffs could properly ascertain a cause of death. That is horrifying. I'm so sorry. Camping in Australia, the middle of nowhere up past Wiluna in Western Australia. It's just you, your fellow campmates and KMS of empty bushland. Oh, and sheep and kangaroos and flies. Oh god, the flies. We camped at the base of a small range of hills. Spent the evening climbing up, down and all over them with our friends' kids. Lots exploring to do. Mate tells me he feels like we're being watched. My response was, yeah right, who would be this far out during the night? We hear scratching on the tent and knocking on the caravan walls. Then the sound of something jiggling the handle to each door on the caravan and thumping around the cars as well. Now, By now the entire camp is awake and freaking out, but no one was brave enough to get out of their tents or the caravan. We could also hear loud footsteps and huffing and puffing. Get up the next morning and there is a huge freaking bull in the middle of our camp using pretty much anything it can to scratch itself on. Few trees equal no real areas to scratch himself obviously, so we chased off the bull off and then discover the huge freaking footprints, human shaped, going around our camp. I've got size 9 ladies and these things were massive. Everyone sort of looked at each other, packed up as fast as we can and hoped the heck out of there. Had been out stargazing and was sleeping out in a park near town. No tent, just a sleeping bag and pad. This was a fairly popular area for joggers, walkers, etc. I had found a nice spot in a field few hundred meters from the top, obscured by tall grass and brush but with a nice view of the valley below and mountains in the distance. It was very nice. Saw some shooting stars, heard coyotes singing in the distance, and slept very well since it was a warm summer night. In the morning, at the crack of dawn, I was woken up by one of the strangest performances I've ever witnessed. Above me on the hill I could hear some kind of chanting. Due to my concealed location, I couldn't actually see what was going on, and I wasn't keen on moving to a better vantage point lest I be seen by the group. A man's loud and deep voice was half chanting, half shouting in a language I couldn't identify. It sounded like a Latin-derived language, and was definitely not Spanish, although he kept repeating a word which sounded similar to Diablo Spanish for the devil. There were other voices too, but he was clearly leading whatever was happening up there. Eventually he finished his chant shout. There were some cheers and whoops, and then the entire group silently departed. After waiting a while to make sure it was clear, I went up to where the sound had come from. There was no physical evidence of whatever had happened. I asked everybody I knew in town if they had any idea what it might have possibly been, and nobody had heard anything like it. To this day, one of my greatest regrets is not peeking out of my hiding spot to see what the heck was going on. Probably your local coven holding holiday worship. Nothing too sinister. Was backpacking with a group of people on a short weekend backpacking trip. Found a foam head with the mouth carved out, almost as if it had been used for unspeakable things. The worst part was that younger members of our group insisted on keeping it and using it as a mascot for when we went to Philmont, a scout camp in New Mexico. It was gross. I was geocaching once and as I was just wandering through the woods I came across a small patch of trees that had Mr. Potato Head faces nailed to them. I was 15 kims from civilization, and nowhere near a trail, as the cache was deep in the woods. I contacted the cache owner and he swore they weren't there when he put the cache together and it was his private land so nobody should have put it there. The other instance of weird was when I was hitchhiking and decided to set up camp off in the woods not far from the highway. Had a fire, ate and set up my little tent. Fell asleep without a problem. Woke up in the middle of the night to some heavy breathing outside my tent. I listened for a bit scared shitless and then some movement and the sound was gone. Woke up the next morning and there was photo of a family stuck with a nail to a tree right beside my tent, and fresh footprints in the dirt. Being the idiot that I am, I followed the path of the footprints a km or so back into the woods, where it ended at a road. Across the street was an abandoned house and while checking out the house for anything useful I found several other photos of the people from the photo, individual headshots, and notes apologizing for not protecting them, or not being there for them. I got a feeling like I wasn't alone and decided to make an exit, and as I came out of the house there was a pickup truck in the road watching me leave. He offered me a ride back to the highway, and some food drink and told me all about the family that lived there and how they all died. I never visited the area again. It was near the border of Montana, Alberta and I have since moved far away. This is actually kind of sweet in the worst way possible. Some dude probably felt that those people deserved to be remembered. Of course, the decision to perform this requiem by terrorizing random campers is questionable, but still sort of sweet. A dog's skin removed completely intact. Large chains with plates for bolting them to the ground attached to the paws. On the other side of the path all of the dog's organs were nearly arranged in a stack. No bones, no blood. I walked by it nearly every day until it rotted away to something indistinguishable from other desert detritus, except the chains. Years later, no one ever disturbed it. Maggots never ate it. I made up all kinds of stories for it in my head. but I'll never know anything except that dog died hard. Rural Ohio. Quite a few. An old saw, 2-person hacksaw, that a tree had literally grown around. It was sticking through the middle of the tree horizontally. Some sort of huge, old excavator, like something you might see at a mining operation in the 50s. It had clearly been there for a very long time. I often wonder about the logistics of scrapping it. Lots of old cars. It's fun to snag emblems and stuff from them. Old international pickups. Chevy classics from the 50s. You name it, it's in the Ohio woods somewhere. One of the creepier ones is Cat's Den Road. It's a street, actually called Cat's Den, and probably hundreds of stray cats find their way here. Sometimes you can see many of them if you take a trip up the road, and it's especially freaky at night due to the eyes. Nobody seems to know why they chose this area, but it's like the stray cat mecca. The worst one, what we refer to as the tar pits. It's not actual tar, but appears to be some kind of poison that has developed in these very deep mud ruts. When you get into the area, it smells like rotting, just rotting something. It's not regular mud, more like a hybrid between mud and quicksand, and it has these color tints: greens, probably from leaves, and purples, maybe from wild berries. You avoided this area on the trails, four-wheeling, because it required heavy machinery, wheel loader, normally, to get a vehicle or large quad out of this stuff, and this substance didn't occur anywhere else in the woods. I've never seen anything like it. One summer, we saw a bit of a draft, and the biggest of these tar pits finally dried up. Dozens of dead animal carcasses, deer, rabbits, and one or two that could have been foxes, coyotes or domestic dogs. It was seriously sad. Call us stupid, but some of the local riders borrowed an excavator and buried the bones. All that was left, in a large grave elsewhere. That stuff is still there. It's some kind of natural formation, I guess, but none of us are smart enough to figure out what causes it in that one area and nowhere else that any of us have ever seen. The tar pit, as you call it, could be an old wetland that was buried. Something about sulfur causing the smells, and it never solidified and reminded loose soil and mush. Actually, if you wait another 10,000 years it'll be an oil reserve. I am neither of the things in the title. However, I was in a Firewise program with the county. We'd clear roughly 200 square feet around somebody's house. Anyway, we were clearing brush around an elderly man's home, and he suggested over and over that this one area was of no threat and to just skip it. Well, we can't just skip it. That'd leave a weak spot, so we had no choice. After getting almost all of it clear, there was a bit of ladder fuel in one area. We used a bladed weed eater to do this kind of thing. After getting almost the entire 10-15 square featuring patch cleared, I could not knock down this one patch to ground level. Dented my blades and I was confused. Realized it was hitting a metal bar. So I dug around and realized it was a refrigerator buried so deep only the door handles stuck out after I knocked off the dirt. After finding this, I alerted my co-worker friend. BTW, we never found anything like this. Usually it's just trees, bushes, shrubs, etc. So he comes up, and we play the no you open it game. After about 5 minutes, curiosity gets the best of me and I open it, but it's jammed. So I start reaming on it and he helps me, and it kind of screeches a little bit. It smelled like nothing I've ever encountered. The most horrid stench. We back up like 30 feet and it doesn't help. So I walk up and open it all the way. The smell made my eyes water and regret having a nose. My mouth was open a little bit and I could taste that foul stench. I figure WTF, the worst already happened. I peek inside and it's a random assortment of bones. I can't tell if animal because there are no horn skulls, just random fragments, ribs, long bones like the ones in an animal's leg, I could only assume. So we mention this to our boss and he says he'll add it in his report. A couple weeks later it becomes a IDK, the word, area of interest, I guess. Apparently another service had to investigate it. However, since this was the very last of the entire area to be cleared once we left that day of finding it, nobody went back until that service crew arrived a month later, only to find a large hole where the fridge was. The homeowner denies there ever being anything there at all, just a hole in his land. I still don't know what I stumbled upon. This one wins. Not necessarily creepy, but certainly unfortunate. My friends and I went winter camping in the middle of a large park. at the end of a 5-mile dirt road. Of course there weren't many people out there. On our last evening at the park, we took a short hike to an outcrop that looked over the valley. On our way back to the road we crossed paths with a kid, mid-late 20s. We thought nothing of it, said hello, and drove into town to eat some dinner. Well, we were camping right across the road from this outcrop, so when we got back to the end of the dirt road, there were about 20 volunteer search and rescue cars all around near our campsite. One of the volunteers approached us and asked about a kid who fell from the 200 featuring outcrop. Sure enough, he matched the description of the kid we crossed paths with. We were quite freaked. We go back to our campsite, drank some beer, and continued feeling uncomfortable. It didn't help that we heard the search and rescuers hollering in the valley, seemingly from all directions, about every 10 minutes. We continued to drink. At about 1 AM, as we were getting ready to pass out, we hear this gut-wrenching scream, cry, awful noise. It was the kid's mother. They found his body. The screaming went on for what felt like an hour, but was probably more like 10 minutes. No sleep was had that night. During another trip out there, we saw deer that had fallen from a different cliff. This thing was all over the place with its head facing the trail. Not quite what you're asking for, but close enough I suppose. Me and a buddy were walking home along the river when we noticed a tipped over canoe on the bank. We tried to pull it out, but it was too heavy, so I got in the water to push from underneath. One step forward and the ground just disappeared. I was instantly sucked under, dragged and tossed around the bottom a bit, then spit back out, and sucked right back under. This happened over and over for what felt less than eternity, until I was able to grab a branch my buddy was holding out for me. A couple of days it was on the news that an old couple had tipped over and died. I had almost died by the same undertow that had killed, in trying to retrieve their canoe. About 25 years ago, I went hiking in Fossil Falls, just outside of Ridgecrest, CA with some friends. Once we hike down the falls, we get into the opening of the canyon and start smelling what smells like something dead. As we walk on, the smell gets stronger. We decide to find out what it is. We come upon an area where the smell is just overpowering. On the surface of the ground in this area, there appear to be a couple oil slicks pulled at the top of the surface of the ground, which appears to have been recently dug. We attempt to dig down about 6 inches, but the smell is just beyond anything we can deal with. We decide to leave and call the cops. The cop gets down into the canyon part of the falls, picks up on the smell and tells us this isn't a good sign. As we get closer but not even to the place where the smell is coming from, he starts calling in lots of reinforcements, more cops, helicopters, etc. He told us that for something to generate that kind of smell, someone would have had to bury a deer or something of similar mass to make that kind of smell. When we called the cops to follow up on what happened, they told us that his was just some chicken skin and bones. No human remains were found. The official story completely conflicted with what the cop, who had previously been a homicide investigator in LA, had told us. When I told a co-worker what had happened, he reached out to a higher up that he knew at the Department of Forestry Service, or something like that, and when he relayed the story, was told, "How did you find out about this? You shouldn't know about this and these guys should forget about this immediately." My theory is that someone was killed and buried on government land. Fossil Falls is US government land, and they didn't want it to get out. There is no way in or out of that canyon unless by military access road from the China Lake Naval Weapons Center. It's possible that they were taking bribes to allow a meat processor to illegally dispose of animal skins. I've seen it done in NWPA and it's so horrendous to come across that crap. I've even been stuck behind the truck that hauls them. It's gross as frick. I used to go backpacking on the Appalachian Trail in NC every few years with a buddy of mine. I went peacefully asleep one night laying on the ground beside the fire in a sleeping bag. I had a dream that my chest was being compressed by something. Woke up to a raccoon standing on my chest staring me right in the eyes. The panic scared him as bad as me and I never saw him again and went right back to sleep. Backpacking in the Berta wilderness in early 2000s with a good friend of mine. 3 days into the hike we had only seen one other couple. On the third night, at about 4 AM we were awoken in our tent to what sounded like screams in the forest. Big guttural screams. Obviously we were freaked out sitting in the tent not knowing what was out there. We started hearing what sounded like hail for about 15 minutes, followed by heavy footsteps near our camp. My friend and I started yelling and making tons of noise, a trick to fend off bears, and the commotion outside the tent slowly came to a halt. In the morning, after not sleeping at all, we unzipped the tent to the creepiest scene. All around the tent were pebbles. The hail, literally thousands of little pebbles that were not there the evening before. Surrounding the tent in a near perfect circle were 20 or so 150-300 pounds boulders. My friend and I noped out of there, making a 3-day hike into a one, practically running the entire way to the car. TLDR, Bigfoot gave us a visit and dropped rocks and pebbles all over our tent. Okay, what the frick? I'm not sure why, but this one creeped me out the most. This is not my story, it's my brother's. But it's one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard, and since I haven't seen him post in here, I'm adding it. My brother, Jay, was a part of the orienteering team in high school. For those who don't know, orienteering is when they put you in the middle of nowhere in teams of 2, give you a map and a compass, and you must find your way to each check-in station, in order, and it's a race. So my brother and his partner set out, make it through the first few checkpoints, and are feeling pretty solid, but they don't make it to the next one when they think they're supposed to. They double check the map, do some math, and figure out that they miscalculated some angle or another and are now almost off the edge of the map. They recalculate and set off in a new direction. Keep in mind, this line was never intended to be part of the orienteering run. This is unexplored territory, and they come across what my brother said could only be described as a crater, a deep bowl in the forest, devoid of trees. At the center of it was an ambulance. They are in the woods, miles upon miles from any roads, and there is an ambulance that looks like it's decades old sitting in a crater. So being teenage boys, they go to investigate it. Frick the race. My brother said that the forest was well on its way to reclaiming the vehicle, that it was rusted and covered in plant life. It looked out of date, like it came from the 40s or some bygone era. In the back, the gunny was still there, but bent in the middle, like something had smashed it. There were brown smears on the walls. That could have been rust, or dirt, or crap, or old blood. They both got a horrible feeling from the place and took off out of there. My brother thinks he could probably find it again, but flat out refuses to. A human skull and some random bones wrapped in a blanket. Must have been where someone dumped a body, alerted the authorities and got the frick out of those woods. So you're the hiker who always finds the bones of a missing person. I was trekking deep woods behind my in-laws' place one spring with my wife. We came across a small, seemingly abandoned cabin surrounded by a 3-foot-high barbed wire fence. There were axes, picks, and shovels inside the fence, knives and shitloads of camo inside the cabin. The next month or so after, we noticed people in our area started reporting garages and sheds being broken into and tools going missing. They found the mofo who was doing the B&Es. He escaped from a mental institution and said he was living in an abandoned cabin preparing for God knows what. I was freaking rooting around in this crazy man's cabin probably while he was watching my wife and I. My friend and I were hiking a section of the Appalachian Trail when we came across a small stream with a woman staring into it, muttering to herself and kind of shaking. My friend and I paused and looked at each other, then continued past her and tried to acknowledge her with a hello to see if she was okay. She pretended like we didn't even exist. We continued on, talking about how it was weird when about 2 miles later we came across 3 officials. I don't remember what organization they represented. 2 of which were carrying assault rifles and the other a bag of white powder and a handgun. They were wearing black assault vests and combat boots and just nodded at my friend and I like nothing unusual was happening. You just stumbled across a wild M-head. They are not uncommon in Appalachia. On the home stretch of the PCT, north of the last highway crossing in Washington, my group ran into this old lady who was ridiculously unprepared. She had a giant pack that she could barely manage, plus 2 grocery bags filled with silly stuff and bad backpacking food. She also was unaware that she had entered a short, like 10 miles or so, waterless section and she was not making it to the next source. She also didn't speak good English and no one figured out WTF she was thinking. Most older people are experienced. She obviously was not. I'm also tripping on shrooms while all this happens. Someone hiked all her stuff to camp and she barely made it without any weight. Several of us had to give her our water, which was uncomfortable but no big. She was told to get off at Hart's Pass. Just very strange that she'd be there. Maybe she was hopping the border. I absolutely hate running into people when I used to trip on shrooms in the woods. It was always some sort of weird drama just like what you describe. I was backpacking at Philmont Scout Ranch a couple of years ago. In the middle of the night, one of the rangers, guides, showed up to our camp, screaming and yelling for help. Turns out he had no recollection that he was lost, only that something was following him, probably a mountain lion. We found the search party really quick, and it turns out he had been missing for around a day. They went back to check for mountain lion tracks and found his boot prints along with bare footprints and handprints. Holy crap, that's scary. A tray of surgical tools sitting on a stump. All aboard the Nope train. I used to work at a park in Arizona a few years ago. I was in charge of collecting camping fees and cleaning the sites when the campers left. I didn't work alone, but on this day my partner called in and I was left with another ranger who just checked in every 6 hours. While I was cleaning, I noticed someone was staying at the lot at the very end. As I would have normally done, I went over, introduced myself, told him I needed to collect the fee and stuff. He told me he was waiting for his brother to come back with his truck, so I said alright and left. When I came back 30 minutes later, he left all his stuff there and left a plastic bag on the picnic table. Normally I wouldn't go through his stuff, but the bag had a horrible rotting stench. I was going to throw it away so animals don't come when the bag rips open from the side and a bunch of meat falls out. Inside the meat there was human teeth and fingernails. I called the police immediately and I really didn't stay to find out more about it since I had to leave the state for school. Some friends and I were doing some hallucinogens in the woods somewhere in Montana. We hear some noises in the woods and freak out a bit. We know we're all high and try to laugh it off, assuming that we're hearing things that aren't there. A few minuets later, a freaking bear comes out of the woods. We all panic and book it for the car. This thing isn't frightened at all and books it after us. We manage to get into the car before the beast catches up to us. A few of us are crying at this point. Long story short, it wasn't a bear, it was a dog. One time I was at a field trip with my class, and one of the girls went to pee a bit far from the trail. In a small tree she found a dead man hanged from his neck, his legs cut, his face masked with a sack, and his intestines spread throughout the nearby area. It was about 2 weeks old. Police was called and a few of the students contributed to the investigation. I was up in the Blue Ridge Mountains doing some fall colors viewing a couple of years ago. Pulled over to the side of the road to answer the call of nature beside some big rocks with an obvious path going around behind them. I went around the rock and found what appeared to be a hobo camp or something. There was an open space with a fire pit made of flat stones in the middle and sections of logs to sit on all around it. It was full of trash, like empty beanie weenie cans and empty chips bags. And there were the little piles of toilet paper further back down the trail that many hikers and campers are familiar with. The creepy thing was the partial skeleton of something that, from its position, looked like it had been in the fire. There was most of a spine, most of a rib cage, and a skull. It looked like a dog to me, but I am by no means an expert. I had only noticed the skeleton after I had went about my business. I walked over and leaned over it to get a better look, and felt heat still coming off of the remains of a fire. That freaked me out, and I got the feeling I was being watched, and so I vamoosed. I used to live in the middle of BFE, Ohio in a very small home. One cold January morning, this was during the deep freeze, I was out front making breakfast on the fire and I noticed something fall down at a 45-degree angle into the brush just across a clearing. I drive over and check it out. It's a homemade UAV. Bigger than most you'd find for sale. It was fixed wing. You can tell it's not military, but it's painted grey and has a camera in it. Can't find any marking to see who to return it to, but there is a Raspberry Pi controlling the thing and a battery like a marine battery, only just for the controller, and a battery for the motor. The most notable feature was a solar panel array on the top of the UAV. I know a guy who does data recovery at his job and I asked him if he would take a look. He comes over and hooks the Pi up to his laptop. After a while, He shows me an autopilot program and the file of the video it took. We see some people, but not enough to make anything out. The autopilot program had a map of the course, beginning in Western Virginia near Harrisonburg, and the end was somewhere in Illinois, literally an empty field near a town called Rantoul. So I call JMU's engineering school and ask if they sent it out. No dice. They say that no one was working on drones. I drop it off at the police station in town, explain what happened and leave it at that. Campers, backpackers and park rangers of Reddit. What is the weirdest or creepiest thing you have found while in the woods? Not me, but a buddy found a young kid, 16 I think, in the process of trying to hang himself about 5 years ago. He was hooking a makeshift noose up to a tree. Upon seeing my friend he stopped. My buddy talked with him and they walked and talked. The lad was gay and his parents and family had disowned him when he came out to them. My buddy and his wife let him stay with them for a few weeks until he moved to a family member's house. They are still firm friends. Stories like this make me love Reddit more. Was camping in Norway during summer a couple years back. One morning while I was half asleep considering to get up or not, the tent suddenly started to shake violently. First thought in my mind was that it was a random hiker fricking around with my tent, so I shot out of the tent in my pants to confront the foe. I was greeted by over 100 caribous surrounding my tent. Turned out the bravest reindeer tripped over the lines of my bright orange high visibility tent. You were lucky it wasn't a troll. I found 2 squirrels huddled together, dead, in the middle of a field. It was July. I still think about what must have happened and draw a blank. Maybe the lightning got them mid-coitus. Not me, but one of my friends went on a solo fly fishing camping trip for the weekend. He was in the middle of a creek fly fishing and kept hearing the weird garbled sounds from up the creek. So eventually he decided to check it out when he took a break for lunch. It turned out to be a guy that had tried to commit suicide by shooting himself, but he was still alive. My friend hauled butt back to service to call 911 and had to hike back in to show the cops medics where the guy was. Never found out what happened to him, but my buddy was so freaked out that he had been that close as the dude was just laying there for hours. Deer snuck up within a couple feet behind me, then suddenly coughed. Sounded just like a human and I knew I was the only one out there. Gave me a dang near heart attack. This one made me laugh. Just to imagine that deer trying to be so quiet and then coughing like that. Sounds like something out of a cartoon. But I'm sure in the moment I would have crapped myself. When I was a kid in the mid-90s, my friends and I were hiking around in the woods behind our house on some warehouse or timber property and found an abandoned farmhouse. The weird thing was that the house had been left very suddenly. There was still an opened mail and magazines sitting on the coffee table, all dated back to same date in the 1950s. Sheets and blankets still on the beds, clothes still in the drawers, pantry full of canned and jarred food, half of it exploded or leaking after so many years. Dishes in the sink, dishes on the table, unburned candles still sitting out waiting to be used, a fridge outside full of food that had turned to muck and dust. After exploring the house for a while, we checked out the farm. The chicken coop had dozens of chicken skeletons, wrapped in desiccated skins or picked bare. There were 2 pig skeletons in a pen, and the remains of a horse and several cows in the surrounding pasture. A tractor was parked in the garage and was in great shape for its age. It didn't occur to me as a kid at the time, but aside from the house having been left so suddenly, it was really remarkable that the entire place was undisturbed. There was no vandalism, no sign of entry, and as far as I could tell, we were the first people to set foot in there in 40 years. I was like 12 and lived near the sand dunes. We used to hike there all the time. My grandmother came to visit, so we both went on a hike and I see this weird circular rock in the sand. I point it out to my grandmother and she goes over there and starts removing the sand around it, and she notices blood on the rock. She then pulls it out of the sand and it's a human skull. We reported it to the police. So what happened was that this dude was killed by his roommate and he cut him into 5 pieces and buried each part in a different location in the sand dunes. We found the last missing piece, his skull. We were on the news. Pretty cool memory I have of my grandmother. I was hiking in the woods on a property my father rented as farm ground with my older brother. After a while we noticed a sickly sweet smell. Being farm kids we knew what it was, something dead and left to rot. As we kept walking we entered a marsh-like area. Soft, squishy ground and very tall grass. We had walked through marsh-like areas before, so we walked on the large grass clumps, being very careful where we placed our feet. After making it to a log clump of solid ground, I look up and find a massive pile of skinned animal carcasses. The pile was easily over 10 feet tall, with a 15-foot circumference. It comprised of every animal you could think of: rabbit, fox, coyote, deer, weasel, cat, dog, raccoon, and others I couldn't recognize. The old man that owned the land trapped year-round for anything he could get. He just kept throwing the carcasses in the same pile year after year. After we left the area it dawned on me, the marsh was not in a lowland like most marshy places. The group was just saturated with the decaying fluids of all those animals. That's also the reason the grass was abnormally tall in that area. I've been homeless. A lot. I lived in some distant family's land where they have an old cabin up on stilts. Due to the local woods flooding heavily sometimes. Illinois is weird. Anyway, I spent a good amount of time in this old cabin. Wood stove, porch swing hanging from the ceiling that I used as a bed. Overall, it was an okay place and it wasn't too far of a drive to town for food. You just had to tolerate the half-mile walk to your car. One day I am out walking around the woods and in a smallish clearing in the path, I see easily a good 50-60 dead geese. Every one of them is mangled in horrific ways, necks ripped off of the body, bodies splayed out over old timbers and fence posts, feathers everywhere, bones sticking out of the dirt. It just looked like a straight up goose genocide. The ground was dry, and there was a lot of dust, but I saw no prints, and there was no other evidence of anything being in the area aside from what one can only assume was some sort of strange breed of exploding goose. I also found a torn open old backpack and a great deal of candy wrappers strewn about it. Way too moldy to identify anything about it. I decided to turn back and see if I could grab a camera when I start hearing this god-awful shrieking noise, as if it were coming from every possible nook and cranny within a 30-foot radius. I took off pretty fast when that started. To this day, my best guess is some sort of massive commune of foxes. It really is the only rational solution I can come to. Still scared the crap out of me. When I was a boy, my father and I came across a full set of women's clothes in the woods. Shirt, pants, underwear, even the shoes. We thought it was pretty creepy and reported it to the state police, but I don't think anything ever came of it. It was fairly close to a river, so maybe the person went skinny dipping and couldn't find their clothes after, but it was an unsettling discovery. She's naked out there somewhere. Not really camping, but as kids we lived in a new neighborhood. It was next to about 400 acres of woods and old farmland. There were several abandoned houses and barns, equipment, and random junk. It was great to grow up there as we spent nearly every day exploring the area. But there was one house off the main road, but about 200 yards into the woods. It looked abandoned, but a woman lived there. We found out the hard way by trying to get into the house one day, and she came out screaming at us to get the heck off her property. She was scary looking as heck. She wore a dirty dress and had gross stringy hair, and looked like she hadn't taken a shower for years. She looked to be in her 30s. Needless to say, we stayed away from her most of the time. We also never told our parents because we knew that they wouldn't let us play back there anymore. We did go back sometime though. We named her Crazy Mary, and we'd spy on her and dare each other to get as close as possible. Even then we never got closer than 100 feet from her house. About 10-12 years later I am home from college and my mom tells me about how they took this woman to the mental hospital. Apparently she lived there this whole time with her dead mother and father propped up in their chairs in the living room. They figured the parents were dead for 10-15 years, but died of natural causes, and Mary had propped them up in the chairs after they died. That meant they were probably freshly dead when we got chased away by Crazy Mary. Backpacking solo during the springtime, Minnesota, so it was still kinda snowy. During my first night I noticed that it was quiet. Not just quiet, but completely silent, like no sounds whatsoever. I always thought noises at night were scary, but nothing compares to utter and complete silence. I could hear every beat of my heart, every inhalation, and every twig snap in a 2-mile radius, or so it seemed. Very creepy. The Wendigo was out. camping at Yellowstone Grand Tetons a few years ago. He set up our camper at an actual site and decided to do some 2-day long backpack trips in some of the longer trails. The second one we went to was Cascade Valley Canyon. Absolutely beautiful. So get about 10 miles into the 22-mile loop and decide to set up our tent here since it was getting dark. We cook some food and chill for a bit before heading to bed. Around 2 AM, we are all awakened by something just outside the tent. My mind immediately jumps to bears or wolves or something. Then it starts talking. I will never forget it. I think there's 3 or 4 in the tent. Let's just get out of here. None of us could sleep the rest of the night. At the crack of dawn we hightail it out of there. Made excellent time. Hiked the 12 miles in about 3 hours and got to ranger station. Reported what happened. They said they had received a call similar to our story in the middle of the night. They sent rangers into the trail at dawn. Never found out what was going down. Didn't hear of anyone getting hurt, but then again I didn't really look into it. A large plastic storage box bound by bungee cords filled with flies and bones. Hiking with a group in a subtropical mountain range about a 40 minutes drive from civilization. It's a night hike, pitch black but for our headlamps, and all of a sudden this guy wearing headphones and a hoodie just walks past us like we're on a suburban street. It was pitch black. Where the heck was he going? What was he doing out there? It creeped the heck out of us. I was hiking in Slovenia when I turned the corner to see 2 sheep going at it. I was at about 2,000 meters elevation and hadn't seen any other people or living creatures in hours, so this certainly startled me. This also made me aware of how dumb I was being hiking alone in a country I was unfamiliar with. There are bears and crap up there, and after that I got all paranoid that the next creature I would run into wouldn't be so kind. Last spring I went fishing on a lake in northern Minnesota. On that annual spring trip we always walk in the woods around the lake and look for morel mushrooms which are in season at that time. While looking for mushrooms I came upon 2 big deer skeletons and the horns were locked together. The bones were chewed on by rodents but the horns were locked together and in great shape. We figured they must have fought in the autumn before and got locked together. I have no idea how long these 2 enemies were locked together before they died. As a native Minnesotan this happens a lot. The victor of fights is often the only one left alive and depending on how big the loser is he can't always drag the other guy away with him. Sometimes they figure out how to unlock before one dies but frequently they both die as a result. Was in Montana. We saw a park ranger and asked him which way would be the coolest. He points down into a beautiful looking valley. We head on down the trail, and a couple hours and the valley starts to funnel and get tighter and tighter. The cliffs looming up next to us. Another 20 minutes pass. We hit a clearing, and my heart drops through my innards. Going across the clearing was displaced grass similar to if a pickup truck had been driven through. Turns out the valley was called a nursery, where mama grizzly bears nurse their young. Naturally, we turned around and GTFO, making noise the whole way out. Grizzlies generally avoid people making lots of noise. Me and my father were camping on a small lake in Canada. My father said that all through the night he could hear what sounded like large rocks splashing in the middle of the lake. Several times he left the tent with a flashlight only for the noises to stop immediately. My father is an avid fisherman and was certain that it wasn't fish breaking for flies on the surface of the water. I slept through the whole thing apparently. Copy pasted from a similar question. I found a dead guy hanging from a tree out in the woods of a Korean national park. Really scared the crap out of me and the 2 guys with me. We were looking for a point and walking up a very steep hill when we rounded a bush and pretty much stumbled into this guy who hung himself from a tree. I sent them back down the hill and called up the duty desk for the nearby post. Standing up on the hill looking out at the last thing the guy must have seen just left me feeling incredibly lonely. Not creepy, but a bit weird. I took my children camping at a state park with campsites around a lake. It wasn't primitive camping, more like set up your tent with the car parked 20 feet away camping. We're sitting around the campfire after sunset making s'mores when a car pulls up to the campsite next to us. It's about 35 yards away and it's dark, so we can't see who our new neighbors are. I feel a little bad because they have to use the headlights on their car to see what they are doing while they set up their tent. I wanted to offer to help, but with children and an open fire, I thought my attention would be best used right where I was at. So later, We put out the fire and everyone goes to bed in their tents. I don't think about the campsite neighbor anymore. In the morning, just as the sun is rising, there is beautiful music coming from across the lake. It was a solo performance using low brass. The musician plays 3 lengthy songs, maybe 15 minutes of music. This gets me out of the tent so that I can enjoy the fresh air by the lake with an unexpected live performance. Once the music ends, I look over at the neighbor's campsite. I guess they are deep asleep or not impressed enough to come out the tent. I start a new fire to get ready for breakfast. About 10 minutes later, I see the campsite neighbor hiking back to his tent carrying a tuba. I'm in the middle of cooking, so it takes me a few minutes to go over and thank him for the nice early morning concert. I genuinely enjoyed it. By the time I get over to the campsite, he has already put away the tuba, packed up his belongings, and had his tent half put away. I tell him that I'm both impressed at his playing ability and grateful for the nice surprise. And then that is when I noticed it. This guy only has one arm. All of this would have been impressive for just one person to do. Setting up a tent in the dark, hiking with a heavy tuba in the dark so that you can perform a sunrise serenade, and tearing down a campsite in minutes. But this guy did it one-armed. Hats off to him. TLDR. One-armed man set up camp and get a sunrise concert with a tuba. My so's aunt is missing one arm. She cleans houses for living and does a ton of outdoor labor at her home. She makes me look like a lazy pose. When I was a kid, I went to a summer camp that would take older campers, 12-14, on excursions like a canoe trip and or a hike for about a week at a time. It was located in Massachusetts, so we did a lot of hiking along the Appalachian Trail. One hike, there was a group of about 7 girls and 2 counselors, 19-20 yo. I'll never forget. One morning we are hiking along the trail and run into a random guy who is alone, sleeping stark naked in the middle of the trail. Now, you can't camp on the trail on the everyone who hikes it knows that. You've got to camp in designated areas. This guy clearly didn't get the memo, so we carefully sidestep him and continue on our way. About 12 miles later, we get to our site for the night, and this dude is already there. Weird, considering we didn't see anyone pass us throughout the day. The whole night, he's real friendly, telling us things like, "My father owns these woods." "Oh yeah, he's your father, too." Weird crap. At one point, one of our counselors mentions that the site axe is missing. It was there when we arrived, and when she went to use it for firewood, it was gone. The guy had a knife collection he was keen on sharing with us, so it was pretty clear he was the one who took the axe. I didn't sleep a wink that night. The next morning, he was gone. Terrifying. I live in Alaska and less than 2 months ago I was hiking through the woods on my way duck hunting. I was probably less than 100 yards off the trail when I found pieces of an extremely decomposed human body. Obviously I turned around immediately and called the police. The body was torn apart by animals and decomposed enough that it took a week or so to identify it. Turns out it was a 53-year-old lady who had gotten lost hiking a mountain a couple months earlier. What amazed me was that even with an extremely extensive search for her when she went missing, she still wasn't found, and she was so close to the trail. Oh god, that happened to my ex in Colorado. He and a friend went crawling around in a cave and came face to face with a guy that had become wedged betwixt 2 very large stone sides in this cave and died there. He has been missing for months, and there was also a pretty extensive search for him. Poor guy : I was kayaking down a river and got to a bend where the river widened and slowed down. I stopped paddling and was enjoying the sun and the view. What I thought was stick floating down the river was actually a snake swimming across, who decided to climb up on my kayak and sun itself. I went camping with my girlfriend at a very large provincial park a week before Canada Day, several years back. When we arrived we were delighted to find out that we basically had the whole park to ourselves, as we were told by the ranger who issued our pass. Furthermore, we were camping on an island that took about 1 hour to canoe out to, isolated with no other sites really nearby. A couple of days into our trip we decided to take an extended canoe trip around the lake. Upon return, from a distance out, I noticed something on the shore of our campsite. As we got closer we realized it was another canoe, which was very odd as there were no one else occupying the other island sites, and the park was essentially empty. Finally, as we were about 30 meters away, we saw 3 people poking around our stuff. They hadn't seen us yet and were just sort of enjoying looking at our campsite. After a bit they noticed us, rushed into their boat and launched into the lake. We were only a couple feet apart as they came out and we went in. I was feeling super weird, obviously, at this moment and just said, "Hey, what's up?" Not in the friendliest tone. I got a good look at them all at that point and they were a bunch of teens straight out of the movie Deliverance. Slack-jawed, toothless and generally unpleasant to gaze upon. They didn't say anything to us but sort of just stared, very intensely. We got to our shore and checked our stuff out to make sure they hadn't stolen anything, which they hadn't. But after the inspection I looked back to the lake and they were just sitting there a way out looking at us. Eventually they left. My girlfriend and I had a really uncomfortable day thinking about it. We slept with the hatchet in the tent and barely caught a wink as we were waiting for them to show back up. Thankfully, we didn't see them for the rest of our trip. A guy standing outside my cabin looking through the window. Welcome to PA, folks. Just an Eagles fan looking for his team's Super Bowl trophy. Still looking after all these years. While hunting in eastern Mississippi, I stumbled upon an old farmstead foundation complete with the family graveyard and a collapsed well. All the gravestones were dated from just after the Civil War and most were women and children. No combat age males were buried there, so I assume they died in the war and the family couldn't survive. The whole area was super creepy, especially the well. These kinds of threads are what got me addicted to Reddit. I usually hate seeing repeated ask Reddit questions, but anytime it's the creepy stuff in the woods I'm like, yes, give me this crap. Years back in the Rocky Mountain National Park, there was a search for a park ranger whose car had been left at the parking area overnight when he didn't check in for work the next day. They knew roughly which set of trails he was intending to take and my dad said, "I bet I know exactly where the body is. If he took trail X, there's a spot that I've always been terrified I'd fall down." So for the heck of it we decided to hike up a different trail where we were pretty sure the body had fallen. Unfortunately, the waterfall was a bit too slick so we didn't get all the way. Later that day though, they found the body exactly where my dad thought it would be. It was a pretty clear situation where the guy died on impact, so the delay didn't really matter. Me and a buddy of mine were camping in the Pisgah forest at dusk. While we were tripping our balls off on some ego-killing mushrooms, an albino guy walks into our campsite with an albino hound puppy. Pretty crazy crap. I think he was expecting us to freak out, but since we were already floating in the ether anyway, we just took that crap in stride. We chatted this dude up and I offered him some chicken tenders and a beer. I think he was trying to have a laugh, but didn't get the desired response maybe? Long story short, we made fine friends of a shotgun carrying albino fisherman and his matching puppy. He strolled off into the dark after hanging out for a while. Fun was had by all. Moral of the story is, people begin to look like their pets after all, I guess. LOL. Park ranger here. Snowmobile patrol in the backwoods past Vale Pass and came across a pair of snowboard boots and a butt print at the edge of a drop. Put search and rescue on standby before getting to the bottom to only find a helmet and nothing else. Still no idea what happened that day. Reverse heli skiing. Park ranger here. First around 11 at night I was outside our ranger base when all of a sudden I hear the barking and howling of coyotes. Multiple of them all around me, I can see and hear them running. It's odd because they don't usually band together at night, at least not in this park. I flashed a light on two of them snarling and they all ran off to the same area howling. I think they had a kill and were trying to fend me off. There was like 5 of them. Second, I have walked into the woods and it was dead silent. Someone else mentioned this in an earlier post. It is horrifying. It just doesn't feel right. It's unsettling to not even hear a bug in the pitch black woods. Third, not much to this, but we have a couple buildings and it's always freaky when a security alarm goes off. We have to clear the buildings and call it into dispatch. Sometimes animals or even the weather will set them off. Occasionally actual break-ins. Night shifts are always freaky. Are some less harmful animal stories, but there isn't much to that. Half an alligator corpse, maybe 3 days dead, by a small creek behind a developing subdivision in SE, Pennsylvania. I was maybe 9, and there was an empty sandbank by the creek where my friends and I would particularly enjoy playing around. This day I was alone. I pushed through the heavy foliage as usual, only to find myself eye to eye with a goddamn alligator. I froze in place. I was heavily into Nat Geo and Animal Planet at that age, and vaguely thought alligators to be somewhat lazy. They were always just lying around en masse in the documentaries. That doesn't mean I was good in emergency situations yet. I must have stared at it for at least half a minute before I realized it wasn't moving. And it also smelled pretty bad. This is when I looked away from its head and realized its back half had been violently torn away. There was no blood, few flies, and it had definitely not been there the day before. Just half a dead lizard, unceremoniously deposited in my favorite creekside place, but I didn't know how to process it at all, so I slowly backed out of the brush, the instinct-driven, idiot part of my brain screaming, "Are we sure it's dead?" and ran back to my nearby hidden bike. I rode straight home and played Super Mario 64 all day instead. I never told my parents, or my young friends, about what I'd found. None of us returned to the creek bank for at least a week, by which time I suppose it had disappeared. All that was left was a foul, aged odor of rot, which my friends attributed to creek scum. I knew better, though. My husband is a ranger in charge of trail maintenance at a 1,000-acre park, and spends a lot of time doing trail work deep in the woods. He makes Blair Witch twig hangings and puts them in remote spots. Thinks crap's hilarious. I think it's pretty. Tell him thanks. Was camping with a few friends in high school and there was another family in a campsite next to us. The parents seemed normal but the kids acted weird. We were probably awake until 2 or 3 in the morning with the fire going and hanging out. I go find a place to pee with my headlamp on, and then out of nowhere I turn my head and 2 of the kids are right behind me with the creepiest smile on their faces. I immediately go off the trail and find a spot as far from them as possible. Still on edge, I make my way back to camp and sit back down, and then all of us see those 2 kids walk back to their tent hand in hand at 3 in the morning. Scared the heck out of me. Then all of us see those 2 kids walk back to their tent hand in hand at 3 in the morning. Buddy system, yo. I consider myself a master outdoorsman. I have been camping, hunting, fishing, hiking my entire life and almost feel more comfortable out in the woods than I do in the city. We have the luxury of some of the best backpacking in the US where I live, tons of beautiful high mountain lakes, very few people, lots of wilderness. You get the idea. 2 years ago, my friend and I were backpacking up to one of the higher lakes on a 16-mile loop. We found a great spot to set up camp at the end of the day and started exploring to find a good fishing hole. Not more than 100 feet away from where we had set up camp, we see a white object sitting in the middle of the woods. We walked over to get a better look and lo and behold, it's a toilet. And not just a toilet. There is a wooden platform and a deep hole dug at the bottom. It was one of the coolest things I had ever seen out backpacking. How and why someone managed to lug a full-sized toilet and plywood up that far is beyond me. We asked around if anyone knew about the origins of the mystery forest toilet, but no one seemed to. While not really creepy, it was definitely weird, especially given the proximity of the toilet to the lake. On a bad rain year, that toilet would be underwater. But it looked brand new and didn't smell at all. It was one of my most favorite dumps I have ever taken. No walls, no windows, just me sitting on the can staring at the lake hoping a bear didn't come up behind me and eat me. The best part of this story is that you actually used it. Huh? I walked straight into a ring-necked spitting cobra once. It reared up and we just kinda froze and stared at each for a moment. The snake then turned and went the other direction and I got my breath back. Heart just stopped. One summer I was a camp counselor at a Girl Scout camp. I was in charge of the canoes. One day, we were going on a trip to this little island in the river. 2 canoes of girls, 2 canoes of counselors lifeguards. One of the other counselors sticks her paddle into the water and hits something within some of the weeds that's a bit stiff, so she looks close and see a freaking hand tangled up in the weeds. Needless to say, she was freaking out, but trying to not freak out so the kids wouldn't catch on. They were within eyesight but busy doing kids stuff. Some frantic whispering quickly filled all the adults in on what was going on and we decided to, well, just go ahead and go to the island and have lunch like we planned. Later that night when no kids were around, We came up with a plan to have people go out and check without kids the next day. Also, lots of talk of OMG, how could a body get out there? What if it's real? Lots of crazy hypothesizing. The next day we get out to the same spot. Still see the hand sticking out of the weeds, and after some time pishing herself up to grab it, she does. Only to find out that it was an empty black industrial rubber glove. Pretty anticlimactic. Screw the kids. You should probably try to pull someone out if you find them underwater. Could have been a person drowning and already unconscious. This past summer I was working on a project monitoring amphibian larvae in vernal pools. Many of them were in the middle of wide expanses of state land, largely unpatrolled. Technically with no public access, but plenty of old logging roads and ATV trails people don't usually use for poetic strolls at sunrise through nature or birdwatching. I stumbled onto a lot of illegal dumps with weird things, sofas, construction equipment, hundreds of chew cans, baby clothes, not to mention plenty of abandoned camps, hangouts for people to shoot up, plenty of disposed paraphernalia. But without a doubt the creepiest thing I found, while all alone about 5 miles from a paved road following only deer trails, was an upright, gently used baby stroller. There were toys in the storage areas, and a blanket still in the main area. I have a picture of it on an old phone. I just stood there and stared at it, like any moment something from the hills have eyes was about to step out from the woods. I've posted this story on Reddit in the past. I do night photography in the wilderness. When life gets too hectic I pack a bag and head out into the most remote county I haven't visited yet and hike until I find a spot I like. Very relaxing to be out alone in the middle of nowhere doing some night photography, enjoying fresh air and peace and quiet. I was on some BLM land in California in the desert. Had a nice evening, slept in, enjoyed breakfast and started to head back to the car. On the trail back, I see two M-heads with a makeshift campsite and jungle around. I hiked in another way. They see me approaching and I wave and say hi, being polite and hoping they mind their business. They don't. Both step onto the trail and begin to approach me. One pulls a knife. I immediately pull my revolver from the side of my pack, dong it and point it at them. Loudly, I tell them to back off. They leave the trail and I make my way past. While they give me a menacing look, I face them, backing away on the trail until the sightline vanishes. I then run to my car. When I get there I drive off and call the authorities about the incident. Glad you had the capacity to shoot more than film. Pink panties stuffed in a cow skull. Back when I was into Boy Scouting we would go on high adventure trips all the time. One year we went to the Black Hills in South Dakota and went on a mountain climbing expedition. The trail up to Honey Peak was pretty long and exhausting, though it wasn't terrifying. We found a broken concrete stair slab in the middle of nowhere, on a freaking mountain nonetheless. This was also at least 4 years before that SAR story from Marnolap even existed. Not a Boy Scout, but I too go on high adventure trips. Some buddies and I did a road trip from Alberta to Alaska. At one point during the trip we went for a walk in this little abandoned gas station cafe. It was at least 400 kms from any other town. We rounded a corner and my friend who was walking ahead of us turned and sprinted to the car. I looked around the corner to see a super rough looking man leaning against the wall of the building shaking with his back turned to us. It would have been neat to hear what his story was, but at the time I had never run too fast. I would have rather come across a grizzly. I was camping in the Columbia Gorge and the next morning while me and my boyfriend at the time were making breakfast, 4 people came walking down the mountain wearing business suits. They were maybe 30 feet away and didn't even look at us as they walked past. That night a cop pulled up to our spot and told us that we had to leave because a lot of people go missing in that area. He stayed there while we packed up and followed us until we got to Hood River. Even though I experienced it, it still seems so out there that I hesitate telling that story because it sounds so ridiculous. Another time, I found a deer spine on a rope. That's just some organized crime mother suckers returning from a hit. On a camping trip a few years back a friend had brought some smoked venison for everyone. We heated it on the fire and all took part in what was a delicious meal but had quite a bit of meat left. After some heavy drinking and other avenues of getting as high as possible we all passed out assuming my friend had packed the leftover away for another day. He did not. In reality he took what was left and for some stupid reason threw it into the creek right beside our campsite. Around 4 AM I awoke to a screaming that appeared to be two wild animals fighting over food. Turned out that's exactly what it was. Like Noah's Ark, every animal from miles around had smelled the meat in the air, tasted the meat in the water, and tracked the meat to where we were. The eyes staring back at me from every direction I shined my flashlight was the creepiest thing I've ever seen in the woods. But technically they found me. I'll just mention that the dozens of times I have found clothes in the woods always freaks me out. Often women's or children's clothes. Why are they there? How did this happen? Really? Another pile in the woods? Who is hiking and leaving half-buried clothes in almost every nature area I've ever been to? What's the scariest thing you've ever witnessed on a casual day? I left work for lunch walking to a restaurant just 2 blocks away. As I rounded the corner a car accident happened right in front of me. A lady walking just 10 feet in front of me is hit and pinned between the car and a building. She was conscious and mad as heck. Despite her legs being obviously broken, she let loose a stream of verbal abuse on the driver about her shoes, her dress, her phone, everything except her injuries. It was surreal. But when I fractured my own ankle, 3 places, there's an instant of pain but then it's gone and can take hours before you really start feeling it. Shock and a rush of endorphins are amazing. I remember the stories of guys who cut off their own trapped arm fingers and managed to drive to the hospital. A wired patient running down a hallway naked, screaming that he was going to kill me before being stopped by a hospital guard. We had a withdrawing 300-pound Samoan guy threatening to rape and murder us all. It took 5 RNs and 3 security guards to get him into hard restraints. Started spitting and everything. He remembered it when he finally got through it all. Came back and apologized. Hopefully he stayed sober after all that. I was in class one day when my professor had a seizure. She tried to stand up but ended up falling to the ground and violently shaking. And of course I was a helpless idiot and had no idea what to do. Went out to eat at a Chinese restaurant with a couple of friends. One friend has a shellfish allergy, but she tells the staff every time and we'd been to that restaurant a million times before without issue. That day we had a new server. Barely spoke English, and apparently the message didn't get passed along that she had an allergy and absolutely could not have anything that came into contact with shellfish. Her tempura couldn't even be fried in the same oil as any kind of fried shellfish. You can probably see where this is going. She started eating, then suddenly began to panic and told us to call 911 because she was having an allergic reaction. I got on the phone while she took out her EpiPen and shot it directly through her thumb. Thankfully the response time was ridiculously fast and they were able to administer epinephrine before her throat completely closed up. Expensive hospital bill and sore thumb aside, she ended up being fine. But for a few moments there when she shot her EpiPen through her thumb and was clearly getting worse, I really believed I might see my best friend suffocate in front of me and there was nothing I could do. Was walking back to my family's car after my great-grandmother's funeral. Not exactly casual but it was a quiet sunny afternoon and she had basically died of old age. We were about 40 yards from our car when we heard the loud snap of wood breaking to our left. To our horror, a large dump truck had just barreled over a small tree and was heading down a hill directly towards our cars with no one behind the wheel. 2 of my younger brothers were already running to our minivan to get the good seats and were close to its path. I still remember the screams of my parents and uncle's aunts as everyone realized what was happening within a few seconds. Amazingly no one was hurt. My brothers stopped in their tracks and the truck missed our car but absolutely crushed my grandpa's car right behind it and multiple gravestones across the road before finally coming to a stop. We would later find out the driver had forgotten to engage the e-brake when parking. One of the scariest, most surreal moments of my life for sure. Junior high school. Was supposed to meet my buddy Nick at the swimming pool. He didn't show, so I walked the 3 blocks to his house to yell at him. His mom let me in and I walked up to his room and opened the door. Found him hanging from a belt tied to his ceiling fan. Holy frick man. Making the long drive home from the lake house and following behind a tractor trailer on the highway in the middle of nowhere way up in the Canadian Rockies. We round a bend and out of nowhere a small car coming the other way far too fast for the bend loses control and hits the tractor trailer head on at highway speeds. Big cloud of car parts explodes into the air. The small car spins violently into the ditch. Instinctively I jump out and run to the small car, shouting at another motorist to call 911. Get to the small car, and there's basically nothing left of the front. The engine was sitting on the other side of the highway. I look in what's left of the car and can't find the driver. Confused, I look around and see him in the ditch. I run over, check his carotid pulse, but nothing. I step back and it's only then that I realize that his arm is missing. His leg is missing. His other leg is pointing completely the wrong way at the hip and is bent in a number of horrific angles. They shut the highway down for 8 hours investigating the scene. The image of his mangled body hasn't faded though. I saw an old man have a seizure as soon as he walked in the restaurant I was in, and his head fell under my little sister's chair. Came upon a car accident and went to help. Upside down car with wheels still spinning. Dude crawls out of backseat with blood everywhere. He looks up at me and his eyes hanging out by the nerve and rolling around his cheek. Got him clear. Professionals came. I left. I would have vomited as soon as I saw that crap. I was visiting NYC and my friend and I were trying to rent bikes, but they were all gone. This couple was going back to Europe the next day and they really wanted to go on a bike ride, but they only had one bike. I gave them the one I was going to rent and they were so happy. The excitement on their faces made my day. My friend and I go to another bike rack like 1/4 of the mile away and get 2 bikes. As we were riding down the path we hear sirens and a crap ton of people are huddled in an area with a garbage truck like 10 feet away. Apparently the brakes on the rented bikes didn't work and this person got hit by a garbage truck. There was a trail of blood like 10 feet long and the person on the ground was seizing very badly. As we got closer, the guy from earlier was hysterical and the person on the ground was his wife. The same couple we made so happy by giving our bikes to them had their lives change forever in an instant. Honestly, the scene of the accident made it very clear she wasn't going to survive. It was really bad. That has fricked with me for a while because that was supposed to be my bike. I was supposed to get the bike with the non-functioning brakes. In what was an act of kindness on my part was the demise of that beautiful couple. What would have happened if I never gave my bike away? Would I have gotten hit by that garbage truck? Back in the 6th grade, I was in English class while construction workers were on the roof repairing it. My English teacher steps out to talk to the principal, so everyone was starting to get loud, as you do. Then the hanging lights fall on us. The way the lights were set up in 3 lines that run across the classroom, they hung off the roof at about a foot with metal poles. The school was built in 1960, and I doubt anyone actually replaces the light holding since then. The lights start to squeak. Nobody cares, except for one kid. His spider sense kicks in and bolts out of the room. Once he gets out of the room, the lights start to collapse and everyone runs out. Our teacher looks like she's about to have a heart attack and the principal orders everyone to check for glass shards. No one is hurt and we all get the day off to play the Wii they have in the band room. All in all, pretty good day. I was stopped at a red light arguing about ice cream when a motorcycle plowed into a left-turning SUV right in front of me, throwing the biker 50 feet. His legs were totally destroyed by it and he was screaming my leg is broken, but his leg was more than broken. I was driving in Seattle a few weeks ago on a narrow, winding road. 3 guys fly by me on the motorcycles. They were trying to be cool, weaving in and out of traffic and into the oncoming lane at points. It was honestly suicidal. I was behind them thinking these guys are going to frick up hard. Sure enough, one of them gets into the bicycle lane and guns it. Blows a stop sign and almost gets wrecked by someone turning, but avoids it and loses control of his bike. Slams full speed into a house and goes flying. Dead on impact. Body ended up not far from the road. I've seen people get killed before, but that one messed me up the most for some reason. It was surreal because I knew it was going to happen. I saw the whole thing unfold step by step but really couldn't do much. I grew up in a pretty small, rural community. Like, no lie, the entire county only has 1 stoplight and 3/4 of the streets in the county seat are one way. It's very much an everyone knows you and your business kind of place. So on the day in question, the high school and middle school kids were already on the bus. I was in middle school, and we were circling around the one-way streets headed to the funnel of our county's only stoplight so we could eventually get to the elementary school. As we were waiting to inch closer to the light, we pulled up to the end of a small cross street that had the only 3 bars in town just in time for me to look to my left out the window to see one of my classmates' dad shoot a man in the face with a double-barrel shotgun from maybe 4 feet away. Guy was standing on the sidewalk against the white wall of a small restaurant across from the bars, and my friend's dad was standing on the curb of the same bit of sidewalk. Blew his head about completely off, and I will never in my life forget that man's skull and brains dripping down that white wall on an otherwise beautiful fall afternoon. After he shot the guy, friend's dad just turned and sat down on the curb with gun next to him, lit a cigarette, and waited for the cops to show up. I was the only person to actually watch him pull the trigger. Everyone else didn't turn until they heard the blast. My bus driver got on the radio and called it in, but couldn't move the bus out of the way because of the stoplight bottleneck and one-way streets. So a bus of about 20 middle and high school students got a front row seat to a mostly headless corpse for almost 15 minutes while we waited for emergency crews to bust through traffic to the scene and get it moving enough that our bus could finally pull away. I was driving behind an open-top Jeep and the dog riding in the back just jumped out. Driver had no idea that it happened. Got his attention though, and the dog was safely reunited with his owner. His attempt at escape failed. Some crazy hobo coming at me with a knife that I hadn't noticed because I was looking at my phone at the time. Just remembered my stomach being really warm, then my thighs, and the warmth just traveled to the sidewalk, and that's when I realized I was bleeding. When I was in high school, I got a part-time job at a psych hospital in an apprenticeship program for student nurses. I looked older and no one actually asked for my age or academic credentials, which admittedly was weird. I got assigned to an outpatient site visit team. The first month I was there, we went out to see a dude who had not been checking in. He was dead and thoroughly eaten by his hoarded cats. Wife was long gone and collecting his disability checks. Not sure it was scary, but certainly was the grossest thing I've seen. Well, this would definitely traumatize me, so I'd say it was scary. My friend and I got lost in downtown KC while on our way to a concert. We had pulled over and were looking at the directions. Across the street was a very high steep hill with a sidewalk. I suddenly see a little girl in a toy car start rolling down the hill toward oncoming traffic. A man is right behind, presumably the father, doesn't notice immediately. In a matter of seconds, this little girl is flying down the hill and her father is sprinting after her. My friend and I are holding our breath, horrified at what we are seeing. The road at the base of the hill is bustling with cars. Suddenly, the father launches himself in the air, thinks Superman flying, and catches the handle of the car. It was absolutely insane and terrifying, but also an incredibly powerful moment. The father gave no thought to his injuries, just dove to save his daughter. Our dad reflexes. I have a couple of stories. The worst one, I was driving to work at my crappy job at the shoe store. Zoned out driving. I noticed out of the corner of my eye and watched a guy lose control of his car out of nowhere. Not sure what happened, but one moment he was just fine. The next, he rolled his car 4 or 5 times off to the right side of the highway, off of the road. I had enough time to get off the road, call 911, and check to see if he was okay. He had fallen out of his car and sustained a few injuries and wasn't conscious or breathing and had no pulse that I could feel. I started doing compressions while waiting for EMS to arrive. A few minutes later, they take over and can't get him to start breathing. They take him away, and I give a report to the police and head to work. Later that day, it dawned on me that I watched someone die and did compressions on a corpse. A bloody, horribly injured, and completely disfigured corpse. The second occasion was when I lived in Mexico City. I went to a religious school down there for a few months to learn Spanish. I'm from the US. It rained so much over the course of an hour that the streets were rivers, and the buildings had a small layer of water on the floors. Linoleum is freaking slippery when wet. I'm sure you know. Everyone is sliding around on the floor, and some dumbass yells, "Do a 360," and a friend of mine, the kind of guy who does anything, no matter how crazy, sprints, slides, and makes it 180 degrees. It looked like someone yanked his feet out from under him, and it happened so fast that his feet were in the air while his face smashed the floor. I watched 4 full teeth shatter out of his head and disappear into the white floor, while a couple more teeth chip and break off small pieces. Blood immediately begins gushing from his nose and mouth. Nearly a 10-foot diameter of the hallway was covered in blood, and it was spreading. I got some paper towels and pushed them up against his face as he struggled to his feet, soaking them almost immediately while someone else got the blood mopped. He ended up with a massively broken nose, and 4 missing teeth, and 3 or 4 others that were chipped. He took it like a champ. If it wasn't a corpse, you wouldn't be doing chest compressions. Hopefully. I was downtown eating pizza with my roommate, and outside the restaurant, a man attacked a woman and bit her in the face. He ran off and she ran inside of the restaurant to get help. I could see that he had taken a chunk out of her face and it was just gruesome. Worked at a boat and jet ski rental business during the summer. Season was winding down, so we only had 2-3 rentals a day at this point, so days were pretty quiet and uneventful. Some Korean kids, early 20s, take 3 jet skis out for an hour. Normal crap. Had to constantly tell them to keep the skis away from each other and slow the frick down near shore and docks. I was on my phone during the last 10 minutes of their rental. Could hear the jet skis buzzing in the background. All of a sudden I hear a this and no buzzing. I look out and immediately yell at my co-worker to call our boss. I hopped on a spare jet ski and rushed out there. They had hit each other going around top speed and completely ripped one ski in half. I see one guy with almost no teeth and a swelling face, blood fricking everywhere. 2 others in the water next to him. I pull the guy with the face onto my ski and start screaming at my co-worker to call 911. Guy had broken every bone in his face and lost all but 2 teeth. I had blood all over me. The other guy broke his leg in 3 places and had a hole the size of a golf ball through his foot. We got them back to the dock. EMTs arrived and I had to spend the next 3 hours pulling the ruined skis out of the water and cleaning a lot of blood. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why places make you sign waivers. Driving to work one day, lady falls asleep at the wheel, misses a turn at over 75 miles per hour. When the car stopped, it was on its side. As I run up, she is pushing on the windshield to get out. She gets out and sets down, blood all over her face and hands. Then she says, "Where's my baby?" I turn white and start looking for the worst thing I'm ever going to see. I find the baby sitting in the her seat like nothing is going on and perfectly fine. This a good, as in happy, example of why child car seats are so important and need to be properly installed. I used to do security for an outdoor shopping center. I saw this guy sitting on bench while walking one of my patrols. Next patrol, he was still there. I sat down and chatted with him for probably 20 minutes or so. A couple of hours later he was killed in a hit and run. I witnessed it. I stayed to help PD clear the crowd, answer their questions, etc. This kid's dickhead friends went to his parents' house, told them their only son had been killed and where, brought them to the scene. I caught his mom as she passed out. Found out later, kid was supposed to be meeting friends, different ones, for a farewell dinner. He was supposed to ship out to Marine boot camp the next week. I know the police are currently having big problems due to social media with this sort of thing. Minutes after an accident there are photos of the wreckage appearing on Facebook. Cause get identified and relatives and friends start hearing unconfirmed stories and stuff like this starts happening before the police can do their job and inform people. On airplane in severe turbulence. Said airplane has TV in the back of the headrests. Has a channel displaying speed, altitude, location. During turbulence plane fell almost 4k feet in a matter of 20 seconds in bad downdraft. I, the passenger, did indeed pee myself. That kind of downdraft can definitely happen if you flew through the backside of a supercell. Sat in a dead traffic jam in the middle of some roadworks. Engine off, windows open, just accepting I was there for a while. People had been out of their cars and spread the news we were stuck. I hear some sirens, so naturally I switch on the engine and pull the car in as close to the edge as possible so that these vehicles can get through, thinking it was an ambulance or a crash or something. Next thing I know, about 10 cars back this car pops out from a gap in the cars, 3 police cars come up the closed lane. He stops for a second and he just floors it right down the middle of all the stop traffic. Wing mirrors flying everywhere. There was nothing you could do. I just braced myself for him hitting me. Thankfully, because I had moved in, he sailed past me, hit a van and buggered off down the queue. Thankfully nobody was hurt and there was only minor damage all round, but it took a long time for my heart to relax back to its normal level. Never did find out what was going on, but I found a picture on Facebook of the aftermath. Traffic moved shortly afterwards. The police cars blocking the road went after the guy, opening it again. It's something that actually happened twice in my life. I was working at Subway, making sandwiches. Suddenly I hear this really loud noise. I thought it was our ice machine acting up. So I look up and this pickup truck came crashing into the dining room. People were screaming. Kids had glass in their eyes. It was insanity for a few hours. It turns out the driver had a seizure and hit the gas pedal. The second time I was working the graveyard shift at IHOP. It was around 2 AM and I had 3 tables. Again, I hear this really loud noise and the building shakes. My tables were freaking out, saying it was an earthquake. I had a sudden flashback and was like, nope, that's the sound of a car hitting a building. This time, it turns out these kids had stolen a BMW from a local dealership and were running from the police. 2 of the kids took off running and the other one comes in, bleeding everywhere and asks me not to call the police. Then she ran off. It was crazy night. Probably a little tamer than others. My roommate was a type 1 diabetic, meaning he doesn't produce his own insulin. Well, he also doesn't manage his blood sugar well. One morning his daughter comes banging on my door and says something is wrong with daddy. I go into his room and he's stretched out in his recliner having a seizure. The way his eyes were able to follow my movements is something that's seared into my memory. We called 911. He's still alive. We don't live together anymore because I couldn't stand taking care of him. But I know one day he's gonna lose control while he has his daughter, and she's going to watch her dad die, and that scares the crap out of me. Holy crap, that poor kid. She should be in some other relative's care if he can't take care of himself. No offense to diabetics in any way. It can be very difficult to manage for many cases, but this sounded more like his own poor management. Was at an NFL game sitting up in the nosebleeds. It was pouring down rain so most of our section had cleared out, but my buddies and I decided to stick it out because we were broke college kids and knew this was probably the only chance we had to see our team. There were a group of drunk kids behind us, probably high schoolers or freshmen in college, who decided to climb over the seats to get down rather than taking the stairs. One of them slipped and went tumbling down at least 10-15 rows, just bouncing off of seats. He landed in the first row right where the railing was. We all thought he was going to go flying over the edge to the bottle bowl. It was the most terrifying 7 seconds of my life. A few years back I was in my car at a red light. Up ahead was a semi-truck with an empty car carrier trailer. It was the first car in line and was pulled a little bit too far forward. A blind man was crossing the street, following his cane. He stepped inside the empty carrier, in between the semi and the trailer. He was very confused as to where he was obviously. Then the light turned green. I was 3 cars back. I immediately put my hazards on. Luckily it was a hot day, so the truck driver had its windows down. The car closest to the semi reacted. She got out of her car, ran towards the semi yelling stop. She then escorted the blind man to the other side of the road. So many things could have gone wrong, but thankfully things went right that day. Nice teamwork. In 79, I was walking home with some friends. We came past an old people's home and one of the little flats was burning. I mean flames at the small windows. We run over and smash the glass door and the dog run out, followed by the cat. I stay low and crawl and shouting. I can hear a soft voice calling help. As I go into the next room, the fire was in the kitchen, completely alight. Thick smoke and fire was all around the work surfaces. On the floor was a large lady, holding up one arm. She was alight. She tried reaching for me but I could not get near. The heat, my friends who followed me and dragged me out. It was years before I could get over it. Anyway, we go back out and start the garden hose and try to fight the fire. The fire brigade turn up and put out the fire. My friends and I were totally silent. These big men came and sat with us for what felt like hours. They never said a word, just sat and put their arms across our shoulders. Never said a word. Seems hollow, but my friends and I were numb. We never spoke of it ever. The council tried to give us awards, but we all refused. I think we just wanted to forget it. Looking back, those firemen had to deal with that thing all the time. I have a respect, but I realize these men we hurting see us kids witnessing what we found, and probably thinking of their own kids. If you are a fireman, I would like to say thank you. You don't get it often enough and you're taken for granted. Thank you guys, thank you. The 31st of December, 2010. So at the time and a friend or two are driving back from my 21st casino birthday party. We got stuck in some really bad rain, stopped on the bridge around Sunset Hills because no one could see outside the car. Category 3 tornado was passing by us within a mile or so. I thought we were all going to die my 21st day with hangovers. I will never forget the terror I felt about dying in a tornado after my birthday, or a tornado in general, honestly. Truck drivers, what's a creepy story you've got from the middle of nowhere? I used to work as a road train driver in the Gascoyne region of outback Western Australia. A lot of black dog phenomena on night shift. I would see all kinds of things appear in the shadows because of fatigue, or 3 goats would change into some sort of beast. One time I swear I nearly ran over a corgi, which would be astronomical odds. There is one in the wild in this part of the outback. One night I pulled up to sleep, let the engine run cold for 10 minutes, then tried to sleep. I woke up to noises. Not voices, but some sort of order to the noises, and the whole cab of the truck was shaking. I looked in the mirror and saw shadows around the vehicle. I turned the truck on and every single light attached to the thing and hastily continued my run to the port. This is a big cab, would have taken a lot to move it. I rationalize it as it being windy, some goats around the truck, and fatigue. Either way scared the frick out of me, and I never slept on night shift again. I've been working and reading this thread for 4 hours now. I was hoping to see a story from a trucker in the outback of Australia. Those rigs are monstrous compared to anything here in the US. Not a truck driver, but once I was driving through the Canadian Rockies late at night and had just passed through a small town. So I'm driving through the pitch black and I need to stop to pee and have a smoke. But because it's so dark I miss the last rest stop for the next while. No problem, the highway is completely deserted. So I pull to the side of the road, have my pee while staring out into the dark, and then light up a cigarette and stand by my car. As I'm standing there I see the figure of a man just walking out of the tree line. I'm miles from civilization, patchy cell service, and there isn't a soul on the road. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me and maybe it was a deer, but nope, this was a man. So I calmly walk back to the driver's door and get in, locking the doors behind me. I'm keeping my eye on this guy as I nervously smoke and have my car in drive, ready to peel out, but for some reason I just stayed put. The guy walks right up to my passenger door and knocks on the window. I crack the window and I ask what's up. He replies to me in a very serious tone, I need you to call the cops. I cautiously ask why, and he tells me he had gone out into the woods to kill himself, but he couldn't go through with it because he had thought of his daughters right before he was about to do it. I call the cops while the guy quietly cries outside. He had a kitchen knife that he was gonna use on himself, so I stayed in the car and advised him to maybe leave the knife on the ground before the cops arrived. The cops came and got him, but before they left with him I gave him a solid heart-to-heart and wished him well. I still think about him. I hope he was able to turn things around. What are the odds of you stopping to pee at the exact same time and place this guy was wandering out of the woods needing help? This is almost supernatural in a positive way. Well, it was creepy at first. I pull into a Purdue plant, drop my empty trailer at Go Park where they allow bobtails to sit, right next to a nice little pond. My pickup was in 12 hours, so I do my PTI and lay down in the bunk. At about 3 AM I hear something tapping on my passenger side door. I get up, look out the window expecting to see someone. Maybe a driver asking for a lumper check, but no one's there. Maybe I'm hearing things. So I go back to lay down. As soon as my head hits the pillow I hear the tapping again, except this time it's on my driver's side. Same thing as before. I jump up and look out my window, but nothing's there. Double lock my doors just in case and open my side hatches so I can hear what's going on outside. After about 15 minutes, I hear a very light splat 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 going along the driver's side of the truck. I slowly get up, planning to look out my window at the exact moment whoever it is knocks on my door, and then I hear a thud coming from the roof of the cab. I stop, grab my tire thumper off its hook and ready myself for whatever the heck is going on. Then a motherfucking goose falls off the top of the truck and lands on my hood. It stands up, waddles back and forth and looks at me. As we make eye contact, the tapping at my door starts again. I say frick it and throw open the driver's side door, and there's another dang goose waddling away with all the speed it can manage, honking like a 5-year-old who just found the horn on his new bike. The pond I parked next to had a ton of them just dicking around. Needless to say, it was hard to sleep that night because every couple minutes the dang geese would peck at my door or land on the cab and waddle around. Geese are territorial, so they were probably just angry at you. Used to do deliveries. Not actually a truck driver, though. I used to have this regular that was out in the boondocks, 25m plus out of the way of civilization and smack dab in the middle of 2 large towns. I would drive this route maybe once a month, and would always pass at least one car driving towards me due to the sheer length of the drive. There was a small group of old houses on this route that were really broken down, and I had never seen anyone around them in 6+ months of driving the route. Always assumed they were vacant because they didn't look livable. Well, I was driving out to this customer one fall afternoon. Had been driving for a very long time without seeing a single car drive towards me. Finally drive past the abandoned houses, and there's one old lady in her front yard pushing an old manual grass cutter, but she stops in her tracks as I drive towards her. I took it as a sign I was speeding or something and slow down. I take a quick glance in my rearview mirror after passing by, and she was staring straight at me. She dropped the grass cutter and turned 180 to do this. It was just very odd and definitely set off my spidey sense. Never saw her again or anyone else on that route by those houses in the 10 months I drove it. I like to imagine she loved mowing lawns, but that wasn't actually her house. She would just always feel an itch every once in a while to mow there, you know. Not the middle of nowhere, but a trash route in a pretty rural area. We were at a stop loading trash when a pickup stopped behind us. A petite woman in scrubs that were covered in blood got out and asked directions to Lake Jack Nolan. She said there was a deer that had been hit by a truck and she had been sent to remove the remains. She never said who sent her, but she wasn't moving a deer anywhere at her size. We gave her directions and sent her on her way. We all said we wondered if she was going to dump a body or something. She was already covered in blood in a nice truck and was supposed to be on her way to move roadkill that was far too heavy for her to handle. Then we went back to work. People that care for large carnivores become adept at tossing roadkill into their car or truck. Some even equip their truck bed with a winch. The blood isn't surprising either. Trucker here. I think the best creepy thing that ever happened to me was I was heading from Tucson, AZ up into Salt Lake City, UT. Well, this was a few years ago and the main highway had been taken out in a flash flood, was under construction, so I had to take a weird detour through the mountains in lower Utah. Well, it was getting late and I was getting tired, so I pulled off onto the shoulder and went to sleep in my bunk. Now this was in the middle of nowhere. Closest town was like 40 miles away, so it is completely pitch black outside once I turned the lights off. Anyway, around 4 AM I wake up because I'm hearing something messing with my truck, like playing with the air and power cables between my cab and the trailer, which is literally 6 inches from where my head is at but on the outside of the cab. Then I feel something climb onto the landing that's on the back of my truck and it shakes my whole truck. So I'm guessing something around 200 to 300 pounds was climbing around back there. I'm thinking like a mountain lion or a bear. At this point I'm wide the F awake and I want to get this thing away from me. So I slam my hand into my cab wall trying to scare whatever is out there. Slam hard enough to really make it loud. I then hear someone, a male, scream bloody murder and I hear them fall off the back of my truck. I then hear about 15 other people all around my truck yelling. I climb up front, turn on my lights and illuminate a squad of Army reserves doing their midnight ruck march and capture drills. Turns out these guys were supposed to go find an abandoned truck and secure it for their midnight drills. That truck was 3 miles back down the road. They were not expecting me to be sleeping there and thought I was part of the drill. I'm ex-military, so after explaining I was not part of their test and legit was just there out of coincidence, we laughed it off. They had to radio to their CO and tell him I was there and not have the other squads bother me. That's hilarious but also scary, lol. Parked off an exit ramp at about 3 AM for my 10 hours. The moon was full and high, and I spotted an unmistakably human figure in a nearby cut cornfield. A little spooky, but I just wrote it off as an old timer putting up a scarecrow for the grandkids. Started watching a few YouTube videos before turning in and out the corner of my vision eye, though I saw movement. I shut my lights off to get a good look. Saw the figure but nothing else. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe it was in a different spot. Maybe a little closer even. I was definitely feeling a bit spooked. Highway was devoid of anyone besides a car passing every 10 minutes or so. I didn't want to, but I had to jump out to pee. I considered a bottle, but I told myself I was being childish. I took a look at the figure and it was right where I figured it should be. I hop out, walk between my truck and trailer and start leaking. Every fiber of my being wanted to look. I told myself again I was being foolish, but I couldn't help it. I looked out. The field was empty, the figure wasn't there. My stomach dropped. I pinched off and jumped back in. I took off down the highway. Didn't give one crap about a violation. Stopped 40 minutes up the road at a well-lit and very full loves. Haven't stopped on a ramp since. I posted this somewhere else recently, but it fits better here. I used to deliver hotshot freight across the Great Plains, Minnesota area. One night around 2 AM I was hauling across North Dakota trying to reach Montana by morning. I was delivering a particularly valuable tractor part that a farm desperately needed for the following day. I began to notice some highway hypnosis sneaking up on me, but it didn't really bother me because I'd been through it hundreds of times before. Anyone who has driven across North Dakota knows that it is incredibly flat, like really flat. There also tends to be very straight and long roads. It's somewhat easy to see things on the road that are far away, even at night. I noticed something long on the road, spanning my entire lane, approximately half a mile in front of me. I slowed down a little and prepared to move into the opposite lane, thinking it was some retread off a blown tire. As I got closer I noticed it was two people, laying head to toe across the entire lane. I swerved into the other lane, successfully avoiding them, and came to an almost complete stop, but they didn't move, not an inch. I was just about to back up and check on them when I remembered a story that an old graybeard colleague of mine told me. He told me that in certain remote areas, people will lie down in the middle of the road and wait for a car or truck to stop and see what's going on. At that point, the road layers along with whoever else is hiding in the nearby bushes will beat the crap out of the driver and steal his vehicle, leaving him in the middle of nowhere. I decided not to back up, and when the two people in the road saw me put my truck back in gear and drive away, they both got up and walked toward the shoulder. I called the police and explained what happened, but we were so far away from civilization that I doubt anything came of it. Thanks to that old graybeard, I got to keep my truck, my job, and my teeth. Definitely the right move. Another response on this thread spoke of the same thing happening. Only difference I think was that you didn't run them over, lol. COVID was raging, and there was a truck stop, the only one around for a long while. I stopped there and parked, needing to pee badly, but the actual truck stop was closed with no available restrooms, and I had no empty bottles or anything to pee in. So I was desperate and tried to find a secluded spot, and the best place I could find was in some bushes. As a man, my options are much more plentiful. Unfortunately, the spot would be visible to one trucker that was parked nearby, and I saw that he was awake in his cab in the daylight. So I thought it would be polite to approach him and say, "I'm sorry, man. Their restrooms are closed, and I'm gonna go pee in those bushes right there. I wanted to let you know so I don't weird you out." He was an older guy and responded, "No, man. You can just go between my tractor and trailer and pee there on the ground. No one can see you there." I chuckled and said, "Thanks, sir, but if I'm gonna do that, I'll just do it between my own tractor and trailer." And I started walking back to my truck. He called out, No, do it between my tractor and trailer." Something was really disturbing, though admittedly funny, about a guy insisting I pee between his truck and trailer. I was once sitting in my truck in broad daylight at a closed rest stop when some weirdo decided to come up and announce to me he was going to pee in a bush where I could see instead of just going between his tractor and trailer like a normal person. Not sure if this story is creepy, but it's definitely scary. My father was a truck driver in East Africa in the 80s and early 90s. During the years leading up to the Rwandan genocide, my father was passing through Rwanda. He reached a checkpoint and was forcibly removed from his truck at gunpoint. Apparently he looked like he belonged to the Tutsi tribe and they put him in a cage with other Tutsi prisoners. He tried communicating that he isn't Rwandan, but no one spoke the same language as him. Every night they would take about 5 people from the cage and slaughter them in front of him. After the third night, he saw a man that spoke a little bit of Swahili, which my dad spoke, and told him that he's not Rwandan and showed him his ID. Somehow that guy got him out and he was handed the keys to his truck and was on his way. Jesus, I'm so glad your dad survived, but my heart breaks for the others. I bet he had some major trauma from seeing people killed in front of him. I used to drive truck in northern Manitoba. There's a road in the northeast you can drive for several hours and see very few vehicles. This road is quite flat and straight and stretches. Of course, this is deep in the bush. One day I saw something cross the road in the distance. Very large, easily past the hood on my truck, but not long, like a moose or elk, just tall. It disappeared into the bush, and as I drove by the spot, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I heard days later a tow truck driver describing on the radio his encounter with a similar creature, only he was much more clear he had spotted Bigfoot. This guy went to some length to explain he didn't want people thinking he was crazy, but he was sure what he saw. I asked an Aboriginal client of mine in a nearby community and he said the elders spoke of them as commonly the same way they spoke of the other animals. I don't know what I saw that day, but I'm certain it wasn't a bear, moose, deer or elk. I just don't know what the heck it was. Driving through an abandoned section of Baltimore at 3 in the morning, my CB radio turned itself on and crackled for a bit. Out of nowhere some voice over the radio said in a deep southern drawl, "I ain't got no panties on." I could see up and down the interstate for miles and saw not one set of headlights. That was Fred. He just wanted you to know he didn't have no panties on. Honestly, though, I have no idea why or when that started, but I've heard it for over 26 years. Leave the CB on, and you will hear it at least once a day. Always a southern drawl, and always said in a harsh whisper. Driving through rural NM, Bisty area with the crazy melted rock look. No plants or anything, just rock and sand. Monsoon time, raining cats and dogs just pouring so hard you could barely see going 20 miles per hour. Thunder and lightning just rocking the car, sometimes turning into hail and pounding you. Just a nasty storm. Came around a corner, and the whole countryside legit on fire. Like 20 feet tall flames, hundreds of yards in all directions while pouring rain at dusk. Just rocks and dirt wildly on fire in the pouring rain. Just slowly drove on. Was totally freaky and surreal. Honestly thought I may have hallucinated it. Checked the news. A propane truck slid off the road going way too fast and apparently busted open pretty violently and lit on fire. Never saw the truck. Must have been behind something. Felt a bit bad after about not stopping. Don't feel bad. I would not stop for flames in a rainstorm, especially in Skinwalker country. Besides, there really isn't much you could have done, I bet. A good buddy of mine is a long-haul trucker for my company. A few months ago, he woke up in a parking lot surrounded by police. Some dude had gotten shot and dumped 15 feet from his truck. My friend drove for a few years a while back. He told me he was driving a rig very late at night in Utah, driving on a lesser used 2-lane highway. He said he remembers feeling very alert that night, so he noticed what appeared to be a figure manifesting up ahead on the dark road. Told me it wasn't on the road but just next to it. He then comes to a stop and grabs his heavy-duty flashlight and points it at the figure. He then describes it. Apparently this humanoid creature had a dead coyote it was eating and the truck had gotten its attention and peed it off. So it sorta stands up so he can get a full view of the thing. It was guaned, with very big eyes, and of course the coyote blood all over its face. Its height was about 6 feet 2. It had skinny limbs, no clothing. He then describes how it started to shuffle slowly towards the truck. Not only does he not have a weapon at that time, the only usable weapon being his flashlight is actively helping him view this creature. He decides to book it and leave. Had no problem passing it. Turned around to see it standing in the middle of the road on two legs as he drove away. When he reaches the nearest rest stop, he sees two other truckers talking. Apparently my friend wasn't the only one to see the thing. Both the two guys looked as horrified as he was. As for my opinion on my friend's encounter, I have to say, my friend isn't one to lie, so his story had me intrigued. I told him maybe what he saw was some mentally ill person out there, but he brushed the idea off, saying he knew what he saw wasn't human. I'm not the superstitious type, but his story really did creep me out. My dad drove a truck between Edinburgh and London and tells this story often. He was driving down the motorway and looked to his right, saw a woman with a mistrunchable bun, as he describes it, staring at him with a terrified expression from a car next to him. Before he really knows how to react, the car pulls off at the next exit and my dad, although shaken, carries on. About half an hour later, a different car with a different driver pulls alongside my dad, with the same woman in the passenger seat, with the same expression on her face. My dad thinks frick this and plans to pull into the next services to report, as even if it's nothing, misunderstanding. Better to be safe than sorry, right? Anyway, the car disappears before he can get any details. Played CTC, and he thinks there is no point calling the police with no details, so he carries on driving. Literally about 4 hours later, almost in London, yet another car pulls alongside him with the same woman, same mistrunchable hair, same terrified expression, except this time she appears to be screaming at my dad through the window. So my dad pulls over into a lay-by and calls the police. Apparently they have received 3 other calls about the same woman car in the same area in the last few minutes. It is unfortunately anticlimactic, as he never heard anything more about it, but he didn't see her again, and although he kept an eye on the news, didn't see anything about it. Hopefully it's just a giant coincidence. Who knows? Not a truck driver, but I have one weird story from when I was a kid. My parents always took us on long road trips every summer, and my dad liked to take meandering routes through rural towns to see all the tourist traps. One trip, we passed through a little town in Illinois, the kind you miss if you sneeze. This one had mannequins. Every house and business was only populated by mannequins. I don't remember seeing any people. Everything looked maintained and clean, so someone was at least caring for the place. There weren't any signs or anything indicating it was for tourists. Just a convenience store bait shop with a sign reading "Eat here, get worms." Not exactly creepy, but definitely terrifying. My father was a truck driver and he was driving through a smaller town in Northern California hauling tomatoes. Suddenly he got incredibly tired, wasn't low on sleep or deprived at all, but ended up passing out at the wheel. Last thing he saw was the light of the town in front of him. He woke up about 2 hours later on the other side of town, perfectly parked on the side of the road. He swears something was looking out for him that night. Driving through a national park in the middle of the night, going through a slow stretch at about 30 km/h. Every so often I think I see something out the window and beside me. Just a glimpse of movement. When I arc though, I don't catch it. Finally, on about the 3rd time, I whip my head around, and this time I recognize it's a huge black wolf following alongside my truck just off the highway. I only saw it for a few seconds before I had to focus back on the road, but it was absolutely lovely yet unsettling. Driving home through what could be considered the outskirts of town, a young woman ran through the street waving at me and yelling something. She was wearing nothing but a t-shirt and panties. There's a lot of homeless people in that area, and a lot of them in my town, so I just kept going. It's fairly common for women to flag a car down and distract them while a bunch of guys scramble out of the bushes to frick you up and take your car. About a mile down the road I realized she didn't really look homeless. I felt guilty for not stopping, and the ethical thing to do was risk the carjacking for the possibility the woman was in danger. Crappy people shouldn't turn everyone else into crappy people with fare. The woman was gone. I only passed one car when I flipped around. A blue, 99's Toyota. There are no stores or houses. Just sand, dirt, rocks, brush. Later that night it occurred to me that she may have been running from the man in the blue Toyota. I hope she was a carjacker. Please consider calling the police or emergency line when you see something like this. You don't put yourself in danger, but also get help for the person in case they're in genuine distress, or the police will find the hijackers. Not a truck driver, but a few years ago I was driving back from Georgia to Arkansas. The trip usually means I cross into the northern part of Alabama, where I normally take a wee nap at this one rest area. I take my nap, go pee, and get a Red Bull from the vending machine. I get back in my car at 1:32 am and start driving. The highway is completely deserted except for me. Found it weird but shrugged it off. Next thing I know it's nearing 6 am and the sun's coming up. My gas tank was near empty. At the rest stop I had 3/4 a tank. My odometer shows I've driven like 250 miles, but my GPS showed I was only about 10 miles from the rest area. I have no recollection of the time lost. Just poof, gone. That's one heck of a Red Bull. Years ago I read an answer on a thread with this question, about a guy who was riding with his truck driver father as a child. They were in the middle of nowhere and they were coming up on a person laying in the road with no one else around, no cars, etc. His dad blew the horn. They didn't move. He blew it again as he got closer. They didn't move. He told his son to put his head down and cover his eyes and he ran the person over. When they looked back, a bunch of people who were previously hiding were running out of the woods, and the gist was that his dad knew it was a setup for a robbery or worse and wasn't chancing it with his child in the car. No clue if it was true or not, but I think about that story all the time. My uncle was driving between Great Falls and Helena at around 3 am. He had his high beams on as it was a lonely drive and quiet highway. In the distance he saw something cross the median and started to slow his approach, thinking it was a deer. As he got closer, he realized it was standing up and so he slowed down to about 30 miles per hour. He realized what it was and started to panic. A man in blue coveralls with a pig's head, not a mask, but literally the head of a pig on his shoulder. My uncle moved to the left lane and as he passed, pig head lunged at the truck. My uncle didn't stop to check if he'd grabbed until he was in the safety of Helena. Nothing was out of the ordinary there, but on that stretch of road now, he doesn't slow down for anything. Serious, what is the most terrifying thing to happen to you in a well-lit and populated place? When I was little, I used to play the high game, where you would wave to strangers as you drove by. When with a group of friends, you'd try to get the most people to wave hi back to you. One time, my mom stopped to buy some flowers, and had left my friends and I in the car. For some reason one of my friends decided to keep playing the game while we were parked, which is obviously against the rules, but this isn't the time for technicalities. So she waves to this dude and he comes over, and the very first thing he says is, "So, where's your mom?" To me as a kid, something about the way he said it was terrifying. We all thought we were done. Turns out he was just concerned, and somehow ended up tracking my mom down. But those few moments immediately after he said that were terrifying. I'm a little late to this party, but here goes. I was on a 300-mile ride on my motorcycle when I stopped for gas at a sketchy gas station. While I'm stopped, this homeless guy in a puffy ratty fur jacket and a Flavor Flav style Viking hat rides up on his bicycle with a milk crate for a basket and a homemade trailer. He rings the bell on his handlebar and tells me I have a nice bike as I'm walking in to pay. I say thanks you too bud, and he charges at me on foot and pushes me from behind. Hard and says no man, I said you have an I-I-I-I-C-E-E-B-I-I-I-I-I-K. I'm freaking out now cause this dude looks high as heck on something hardened. Though I'm not a small dude, I've heard drugs make your fight hella crazy. So I push this guy to the ground and yell for him to BTFU, and he gets up, adjusts his hat and says this is what you wear when you wanna sing Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin. Then he runs to his bike like a madman and rides off. Most terrifying and hilarious thing to ever happen to me. TLDR, cranked out homeless dude attacked me in a parking lot. May have been Robert Plant. This is actually very funny if you can just read it and don't have to participate in it. When I was 3, someone tried to kidnap me from a shopping center. I had been standing next to my mum when some random guy grabbed me by the wrist and started making a fast move to the exit. Even nearly 30 years later I can still remember this vividly, from what he looked like to being too scared to say anything as I was being led out whilst frantically trying to look for my mum. Luckily enough, mum had spotted me and screamed as we were next to the exit, and he let me go and ran out. I had nightmares about the man with the yucky eyes for years after this. I have an almost 3-year-old. If someone tried to snatch her from near me, they are leaving on a stretcher. I was at a city festival. Around 10,000 people. 10 to 15 gangbangers start harassing me, thinking I'm someone else. I asked cop after cop to help me. Because they hadn't touched me yet, they technically have done nothing wrong. All at once they are all on me. A large group of white supremacists came to my aid. One even stabbed a gangbanger to death when he pulled a gun. I was knocked unconscious and didn't see it. But, because of my testimony about what happened before they got involved, all charges were dropped. The hospital. Called 911 because my mom had a seizure. At hospital in the ridiculous bright light, and the doctor comes in and says they found a brain tumor. Texted my sister immediately, and then moments later I could hear her sobbing in the waiting area from where I was. The beginning of the end. When I was living in Geneva, one day I got a craving for something from home. So, naturally, I went to McDonald's and got some fries, pommes frites. I'm sitting outside with my frites when I notice some chaos and cacophony coming across the bridge. Looks like it's a WTO protest, complete with tractors and black bloc protesters throwing bricks and firebombs. This is odd. Geneva is usually quiet, tidy, and calm. I get up and start walking away from the McDonald's to try to get to a different part of the city, not realizing how wild this was about to get. As they get closer, things start getting real. They smash out storefronts, light cars on fire, and the Swiss police form a police line behind me. I am now stuck between black bloc protesters and irritated police. I get up and start moving quickly down the street as both parties are closing in on me, and start inhaling a mix of burning car and some sort of gas. Not sure if it was tear gas or some sort of improvised smoke bomb from the protesters. People are yelling and it is loud as heck. I round a corner and run right into about 12 Swiss police who are preparing to set up a cordon to corral the protesters into a more controllable part of the city, and start asking them to please let me through. They tense up and stare at me. Then one of them grabs me by the shoulder and sort of flings me behind them, and then they move on. I'm in the clear and it is immediately quiet, with clean air and a free path back to a streetcar. It was pretty scary at the time. Now, it's just interesting. A guy tried to drag me to his room when I was sick and confused at a con. Pulled me right through the lobby. The only reason I didn't end up in his room is because I couldn't think of how to get away. So I just sat right down in the middle of the lobby and he couldn't pick me back up again. No one helped. My friends came back from pulling the car around and found me sitting there. Thankfully they helped me into the car, and that was that. Was in Chicago last year for a conference and brought my friend who was slightly terrified of urban areas. Keep in mind, we are from rural Iowa. Had to use the subway to get to the conference when suddenly a fight broke out in the car in front of us. They moved the fight throughout most of the train and started to flash guns at one point in our car. Luckily for us, a brave young fellow helped break it up and no one was seriously injured. But my friend legitimately thought there was about to be a shooting. I used to take those classes at a Catholic church in the evening. I was put ahead into an older kid class. I believe I was 8, and most of them were pre-teens or early teens. This one guy, 14 or 15, kept offering me money for a BJ, which at the time I had no idea what it was. A bunch of the other girls would always swarm me when he was nearby and tell me to ignore him, not take the money, etc. He was known as a troublemaker. I asked my parents what a BJ was, so they found out and made a complaint. His family gave a lot of money to that church so nothing happened to him. Then I got to church early and was just roaming around. He was there and got physical with me. I didn't really understand at the time, but now I realize he was likely trying to rape me. I called out for others to help, but absolutely no one did. A few adults would stop and watch, but then they'd keep walking. Thankfully my older sister ran into us and put a stop to everything, so ultimately nothing happened. He got kicked out after that. I understand not getting involved, but no one even called the cops. On the 3rd of this month, in a very well lit hospital room, my hospitalist came to my bedside after 9 days in the hospital to tell me a blood smear and flow cytometry pointed to me having a T-cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, that I needed a bone marrow biopsy to confirm. The oncologist came to visit my room to tell me my spleen was also enlarged, and in her best opinion I had likely a stage 4, if the bone marrow came back as she thought it would, T-cell lymphoma, that I would start chemo the day after the results came back, that it would be 2 rounds of that therapy, and if I did not respond they would get ready for bone marrow transplant. Asked me if I had siblings. She said the type she thinks I have is very aggressive, as it did not show in my lymph nodes but was already showing symptoms in my spleen and liver. Apparently this is very bad. I have 3 children, 11, 9 and 7. I love them dearly and could not stop thinking of them. It put so many things into perspective for me. I cried. My family cried. I became extremely negative. The day of the 9th, the oncologist came into my room. They had some bone marrow results. It all came out quickly. She was now saying the cells looked to be reactive to an atypical infection and the pathologist saw no clonal cells. She said there was still a PCR pending that would rule out up to 99% that I was safe, but sent me home. I'm now waiting for my appointment Tuesday for the all clear. I'm very fatigued. I contracted C. diff while in due to heavy antibiotic use. I'm very tired. My anxiety is through the roof every second. I can't stop researching cancer. I'm scared to live. I'm just so scared. I work in a pathology lab where we receive blood and bone marrow to test flow cytometry on. My job is to transcribe the findings of the pathologists into a report. Your comment just made me realize how real these things are and how desensitized we can be when we're not face to face with the actual patient. I wish you nothing but the best and I hope everything turns out okay. A guy felt me up on an extremely crowded peak hour bus. I totally froze. Couldn't bring myself to move a muscle as his hand slid up the bare skin of my inner thigh. I was wearing a skirt. It was an odd experience. I never expected myself to react like that. I always imagined that if something like that happened I'd shove them off or call them out or something. But I didn't. I didn't do anything. When I was living in Paris, I was attacked in the Bastille metro station during the early evening, while in a group of 5-6 girls. This guy followed us off the train and onto an escalator, and placed himself right behind my friend. She went around me farther up the escalator to get away from him. He tried to follow her, being fluent in French. I put my arm out to block him and told him to leave her alone. He then grabbed my arm so hard that I later had fingerprint bruises. And then he just stared at me. It was terrifying. I was telling him to get off and leave me alone, all while trying to pry his fingers off me, and there was just no emotion or reaction on his face. Luckily then, my friend just above me turns and sees this, and full on falcon kicks this guy right on the chest. He fell back a bit, but caught himself, then grabbed her by her ponytail and punched her in the face. By this point, we're finally at the top of the escalator. Yes, this all transpired in the duration of an escalator ride, and a group of men chased the guy off. I love you, Paris. But frick did the men there harass the crap out of me. It's apparently a prevalent problem there. I was alone at the park and I was either 5 or 6 and these girls in grade 8. There was 3 of them started yelling at me to get off a swing I was sitting on. Apparently it was their swing. I just sat there and stared at the sand cause I was terrified until one of the girls walked behind me and then violently pushed me off the swing. Then they proceeded to kick me, throw sand at me, and shove my face in the sand till I couldn't see and barely breathe. Then they took off my shoes and threw them in a tall tree. They were those Mary Jean shoes. Powerpuff Girls wore them and my mother had just bought them for me 2 days ago. I walked home barefoot crying and not one person did anything. The park I was at was surrounded by apartment buildings. I'm sure somebody saw. I never felt so helpless in my life. Was walking down the sidewalk on a busy city street holding my 4-year-old son's hand. He suddenly shouted yeah and pulled away from me to jump 2 feet in the water at the curb. Just then a bus was pulling over to the bus stop in front of us. I opened my mouth to scream but no sound came out. I lunged forward. Too late. But the observant bus driver did a quick yank and back on her steering wheel and the bus went exactly around my son. No room to spare. And still pulled into the bus stop. I pulled my son back to the sidewalk. Started crying and yelling at him, which scared him. So he cried. Then I hugged him so relieved he was still alive. By the time I looked up, the bus was gone. What scared me the most was that no one else noticed. and it was over in 2 minutes. Those 120 seconds could have changed my life forever. But since no one else witnessed it, it was like it didn't happen. How many other times has stuff like this happened? Thank you, bus driver, wherever you are. You had to be watching far in advance. Look, there's a squirrely kid up there. I better be ready in case he... crap. One morning I was sitting in a cafe, waiting for a friend. At the table next to me, there was a Chinese exchange student, who obviously just came to the city and didn't speak our language. Some guy walked up to her, sat next to her, groped her and said very nasty sexual things. I said, hey, that's not cool. I don't think that you are welcome in this place anymore. Get out of here. Then he got to me, tried to shove me and said, what do you want from me? Let's get out. I will beat you up, you butthole. It got a bit louder but finally he went out. Thing is, the cafe was half full. It was 10 AM and no one cared what happened to that girl or me, and no one even thought of calling the police. Pretty crappy of these people. I was standing on a bus during London's morning rush. It was an absolute crush, nowhere to move. I felt a boner press into the back of me, so I shouted for the driver to stop the bus. He promptly ignored me. I had absolutely nowhere to go. I was trapped. And then this man reached under my skirt and tried to stick his fingers up my vagina. So I kept shouting what was happening. Nobody on the bus did anything. The driver wouldn't stop. So I struggled with this man who, by that time, was holding me by my crotch and licking me. So at the next stop, Warren Street, the doors opened and I ran. This man chased me until he caught me and put me in a bear hug and kept telling me he was going to rape me then and there in broad daylight. I threatened to stab him in the eye with my keys in my hand and pressing into his eye, and he backed off. I kept shouting for people to call the police. I didn't have a mobile at the time, and people just kept walking past. So I ran to work. The police thankfully took me very seriously. They said that the CCTV systems on the bus weren't working at the time, so it would be difficult to identify my assailant. A week later, this same bus was bombed in 7/7. I wasn't on it because I was terrified that some man would do this again. That certainly isn't to say that I would have been on that exact bus at that exact time it was blown up, but I also know that the CCTV wasn't working, making it harder for the police to identify the bomber. It was the absolute helplessness I felt, whereby every person around me watched, but didn't do anything. Hundreds of people, passers-by, the bus driver, my fellow passengers on the bus all pretended that it wasn't happening. The terror of what happened in that instant didn't stick around, thankfully, but the mistrust of the bystander effect keeps me on my guard 11 years later. It also means that whenever I see people in trouble, I make a point of helping instead of standing idly by. I will not allow anything like this to happen to anybody else. It has gotten me in sticky situations, but I don't want another person feeling the helplessness that I did. On a crowded bus and a drunk older man corners me, talks to me until I take my earbuds out, then asks about the book I'm reading, and before I can realize what I'm dealing with, he takes it out of my hand and starts telling me how beautiful and yummy he thinks I am. I'm trying to get my crap back and he won't stop telling me how he could just eat me up, I'm delicious, etc. I'm attempting to be just polite enough that I don't set him off, but firm enough to get him to leave me alone. At one point I look around and see all these people staring at me and nobody did anything. It was a double-length bus, so the driver was clueless. I got off at a random stop because I didn't want him to know my real stop. Thankfully he did not follow me. I had to call my work and tell them I was going to be late. This probably isn't on par with everyone else's posts, but when I was visiting a long-distance boyfriend in NYC, we were waiting to cross the street in Times Square, and while traffic is going he proceeds to push me towards it and then pull me back onto the sidewalk. That happened a few more times while I visited him. It wasn't even playful. When I asked him why he did that, he just laughed. See? I went to my local library, which is very large. I was in the reference section, which is a bit secluded, looking for books about writing. I noticed a shady looking man following me up and down the aisles. I got a little nervous because I was pretty far from the desk or anyone else that I could see. Once he saw me notice him and that I was walking faster, I ran at me and slammed me into a shelf, smelling my neck and grabbing a fistful of my hair. He reeked of alcohol. I screamed. Lots of people came running. Security and the police were called. I was later told by their security liaison that perhaps if I had dressed differently it wouldn't have happened. Tank top, shorts. I was so dazed I just stared at him and the female officer said, "Are you freaking kidding me?" It was so scary and surreal. I got mugged in broad daylight in Flushing Meadows. It was 10 AM. Out of the corner of my eye I could see people who saw what was happening and just turned away. Junior high, first year, 85 I blown a book gal, get followed by much larger, 150 I plus, boy kicks legs out from under me, I pick up books, walk on, boy shoves me face forward, I get to my feet and continue, boy's enraged by my lack of resistance, punches me between back of head and neck, everything flies, saw neat colors, stumble and struggle to pick up papers, books etc. There were at least 15 or 20 kids watching this unfold. No one helped. No one said a word. I was lucky that I wasn't knocked out or hurt worse. But I lost a lot of faith in humanity that day. Now, still lose hope in people. But work as tech inner and there's always at least one thing that makes your heart melt and feel like life's more than worth it. Everyone's lives are worth it. Trouble is you can't be scared to intervene when needed. Most terrifying. Well lit and populated. Okay. 4th grade on the playground after lunch a kid from a different 4th grade class pulled a big butt kitchen knife out of his backpack. It was wavy and serrated and had forks on the end. Apparently he hated the gigantic, for a 4th grader, black guy that was in my class. So he's screaming and swinging the knife in big arcs in front of him and everyone else near the big toy basically loses their crap and runs for it. I want to help but I'm small and nearly crapping my pants in horror. I'm behind the knife kid and he starts lunging and actually trying to stab the other guy. I'd like to think I was about to do something but who knows. Right then the black guy steps towards the knife guy and the knife actually slices his left bicep. But the black guy is huge in comparison and still manages to wrestle the knife guy to the ground and sit on him until the adults show up. Less than a minute start to end. About a month later I started my first TKD class. The black kid showed amazing restraint. I hope he didn't get in trouble for fighting. I walked out of the subway in NYC on a warm, sunny September day and found it was cloudy and snowing. It was 9/11. Over the next 5 minutes I learned the WTC towers had been hit by planes and the snow was actually ash from the collapse of the first tower. Well, about 4 years ago a fighter jet crashed into my apartment complex and almost blew me up. Thank goodness for the creation of walls. I used to work on self-scan tills at a busy supermarket. I fainted behind one of the tills, woke up a few minutes later as a customer was stepping over me, asked to go home because I obviously wasn't well, was told nobody had seen me go down so it didn't count. An hour later the same thing happened again as a manager was walking past. It was another 3 hours before my shift ended and I had to keep running between these 10 tills until then. I'm lucky I never hit my head on the way down. I handed my notice in that week. In 2nd grade, I was playing at recess in a sandbox with a kid that lived around the corner from my house when this other kid walked up with what I can only describe as a gang of 1st graders. There were probably about 10 of them. They split us up and 3 or 4 went with my friend to the far corner of the sandbox while the rest dragged me out under a tree more in the center of the playground. Now, it's worth noting that I have a connective tissue disorder called Marfan syndrome. The short version is that I have a defect in my DNA for coding something that holds my connective tissue together, and as a result I have always been very tall. I'm 6 feet 7 inches now, and extremely skinny, but also very incapable of physical activity. It also means that taking a good hit from, say, contact sports could cause my aorta to rupture and I'd quite possibly die of internal bleeding before an ambulance showed up. So they started trying to pin me to the ground and drag me out while I was flailing and screaming, and the next thing I know, one kid is assigned to each of my legs and the others are taking turns literally jumping on my groin and punching my face, punching my chest, and I'm screaming for help because I know all that stuff about Marfans and what must have been the whole recess period full of kids is just circled around me, watching me. The bell rings to end recess and everyone scatters, and a few minutes later, some teacher runs out and helps me to my feet. Turns out, those kids also knew I had a heart problem. When I got called up to the principal the next day, He asked what happened and that leader kid, who happened to live just next door to my friend, said that his dad had said weak shoots like me deserved to die, and besides, I was annoying. The principal threw his nameplate at the kid hard enough that it actually stuck into the wall where it hit. I did a 180 on my personality that day, used to say hi to everyone, probably said no more than 10 words to anyone other than a teacher or my closest friends until high school, and certainly was afraid to go outside for a while with that kid in my neighborhood. Was a zookeeper in a major city and cleaning the bison pen. Somehow the biggest of 3 got between me and the truck without me noticing, huffed once and charged me. I managed to vault over the 10-foot gate as she crashed into it, missing me by half a second. This was in the middle of summer with about 40 onlookers, most of whom children. Never went beyond 5 feet from the truck again. TLDR, almost eviscerated by a bison in front of children. I was pretty close to a lightning about 36 years ago, and by pretty close I mean less than 10 featuring from it. Was with family in an older hotel, the Pocono Mountains. We had a thunderstorm roll through after dinner. I just stepped out of my room at the hotel and was going to walk to my parents' room 2 doors down. Just as I stepped out of my room, the bolt struck ground in the courtyard, followed by the loudest bang I had ever heard. There was this smell of burnt ozone. A patch on the ground where the rainwater had been vaporized and was bone dry again. I swear that the bolt appeared to be as thick as a tree trunk, and the sound of the bolt was like the Tesla coil I heard at the Franklin Institute in PA. My parents said I literally levitated into the room and that all the hair on my body was standing on end, and when my father touched me I discharged a static spark like I had been running on wool carpet for the last 2 days. It's a vivid memory and I sure do take care when I am out in severe weather. My mother having a panic attack. I think I was 12 or 13. It got easier to deal with after that, but the first one was nightmarish. Saw how 2 hitmen in a motorcycle shot a guy walking right next to the restaurant I was in. I was probably 13 years old. Come to think of it, fear wasn't the strongest emotion though. I was furious. I couldn't believe how someone could talk a life so easily. London bombings in 2005. My friends and I were leaving the hostel to get to the airport. Somehow, the tube had just been shut down and we had to take a bus. Inside the packed bus, a man started screaming that other buses had blown up and we should leave immediately. The people didn't react with panic, but with silence, and to me that was pretty terrifying. When I was 16, my then boyfriend and I were violently mugged by 4 young men and 1 girl in the center of the city we lived in. It was around 5 PM. Lots of people around leaving work, etc. No one did anything. They held me down on the ground and they beat my boyfriend for not giving up his bag right away. We managed to flag down a police car after they had run off. No one stopped to help us. I tried to ask a woman to call the police, but she didn't let me speak, shaking her head and walking faster. The only one of the gang of 5 who got caught was the girl. Her mother found my boyfriend's passport and MP3 player in her possession and turned her into the police. She was only 15. I was 14 years old, and in high school. I was on my period, but I'm also pretty easily distracted, so I didn't change my tampon in time. Long story short, the whole class saw my bloody jeans and made fun of me cause I pooped myself. Years after, some buttholes still called me poopy pants. I was 8 years old playing at the schoolyard after school with a couple of other kids I didn't know. One of the older boys, 13 maybe, looks at the little girl I vaguely remembered from another class. Then he looks at me. He reaches into his waistband and pulls out a handgun. Me. Wow. We're friends, right? Him. Yeah, we're cool. Me. You're sure? Him. Yeah. Nope, the frick out of there. There was some investigation into the kid. Turned out he didn't go to school there. Nobody knew who he was. I had my bag, with wallet etc inside, ripped off my shoulder by a man on a motorcycle in broad daylight with many people about. In Saigon. It's not uncommon. A couple of weeks ago I went to Walmart in the burbs with my fiancé. We split up and I went to go grab some bread. A burly guy with his girlfriend pushed his shopping cart by me. He waited until he was right up next to me and he said in an aggressive tone, "I'm going to freaking stab you in the back." I was minding my own business and never even made eye contact. Something about the way he said it was chilling. I'm about 5 feet 5 140 lbs and he must have been at least 6 220 lbs. It's crazy to think someone would threaten to kill a stranger for no apparent reason in the middle of a crowded store. Nearly trampled in a crowded street carnival. Those articles you read about tightly packed crowds suddenly moving as an unstoppable fluid? Yeah, immediate sense of terror and panic. When I was around 11, I was in a grocery store with my friend and her parents, maybe 7 p.m, in a nice part of town. While the parental units shopped, we giggled over JTT in Tiger Beat magazine and the magazine aisle. Then we noticed him, guy in his 30s, brown hair, very intense look on his face, and a giant uncircumcised dong in his hand. We backed away and went from aisle to aisle looking for the parents. He kept following and getting closer, still exposing himself. At the front of the store we found an employee and approached them and he bolted out the door. Maybe not as violent or scary as some stories here, but it freaked me out. 25 years and I still remember. I really think that dude intended to grab one of us. I remember how both my friend and I were silent the whole time, gripping hands, walking through that bright, weirdly empty grocery store. 13-year-old female student with a tragic family history that kind of explains her feelings, handing me a letter in the middle of class detailing precisely what she would like me to do to her and asking if there was a way to contact me outside of district email. She just stood in front of me watching me read it. And I do mean I was standing in the middle of my classroom, working in a profession where one unstable kid can make a completely unfounded accusation and cost you your career, reputation and even friends and family is freaking scary. When I was about 15, I was waiting for a bus home when a hobo asked me for a cigarette. I don't smoke, so I just apologized for not smoking and offered him some change to buy some, as it was the best I could do. He took it, then asked for a cigarette, this time threatening to break my nose if I didn't give one to him. Before I could react, he beat the living frick out of me. No one helped me until a family friend happened to walk past who managed to figure out that the mangled, bloody mess on the floor was me. I ended up in hospital, and after a lengthy process of getting the guy arrested, positively identifying him, and extensive interviews before and after said identification, the police let him go. I stopped going into town and moved away as soon as I could. Frick Cambridgeshire police. What the scariest true story you know? I grew up in a funeral home. I helped out in the office. When I was about 15, we got a call from a man whose wife and infant baby had been murdered in cold blood. There were very few clues. It made headlines. Cops set up surveillance at the viewing. It was heartbreaking, as the mother was holding the baby in her arms. I was asked to take the flower cards and periodically get the husband and ask if he recognized the names. I then photocopied them and put them back. I did it because I was a kid. People knew me, and I was unobtrusive. I talked to the husband quite a bit. He seemed devastated and shaken. The cops told me they had an eyewitness to someone leaving the house the day of the murder. The witness was a 3-year-old girl. She recognized the man leaving. It was the husband's best friend. Turns out that the friend and the husband had made a pact to kill each other's families and run off with their secretaries. The little girl identified the friend, and I guess one of them cracked. They both went to jail on multiple counts, all on the testimony of a 3-year-old. I still cannot believe to this day that that man stood right beside me, multiple times, and I had no clue. I don't think I ever looked at life the same way after that. My great aunt woke up in the middle of the night. She heard her dog making these low growls. She was single at the time and living alone in her ranch-style home. She walked out to her living room to check things out. She didn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary, so she decided to make sure her door and front windows were locked. Door was locked. First window she checked was locked. When she lifted the mini blind on the second window, it was wide open and a guy in a ski mask was standing there. She said he laughed this evil laugh and said party time, then he started to climb in. She screamed that she had a gun. Her dog started barking his head off. The would-be rapist decided to bolt. My aunt did get a gun after that and learned how to use it. I can't even think about what would have happened to her if she didn't have her dog to warn her. Good dog. I'm so glad that nothing else happened to your aunt. Smart, she has taken further safety measures arming herself now. That could have been such a bad situation had her pup not barked. James Bulger. He was just 2 years old and with his mom running errands. She let go of his hand to pay the cashier, and he wandered away. Two 10-year-old boys spotted him, lured him toward them, took him by the hands and led him away. They took him to a remote location, pushing and kicking at him the whole time. Some people questioned the two kids with the crying toddler, but they lied saying he was their brother and nobody intervened further. They took him to a secluded spot and tortured him. I don't want to recount the torture details. It's just too gruesome. They left his body on some railroad tracks hoping that being run over by a train would make it look like an accident. He was found days later, his body severed in half by a train. The boys were caught and became the youngest convicted murderers in British history. Security footage from the day they took James shows them watching children, picking out a target, and they were just kids themselves. They were released at 18. One of them is back in jail for possessing child abuse photos on his computer. The most terrifying thing about this for me is that my own son is only 2 now, and James's murderers were just children. 2. It was premeditated and intentional and entirely random. Just a momentary lapse in attention and he became a target of 2 murderous children. To think that children younger than my stepson are capable of such a thing. Ugh. Everything about this case is just horrifying. The one caught with the CP has had his identity changed about 4 times now for his protection. That's taxpayers' money going to keep this monster protected and safe. Copied from Wikipedia. Dangul Rasalite, the 19th of May 1983 to 1910 January 2000, was a Lithuanian girl who was sold as a sex slave in Sweden in late 1999. Her mother had abandoned her when she was 14 years old and left for the USA. When she was 15-16 years old, she was sent from Lithuania by an older man who pretended to be her boyfriend. He promised her a job as a berry picker in Sweden and gave her a fake passport. When she arrived in Sweden, a man welcomed her and locked her in an apartment in Malmö. He said she had to pay him 20,000 krona for her passport and the transportation from Lithuania to Sweden. She soon understood she would be working as a prostitute. Rasalite was forced to work as a prostitute for 2 weeks before she escaped the apartment she was imprisoned in. On the 7th of January 2000, she jumped off a bridge in Malmö after escaping from the apartment and getting raped by a group of men who pretended they would help her. She died 3 days later at a hospital. Her case stirred much debate on human trafficking. During college, I lived in an apartment with a community pool. There were a bunch of us having beers at the pool one night over summer term, and one of my friends ran to jump in the pool but changed his mind at the last second. His feet slipped out from under him on the wet concrete and he went down. He broke his neck in the edge of the pool, never walked again and had extremely limited upper body function. I watched someone's life be ruined and it was terrifying. Listen to the lifeguard and walk. A girl I knew got drunk and broke into the public pool with some boys, dove from the lifeguard chair into the shallow end and broke the same vertebrae as Christopher Reeves. Never walked again. 18 years old. That was 20 years ago next summer. My dad worked in a morgue during college in the 60s. One time on the night shift he was training a recent hire who was wheeling a body down the hallway. The body was under a sheet but all of a sudden started to sit up. The guy immediately freaked out, ran out the doors and quit. Apparently a dead body can have muscle contractions in the abs causing it to start sitting up. The more you know, I guess. My uncle was a mortician. Once a body reached up to slap him when he started the embalming process. Same thing, just a muscle contraction, but it freaked him out. I had a guy tell me a story a couple decades ago about how he was hiking in an area in South America and wandered away from other hikers in the area. The ground was wet and without warning it gave away and he got sucked into a fast moving underground river pitch black, completely submerged, and at the mercy of the current as it buffeted him against the sides of the tunnel. After some time the current subsided and he realized he was in a larger pocket, still pitch black and submerged. He said that even as he struggled to hold his breath, he didn't panic and realized that the water had to keep moving somewhere. So he moved around until he found another tunnel that sucked him in. At one point he began to see light so he punched upwards, broke through the ground and pulled himself out, soaking wet, gasping for air, and a bit of a distance from the other dry hikers, who were somewhat bewildered when they saw him straggling up to them. That's nope maximum. His logic and calm are great. but he could have easily gotten stuck in one of those tubes and died a nasty death. Caves are just a nope from me, dog. The scariest true story I know is my own. I grew up with a very mentally ill and abusive father. The summer I was 16 and my younger brother was 13, my father shot my brother with a shotgun at almost point blank range in our basement. Thankfully, it missed his heart by 2 inches and he is still alive today. I came home that evening to find my stepmother cleaning the blood off the tile floor like there was nothing to see. It was the most terrifying and surreal thing I've ever experienced. One would believe attempted murder would be enough to terminate custody rights, but alas the police chalked it up to accidental and my brother and I were too frightened of our father to say otherwise. At 18 and 15, respectively, my brother and I packed up and left the state never to speak to our father again. To this day, little bits of shrapnel still surface in my brother's chest. The New London school explosion. A school in Texas in 1937 tried to tap into natural gas on their own and it ended up leaking and blowing up the school. It's the reason they make natural gas scented in Texas and probably the US now. I'm amazed I never heard of this in school because it seems like something that should be taught. I read some survivor stories and I had freaking nightmares. It was horrible. 3 in particular stuck with me. One was a 7 or 8-year-old girl. She saw her best friend and playmate with her entire body crushed by concrete with only her shoulders and head above it, and she still had a lollipop in her mouth like she didn't know what happened. Another was a guy, I think a 16-17-year-old, helping undig people and bring them out of the wreckage. He saw dad holding his daughter crying his eyes out while the back of the girl's head was broken open with her brain on the ground next to her. The last was a 9-ish-year-old girl who went to find her mom after it happened. There was a PTA meeting going on at the time, so there was a lot of parents at the scene. Her mom was freaking out trying to find her but didn't even recognize her. She went up to her mom and called out to her but she just kept saying, "You're not my daughter." She was so covered in blood and ash and tears that her own mother couldn't recognize her. It was a truly horrifying thing. Molly Ward, who was in 4th grade, sometime in the night a worker found a blackboard that had been on the wall that read "Oil and natural gas are East Texas' greatest mineral blessing. Without them this school would not be here and none of us would be here learning our lessons." That's haunting. I served a short stint as a fireman. There was a RTA call one morning, 30 minutes after I started my shift. This guy got T-boned while driving home after a night of heavy drinking. He got T-boned on the passenger side when he ran a red light. His wife died instantly and he pretty much remained unharmed. When we arrived at the scene, he was outside his car, while the wife was still seated in the passenger seat. Her lower body was still in her seat while her upper torso splayed over to the driver's side. Looks like she was just reaching over to the driver's side to open the door. Just that she's unconscious and non-reactive. No blood at all from what we can see from the driver's side. The passenger's door was caved in badly. The driver was still tipsy and thought nothing of what's happening. Kept asking us to hurry up and extract his wife so that they can head back home. Laughing and fumbling around with the police. When the paramedics realized that there was no pulse, we tried extracting her from the driver's side and we realized that her lower left body, her left pelvis to her thigh, was completely crushed and she was impaled through her left abdomen by a piece of the door. When we told him that his wife has died, probably bled out minutes after the impact, you could see the disbelief. "Stop kidding me," slowly morphing into realization then ending up as desperation. He was immediately sober and ran over to the driver's side. Tried to pull his wife out. It tore her wound up and we had to drag him out. He then proceeded to the passenger side and tried to pry the caved door open. We left the scene then and let the police handle the aftermath. Saw it on the news that afternoon. A cab or Uber ride is never as expensive as driving when you are drunk. Not even close. One of my best friends growing up had an aunt that was the sweetest, most generous woman you could possibly know. She started dating a man that fell in love with her because of how sweet and kind she was. After a month or so of being together, he accused her of being too nice to other people, so he bludgeoned her until she was unconscious and cut her heart out of her chest while she was still alive. He thought that it was the worst example of sheer disrespect that she would exhibit kindness towards other people when she was in a committed relationship. He believed he owned all of the good she had to give. And by being nice to people that weren't him, she may as well have been cheating with the whole town. He killed her for being the person he knew her to be when they started dating. The fact people like him exist is terrifying to me. The story of Christopher Dunch aka Dr. Death, who operated out of the Plano and Dallas area. He maimed 33 people and killed 2. He was an alleged neurosurgeon that didn't actually receive a proper medical education to operate, but still did so despite not fully being trained. No hospital would report him or take his license away. They would just pass him off to another hospital to continue injuring or killing people. He was the first doctor to be formally indicated with murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Whoa, he's 50, like, today, in 2021. I thought this would be from several decades ago, but he just got arrested in 2015. I lived next to a murderer. Face Wetlick was 6 years old when she was kidnapped out of her front yard. It was all over the news. I had news crews, cops, even the FBI all over my townhouse complex. My fiancé and I met with the FBI 3 times. They searched our home and everything. I remember clear as day. My fiancé FaceTimed me as the cops were digging through the trash cans directly in front of my townhouse. They pulled out her boot and a bloody knife. Then they found her body, dumped maybe 300 feet from my house. He had watched them find the murder weapon. Dumbass put it in a trash bag along with his other mail. He went to his back porch and opened his own throat. It's crazy. I had conversations with the guy. I never knew he was a psycho. This all happened a year ago. A woman who went to my regular pub was out with her friend during the day, and in the evening she missed a bus home and ended up in another pub. She was tipsy and ended up going home with a man who lived with another male. They both had an obsession with serial killers and murdered her, and after they killed her they chopped her body up. They spent the next week putting her body in plastic bags and hiding them in bushes, etc. They were caught pretty quickly and thankfully are in prison for life. The day she went missing I saw her in the pub with her friend and stood in the smoking area with her laughing about a pigeon who was chilling too. I have a video where she is in it and she makes a joke just hours before her death. I think about her nearly every day. It's something that is sort of traumatizing and she did not deserve such a cruel ending to her life. The kidnapping of Colleen Stan. She was hitchhiking in the 70s and turned down rides because they didn't seem safe. A van with a young couple and a baby offered her a ride, and because it was a family, she accepted. They held her at gunpoint, put a giant box on her head that blocked out noise and sound, and later, kept her in box the size of a coffin underneath their bed. She was brutally beaten and raped daily for 7 years. They also brainwashed her to believe that they were part of a mafia called the Company that would kill her family if she tried to escape. Eventually, the wife helped her escape and received immunity for testifying against her husband at trial. The case is known as the girl in the box. My brother was a police officer. He had a call to check on the welfare of a mother who had not showed up for work. She had died on the sofa and her little toddler brought the little diaper pad and laid down next to her and died of dehydration. The little kid had opened the lower cabinets and drawers in the kitchen looking for food. He still cries about it, and he's not the crying kind. Either something very, very similar happened in my town, or else we're thinking of the same person. I remember when it happened, I had my 3-year-old goddaughter show me that she could open the fridge and her mother placed drinks and easily opened snacks in a bottom cupboard. A good friend died of a brain aneurysm. One of the hardest working and smartest people I've known. She got a vet degree, got married and had a kid, and 3 months later her husband found her unconscious on the floor when he got home. She never woke up. As a father of 2 I think about that a lot. This one kid back in the early 20th century named Bobby Dunbar. He went missing, and after like a year of searching for him, his parents came across a man with a kid who looked a lot like Bobby. They believed it was their kid, and after a legal battle with the kid's supposed mother, they brought the kid home. A wild butt parade happened due to the missing kid's return. He lived and died believing he was, in fact, Bobby Dunbar. Well, a few decades later, his granddaughter asked Bobby's nephew, I think, for a DNA sample so she could see if her and Bobby's nephew were related. Turns out, they weren't, meaning the real Bobby Dunbar is still missing and probably died alone without his parents. Rich parents versus poor mother, she was going to lose. The family descended from poor Bobby through fits after the DNA proved he wasn't a Dunbar, all probably worried they'd lose the Dunbar inheritance. This story definitely isn't the scariest in these comments, but another woman fell in love with my great-grandfather, and he was already married to my great-grandmother, so she came to their home with a gun while he was at work. When my great-grandmother opened the door, she shot her point blank. However, my grandmother, then 3-ish years old, was behind her, watching everything. I guess she concluded that she wouldn't remember, or wouldn't be believed, or simply couldn't shoot a child, being a mother herself, and thankfully didn't shoot her. This was around 1930. Forensics weren't very advanced. No evidence was left. The case goes cold. Life continued on, and eventually the woman, named Lorraine, got what she wanted. She convinced my great-grandfather to marry her. She had 2 children from a previous marriage, both older than my grandmother. I don't know what happened to her first husband, honestly. She told everyone exactly who murdered her mother, but no one believed her. Who would believe a kid who obviously misses her mother and is having trouble adjusting to her new family? People just thought she demonized her stepmother for replacing her mom, or maybe imagined it. It's an easy conclusion to reach, honestly. And so years and years pass. She grows up with her mother's murderer in her own house, sleeping rooms away, and Lorraine knows that she knows. She appears like the perfect housewife, swooping in and caring for the grieving father and child. My grandmother grows up tormented by her and her children. There was obvious favoritism. The stepkids are spoiled and she's the black sheep of the family. She moves out and marries my grandfather the first chance she gets. She moves on and has children of her own. 5 boys. Lorraine became ill and finally landed on her deathbed. And there, she finally confessed to the truth and told everyone what she had done. I guess she was worried about the state of her soul. 57 years had passed since the murder. 16 since my great-grandfather had passed. He never knew the truth. No documents were ever officially amended to state that she was the murderer. As far as I know, the authorities consider the case cold. Still, almost 100 years later, it drives me nuts that my grandmother always knew, and even after she was an adult, people just said, "Oh, you had an active imagination as a child." There's no way to live with that knowledge for so long and have no one in the world on your side, your whole family against you. That's what scares me. When I was 7, I was raking rocks in my aunt's front yard and a beat-up pickup truck pulled up. The man got out, fiddled with something under the hood and then closed it. He asked me, "Hey kid, do you know how to pop a clutch?" Spending my childhood on a farm, I did indeed know how. "Yes," I responded. "Give me a hand real quick," he said. So I started walking towards his truck. At the last second my mom called out to me from the garage and I turned around to see what she wanted. I heard the door slam, the truck start, and he drove away. That memory never really came up until one day, about 30 years later. I jump up after laying down to go to bed when out of nowhere it came back and it hit me. This guy was trying to kidnap me. What the frick? What bullet did I dodge? I mean, you ever have a memory come back and you get scared? I mean, scared over the memory? I was shaking for at least a half hour over it. It still freaks me out thinking about it. On my way home from like 2nd grade, some high school kid sitting on his driveway told me that my mom had gotten into a car accident and he needed to take me to the hospital to see her. My mom worked from home, so I was immediately aware it was a lie. I ran home and we called the cops. They sent a car out to talk to him, but he was gone. A woman I worked with a few years ago told me how her life had changed drastically. She went from having a decent job to becoming an alcoholic and working as a cleaner. She had planned to move to Spain with her husband and young daughter and had a great job lined up out there. The plan was her husband and daughter would fly over first and she would fly over a week or 2 later due to finishing her old job a little later than planned. Her husband rang her on the day he arrived and said the house was lovely and the furniture had arrived by ferry act. That was the last time she ever heard from him. Her husband and daughter was found dead by authorities a few days after she rang, explaining she was concerned for their welfare as she had had no contact with them and she was extremely worried. It was carbon monoxide poisoning. It is so scary to think how fast your life can change. Happened to my boss's best friend when they were around 17. Best friend's parents were out of town one weekend and she had the house to herself. Went about her business having dinner, watching TV, then decided to go to bed. She was lying in her bed with her back to her closet when she heard the door open. She somehow pretended to be asleep. The man who was hiding in the closet walked around her bed to the side she was laying facing, gently stroked her hair and face, then left. She immediately called her boyfriend to ask him to come over, then called her parents and then the police. Long story short, this man had been getting into their home via a doggy door. They didn't have a dog and didn't bother to secure it, and he'd been living in a tent in the foresty area behind their home for months to creep on her. They found a ton of surveillance footage of her sleeping and pieces of her clothes and stuff. If I recall correctly, this happened somewhere in Alabama, most likely mid-2000s. Holy crap. My mother's friend left her abusive husband. My mother met her while working at a women's shelter. They were really close, and my mother fought so hard to get her somewhere safe. They did everything right. She helped her file divorce papers. And then one morning my mom can't get her on the phone, but they'd had plans to meet for lunch. And she checks the newspaper, and she calls in sick to work, which she never did. And she sat me down in tears and told me what happened. Her friend was home with her son when her ex broke in. He killed her and left the baby there in his mother's blood, and then he hung himself outside of Rayleigh's. Last I heard, their almost 2-year-old went to live with his uncle. I can't imagine how terrifying it was for the baby to cry to himself in his mother's blood for the almost 2 days until he was found. The blue ring octopus has a venom that causes paralysis, causing people to die of cardiac arrest or because of hypoxia. There is no antidote. The cure is CPR or life support for the hour or so it takes for the venom to leave the body. There was a man who was bitten by a blue ring octopus. As the lifeguard was performing CPR, he was lying on his back on the beach, facing the sky, eyes frozen open, unable to close his eyes or communicate with the others. He lied there as the sun slowly burnt out his retinas. He became permanently blind. There's a video that pops up often of a girl on Instagram that found one of these in a tidal pool and picked it up, playing with it as it crawled all over her hands. The story that inspired Candyman is pretty creepy. A woman in a Chicago apartment was murdered by some drug dealer who lived next door. How did he get into her apartment? Through a hole behind her bathroom cabinet mirror. The Ariel Castro kidnappings. Basically, a man living in Cleveland, Ohio, kidnapped 3 young girls named Gina DeJesus, Amanda Berry and Michelle Knight and kept them prisoner in his home in Tremont for 12 years. He even had a child with one, but more often than not, if one got pregnant, he would just beat them until they miscarried. Eventually, one escaped with the help of a man named Charles Ramsey who contacted police. Castro was then arrested and the other 2 girls were saved. If that's not bad enough, the mother of DeJesus went on a talk show with semi-renowned and infamous psychic Sylvia Brown, who told her that her daughter had died in Japan after being sold into sex slavery by Vietnamese human traffickers. This isn't the first person to do this. Unfortunately, Gary Michael Heidnik also did this. He wanted to create his own family BC. He couldn't get a woman to stay with him, so he kidnapped and locked 3 in his basement. Very creepy. The Broken Arrow killings. 2 brothers brutally murdered their entire family. At one point their young, 5 or 6-ish, siblings were hiding in the bathroom when one of the brothers pretended to need their help. Soon as they let him in, he killed them. One of their last words were, "Please don't kill me, I love you." Horrifying story. Not their entire family. The then 13-year-old sister made it out alive but badly injured. They didn't get a chance to kill the 2-year-old sister, though they were planning to behead her. They killed both the parents, 2 brothers and a sister. The sister testified against them in court. Amazing kid. I hope she gets all the help she needs and has something approaching a normal life. The Franklin Expedition. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 British sailors and military personnel on 2 ships embarked on a mission to find the Northwest Passage from the Atlantic across to the Pacific through Arctic waters. The ships, named HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, 2 former warships reclassified as icebreakers thanks to their sturdier builds, departed British waters in the 1845 and were never seen again. In subsequent rescue attempts and investigations, it was discovered that quite possibly everything that could have gone wrong on the expedition did so. The weight of the ships with their reinforced hulls and decks designed to fire mortars and cannons off of worked against them, as much of the waters crossed were shallow and filled with rocks and icebergs. The time chosen to launch the expedition occurred at one of the coldest Arctic periods in recent history, meaning the polar ice and, particularly the pack ice, didn't melt like usual as the ships became locked in the frozen water and essentially experienced an endless winter for over 4 years. The food they stored, which was supposed to last for years thanks to the revolutionary new process of canning, was bought at the lowest bidder. Much of the food was improperly sealed and spoiled, leading to food poisoning, and even the ones that were properly sealed and kept intact were riddled with lead thanks to the soldering used to keep the food inside fresh. In conjunction with the lead pipes in the ships the men would have been drinking out of for years meant the entire crews of both ships was slowly being infected with all manner of diseases, namely botulism, scurvy and heavy lead poisoning, which also affects the mind. After about 2-3 years stuck in the ice, the captain in charge of the voyage, John Franklin, and many other crew members died in unknown circumstances, and the remainder decided to abandon ships and try and hike out together to the nearest trading outposts and Backfish River in Canada, hundreds of miles away, by loading up their rowboats with supplies and fixing them on sleds to be pulled. All remaining crew perished on that journey, their remains discovered by local Inuit Netsilik tribes, who described desolate campsites of skeleton-like corpses with hazily built, half-open tents and even human body parts in cook pots, heavily implying that the men resorted to cannibalism in their last desperate hours. Dan Simmons wrote a historical fantasy book about this. It's fantastic. The Terror. He took the real events and used them as the background to create a horror story from. It's so well written that when reading it I felt the desire to get under blankets against the cold and drink OJ to ward off scurvy. In the 80s there was a Mexican cult led by an American named Adolfo Constanzo. They used to kidnap random people from tourist towns and nearby cities and perform human sacrifice on them in their rural Mexican desert compound, usually torturing and elaborate rituals for hours or days before finally letting them die. These rituals included vivisections, castrations, eyeball removal, tongue removal, teeth pulling, skin flaying, hanging, etc. They used amphetamines and C to force the victim to stay awake during the torture and not pass out from shock. The cult believed the more pain and fear they could generate in the sacrifice victim, the more powerful the body parts would be as ritual trinkets and also for food for the cult's nganga, which is a large ritual cauldron used to store bones, blood, meat, and other valuable items that the cult believed gave them power. They used to make staves out of wired together spinal columns, and they would often eat the victim's eyeballs during the rituals. They are believed to have kidnapped and sacrificed over 26 people to their nganga in their 3 years that they were active from 1986 to 1989. The leader committed suicide when the police showed up at their compound. They arrested 14 cult members, but most people believe there were at least a dozen more that escaped and are still out there. Yo, what the frick? My maternal grandfather, in the days before hot water on tap, put a big pot on to boil before leaving for work for his wife and kids to bathe with. The pot boiled over and extinguished the flame, and he returned to find them dead of carbon monoxide poisoning. My mother was of his second marriage. That happened to my grandfather. He married a woman, and when he came home from work, he was a jeweler watchmaker. He found her dead from a gas leak. He went on to marry my grandmother some years later. In 1949, Timothy Evans was wrongly executed for murdering his pregnant wife and daughter. The actual murderer, John Christie, was a prosecution witness at Evans' trial. After Evans was executed, Christie went on to kill 4 more people. Had the police handled the forensic evidence properly, Christie would have been caught when they were investigating Evans, and those 4 people would still be alive. The government didn't acknowledge that Evans was innocent until 2004. It wasn't about forensics. The police coerced a confession out of Evans. We went over this in my linguistics class. A forensic linguist was able to determine that his verbatim confession had actually been written by 2 different people. That's why he was posthumously exonerated. The USS West Virginia was a ship damaged during the attack on Pearl Harbor. After the ship was attacked, the people on board heard banging noises coming from inside the ship. Turns out that these noises were people. They were trapped in a room to where they couldn't be broken out of it because of the water that would seep in and drown them, and they couldn't be brought out from the top because of the gases that lingered there that were extremely flammable. When the vessel was salvaged 6 months later, the bodies of these 3 men were found. The other things that remained were empty cans of food and water and a calendar marked from the 7th of December to the 23rd of December. This means they were trapped in there for 16 days. They probably kept wondering if they were ever going to make it out, and then had to come to the realization that they might not be saved, and they had the fear of drowning in the tight little compartment of the ship. They had to face the realization that you are going to die and the psychological torture that goes along with it. On top of that, they would have probably died at different times, so having to be stuck with 2 dead bodies is horrible to think about. What is the scariest thing you've ever seen while driving at night? A freaking owl standing on the carcass of a large buck in the mountains at 3:05 AM. All you see as you approach are 2 glowing red orbs. Then slowly it becomes huge dark form standing on the edge of the road with eyes of fire. Then you get close enough and this massive freaking owl just gives you the death stare as you go past. You realize it was just a large butt owl standing on the remains of fresh roadkill. Freaked me out for the rest of the dark part of the drive. Owls are angry sky cats with talons. Can be real sweet, but frick if they aren't terrifying sometimes. Someone I knew locally came across a Jeep that had just crashed into the ditch on a highway at night. Flipped on its top, wheels still turning kind of thing. He was the first on scene, so called 911 and ran down into the ditch. The driver, who was badly mangled, had been tossed from the car and was dying. This guy held him and the driver died in his arms. The weirdest part of it all was that he found out the next day that it was his cousin, but he hadn't been able to recognize him. I hope the guy who died was comforted by knowing a family member was with him. Driving down a 2-lane divided highway, I came up to a couple semis and went into the left lane to pass. I did a shoulder check to get back into the right lane when I saw headlights in front of me. In my lane, the car was going the wrong way. I managed to swerve into the ditch. Felt like I was mere centimeters from death. Thought my wife's scream would be the last thing I ever hear, and I never want to hear it again. The semis I passed all pulled to the shoulder to come check on us. Didn't see the car anywhere. I think they just kept going. Had to pull into a gas station after and collect myself. Actually very nice of those semis to check on you guys. I was following a grey Toyota Tundra in a massive blizzard through Montana on McDonald Pass. He was going pretty quick most of the way but must have been unfamiliar with how steep the final few miles are. He got away from me as I slowed down to about 35. Not 5 minutes later I passed his tire marks in the fresh snow that went off the side of the mountain. Pulled over and looked down to see his truck upside down and on fire about 300 yards down. Called 911. He didn't die but was burnt up pretty bad. Sad and scary, and don't go 50 in the snow just because you have a truck or 4WD. Holy crap. 300-yard fall and he lived. That's amazing. I had just finished driving for Uber and was driving down the access road to my home around 3 AM when I saw a body lying completely lifeless next to one of those motorized scooters. I pulled over and flagged down his buddies who were drunk and kept going without realizing their friend was lying on the ground. Ambulance arrived and took the kid away, but I never came to find out if he made it. FCK those scooters, man. I was on I-70 in Colorado going towards Utah. Pulled over at a gas station at 8 PM. Fueling up, I notice a couple of attractive women pumping gas. On the other side of the pump was the man in his late 40s, just staring at these young women without notice of anything else going on around him. I walk inside to go grab some food for the next few hours of driving. When I come out I see both the younger women's car and the older man's truck are gone. I decided to hang out at the gas station for the next hour to catch a little sleep before hitting the road again. After driving for a few hours, I was speeding heavy. I pull over at yet another gas station. The young women are there getting gas and eating some food on a picnic table. Looked like they had been there for a while. I didn't see any sign of the man in the truck but can't say I was looking very hard for it. Well, here is where it got creepy as heck. Can't say I didn't stare at them a bit. I mean, they were good looking women. As I am watching them leave, I see in the next parking lot over some headlights turn on and it's the same man as before. He leaves when the women leave once again. Okay, that's a bit weird but could just be a coincidence as there weren't many places to pull over. I leave a few minutes later and catch up to them. Now this guy is riding their butt with his high beams on. I decided to slow down and stay a distance behind the truck. 10 minutes or so later the women pull over once again to most likely get this guy off their butt. With a sign of relief the truck keeps going and I continue on my way. About 1 mile down the road the guy just pulls off to the side of the highway. So I pull off a mile or so down the road again. Sure enough, the women drive by and the guy is still following them. At this point we are out in the middle of nowhere and too many coincidences have happened. I called the cops to alert them and about 15 minutes the cops pulled the guy over. I could have just seen too many horror movies that started like this and overreacted, but you never know. Better safe than sorry. It was a good call to alert the police. Even if it was a coincidence, no harm would have been done to the guy, and if it wasn't, you might have just saved those 2 girls' lives. Not me but a friend. After dropping me off at my house around 2 AM, my friend calls me and tells me to pick my doors. He said he saw a man standing in the middle of the road and that as he passed him the man kept staring through him. Not at him really, but like there was something behind him in his back seat. He also said he could barely make out anything about the man other than his large eyes and trench coat. What really terrified me is that this happened on a street that only my family lives on and no one would have been out that night. Also, we're a solid 1.5 miles from the nearest neighbor. Freaked me the heck out. I slammed the brakes once because I saw deer in my peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, it was a mounted deer head on a stick in the middle of the woods. Slammed the gas after I realized that might have been a setup by game wardens to catch illegal poachers at night. I used to deliver pizza and often had deliveries right at midnight when we closed. One time, late at night, I'm driving back to the store through a small neighborhood. Up ahead I see something. It's perfectly spherical, bright shiny thing, just hovering about 6 feet off the ground, not moving at all. I pull up very slowly. Still doesn't move. Still can't comprehend what I'm looking at. Just this shiny hovering orb in the road at midnight. At this point my curiosity has overridden my fear. I'm the guy in the horror movie who dies first because I just gotta know. Either I die or I get a cool story, right? So I hop out of the car and slowly walk up to it. I'm right in front of it and still can't understand what I'm seeing. So I reach out and touch it. It's a balloon. One of those foil birthday balloons with the streetlights shining on it, making it look weird out of context in the middle of the night on an empty road. This is my favorite response because it feels like exactly how I would react. This is a story about something that was really scary at the time, but kind of funny in retrospect. Once I was driving through an unfamiliar stretch of desert and mountains on my way to a campground in Utah. The sun had set and it was pitch black outside. We hadn't seen a town for a long time, which was fine because we didn't need fuel, but it's worth noting here that before it had gotten dark, the last several exits that had been marked on the map didn't appear to have any people at them. There weren't many other cars on the road that we could see, but eventually this vehicle came up behind me, clearly going much faster than I was. He passed me on the left and as he went around me I could see that it was a pickup truck with a lift kit. The pickup got back into my lane in front of me. He stayed there for a few seconds, then suddenly swerved to the left and slammed on his brakes. He then cut back over into my lane so he was behind me and switched on his brights. He followed me like this for some time, getting right on my rear and flashing his brights repeatedly. I started getting nervous at this bizarre and aggressive behavior. I told my wife to help me find a populated exit. The road began to spiral down a steep mountainous slope. What followed next was a progression of increasingly alarming road signs that seemed like they belonged in a Looney Tunes cartoon where a character is about to careen off a cliff. These signs said things like, "Watch for wildlife, frequent wildlife crossing next 20 miles, watch for ice, watch for falling rock," etc. None of them would have been scary on their own, or maybe in the daylight, but at night, in a situation where I was starting to panic, they seemed alarming and it seemed like they were ridiculously increasing in severity. At one point, a sign popped up that said road damage. Since I was in panic mode, I remember exclaiming, why don't they just fix the damage instead of putting up a sign? Eventually, we found a town with lots of lights and I promptly exited. I was terrified the guy would follow us, but he went on past me. I pulled into a gas station and that's when I figured what I probably should have realized a long time before. I had my brights on. I like a story with a good payout at the end. Scariest and funniest at the same time. I was working at a restaurant as a cook. We did full menu till 11 PM, then apps and burgers till 1 AM. I tended to pull the solo night shift because I would walk out the door at 1:05 AM and the kitchen was stocked, clean, and perfect. It was a long night. Stupid fuck kept sending back food orders after 1 AM. I didn't leave till 2 AM. 30-minute drive home, and I was exceptionally tired. I lived in the boonies of Wisconsin at the time, a good 5 kilometers outside of town, which was 500 people, 2 churches, and 9 bars. I hit the little 24/7 truck stop just at the edge of that town for some munchies and smokes, and made the final trek home. Encountering deer was not uncommon out there, so I was going slow, when what appeared before me, to my tired eyes, was a monster. It had a huge, round body, this crazy long neck, a pointy head, and only 2 legs, right in the middle of the road. Scared the ever-loving frick out of me in that state. Thankfully, it stood there for a second. Brain ray engaged. It's an ostrich. Okay, not a monster. Hell, just an. What the frick is an ostrich doing wandering around in central Wisconsin? I looked at it looked at me. I blinked. Nope, still there. Pretty sure it's real. Finally, it trundled off into the forest. What? I grabbed my cell phone and called the tiny little police station in town. Non-emergency number. So, I'm really tired, so please laugh at me and tell me to go home and sleep and ignore the call. But I'm pretty sure I just saw an ostrich on Highway XX just outside $ town. She started laughing hysterically, then assured me that, no, I'm not hallucinating. There's an ostrich and emu farm on the other side of town. Guy raises them for the kitsch places in town for meat. Some drunk driver felt that turns are for pussies, went up, over the berm, through the fence, and through most of the barn. There's still 4 animals, including the one I just spotted, unaccounted for. Where are you exactly, and which way did it go so we can round it up? I gave her the info, finished the last few miles home, and died in bed. Wild night, man. This is the best one. You reacted exactly the same way I would have. A dead, butchered horse laying in the road. Someone had completely skinned and butchered a horse, took the choice pieces of meat, and just dumped it on the highway. I almost crashed into it. WTF. I was fetching someone from his workplace. Had to go through some fields, and some parts of the road were dark. I saw a thin, long object, wiggling at an upright position at the side of the road in front of me. Totally freaked me out. I thought I was finally experiencing something extraordinary. As I got closer I realized it was a tail of a cow. It must have escaped from some field and was hanging around at the side of the road. The cow itself was black, the tail slightly lighter in color. That's why I only saw the tail moving first without seeing the whole cow first. Oh my, yes dear, that's just old Bessie's bottom, not a ghost worm. A lonely abandoned shack with a bunch of arrows pointing to it, saying come in. Bruh, either these types of traps only exist in cartoons. 3 AM on a lonely road and I was the passenger. An old man only wearing a bra, panties and high heels was casually walking down the road. My friend who was driving didn't believe me and went back around. Sure enough, he saw him and we were like WTF. I dropped my GF off the night we saw the Mothman Prophecies. It wasn't a super scary movie, but it had some scares. I take the interstate home. On the way, there is a curve where there aren't any lights, just a dark stretch of interstate. As I came around the bend, there was a guy in a black trench coat walking along the side of the road. As it was about 3 AM, I guess I started him. So, when my headlights hit him, he whipped around and I swear he stared me right in the eyes. My heart jumped into my throat. The whole event lasted maybe 2 seconds tops, but it had my heart racing. Not paranormal, but definitely scary for me. I picture him whipping around like that old dramatic chipmunk meme. A hitchhiker almost leaping out in front of my car on a dark forest road late at night. The woman literally popped out of nowhere. Had to drift into the oncoming lane. Luckily there was no one else and painted median there. Read a police report that she ended up getting hit minutes after I drove by. She was intoxicated and running from the police. Pretty freaking creepy. I hope she's alright. I can't imagine what the driver that hit her was thinking. Connor had a similar thing, but it was a suicide attempt. He put his shirt over his head so he couldn't see and jumped out in front of our car. We missed him by inches. Also we were young, dumb and drunk. We would have been jailed for years I'm sure. I got off on my exit and the whole road was covered in blood. I put on my brights and saw a bisected body of a large animal. It just made me so sad. This is like a weekly occurrence on MI highways. I was driving on a near empty freeway at midnight when I saw a weird flickering light on the freeway. It was super dark and barely any lights besides headlights, so I slowed down a bit and merged a lane over. As I passed I got a good look and it was a car absolutely destroyed and on fire. I was a little shocked and ended up driving a bit past it before I really saw what it was, and by the time I thought about pulling over it was already far behind me and a cop sped past me on the other side, so I knew they were aware of what happened. I was driving on the expressway around 2 AM and a semi hit a car and it went into the median. The car basically folded into itself and was beyond smashed. I can't imagine that person survived. It was incredibly sad and terrifying to see. I was driving down the highway during the middle of the afternoon and watched a guy get out of a minivan parked on the side of the road and run out in front of an 18-wheeler. He got hit and died, I assume on impact. Crap freaking sucked. I went back to the office and asked if I could go home early. I was driving home late one night and was driving on a dark stretch of the highway. Suddenly a body was in front of me. I tried to swerve out of the way but it was too late. My bumper was hanging on the ground. The guy died, and I went to a nearby gas station not knowing what to do. Was 18. When the tow truck pulled my car up onto it, there were a bunch of blood and guts on the bottom. I couldn't get that image out of my head. Apparently a drunk driver with 5 DWIs had hit a guy on the motorcycle prior. For years after I had serious depression and thought about it every night before sleep. That's awful. I can't imagine that. So sorry. Long stretch of road. Not so much as a driveway for 100 miles in either direction. Late at night in this middle of nowhere road, there was a car on the side of the road that was on fire. And I don't mean like an engine fire, I mean completely engulfed in flames. Not a single person or another car anywhere around it. I hadn't even driven past a car in over an hour. Might have just been some hicks having fun. I was a very young woman driving home after clubbing, about 2 AM through Hollywood. I was pulling up to a stop sign on Cahuenga, about 3 blocks from Hollywood Boulevard, when a bunch of guys begin to casually stroll onto the crosswalk, coming from both sides. I hit the gas and ran the stop sign without even thinking. They cursed and ran after me, but those boys were ready to jack me. My instincts took over before I even realized what was happening. Yo, that is some serious crap. Driving down country highways late at night and seeing coyotes just standing on the side of the road can be pretty unnerving. Yeah, but coyotes are little b. Unless they are starving it's no big deal. And if they are starving they're gonna be malnourished and weak. A lot of people that drive for a living or have done balls to the wall cross country drives can tell you about the running shadows. First time I saw them I was on the tail end of 12 straight hours of driving. I was driving through the middle of nowhere, in the desert, at night. Very little light from the sky, no man-made lights even on the horizon. Just a pitiful cone from my truck's headlamp, and being in the middle of the desert it pretty much only lights up the road ahead. Nothing above ground level to catch the light. As I'm barreling along I start to see shadowy figures running alongside my truck out of the corners of my eyes, on 2 legs and 4. All I can think about is the creepy stories you read online about crap that lives out in the desert, or the Asian ghost stories where if you don't acknowledge the spirit it can't harm you. So I've got my eyes glued to the road, refusing to let them flicker off to the side. I rolled my windows up and cranked up the volume on my radio. Drove like that for probably an hour and a half until they slowly petered out roughly 15 minutes outside of a little one-light town. I've had people try to carjack me, people try to rob me after I pull over to render aid, people jump out at me on twisty mountain road, you name it, but nothing matching that level of fear the first time I saw them. Felt like my spine was rippling like a ribbon in a wind trying to jump clear out of my back and hide under the seat. Sleep deprivation mixed with sensory deprivation does some strange things. Was vacationing in Newfoundland, and we ended up leaving dinner kind of late en route to our stop for the evening, was hoping to make it before dusk, but had to drive about 30 minutes in the twilight. Nothing scarier than coming around a corner in the road and seeing a moose standing on the shoulder right next to the car, and realizing it almost ended your life. Oh, I've got the perfect thing. Driving home one night from my fiance's house, normal night on the Florida highway. It's pretty dark, not too many lights, cruising at around 75 headed over a slight hill, just big enough that you can't see the other side. Get to the top and start making my way down the hill, and very suddenly in my headlight view I get a giant construction vehicle with all of its lights turned off, and parked in the left lane of the highway. I really, seriously, pray to God that no one hit that parked construction vehicle. It was one of the ones that digs up dirt, I think. On the highway that day, I very narrowly avoided smacking right into the back of that thing. I don't know how the Cherokee I was driving at the time handled the sharp turn I made into the right lane to avoid the vehicle. Needless to say, I was very nearly dead. Immediately called Florida Highway Patrol and told them about it. I hope they got to it before someone got hurt. And I really hope someone at that construction company lost their job, because they could have killed multiple people. A normal night on the Florida highway. Terrifying. A body in the ditch. Thought it was a deer as I approached, and then my brain was like, deer don't wear boots. I was shaking as I did the U-turn to make sure the person was alive. They were, just drunk, and some people stopped as well and emergency was called. I was so shaken up by it. That's nice of you to go back and see if they're okay. A lot of people just drive by nowadays. I drove taxi during the night shift, and among many crazy and terrifying things, I saw a toddler, 2-3 years. It was about 1 AM and I was driving in a very wooded part of our town, just after dropping a customer off, and in the middle of the road was this baby just sitting in the dark. I stopped my cab and turned on my flashers. I proceeded to walk up to the kid and he just started bawling. I tried to comfort him, but me being in disbelief that a baby with no one around was just sitting there, all I could say was, it's cool bro. I picked him up and he started crying frantically. I would too if a stranger came and grabbed me. I put him in the passenger seat and looked for the nearest driveway. It ended up being about 100 yards down the street. I pulled up into what I hoped was his house, and there was maybe 6 or 7 teenagers drinking in the garage. I couldn't see from the road because all the houses had long dirt driveways. When I pulled up they acted as if I wasn't even there until I said, "Hey, this your kid?" After a few watts they came over to the cab and said, "Aiden, where did you go?" Like the baby just goes for midnight strolls. Not a thank you or goodbye or anything. They just took the baby in the house and continued drinking and laughing. As I pulled out I felt as if I should call the cops or something, but couldn't bring myself to do it. I'm still scared to this day that I'll be driving down a dark road and hit a baby. You really should have called the cops, bro. Not sure if this will count, but here we go. Back in my 20s I was putting myself through uni by working night shifts at a factory. Money was great, but between full-time work and full-time study I was constantly exhausted. Sleep got worse when I picked up a second job to make ends meet. Parents split up and dad went into depression, so he wasn't working, you see. Anyway, after months I kept falling asleep at the wheel on the way home from work just before dawn around 4 AM. One time as I was driving home all alone after work, I saw half a dozen crocodiles on the road. I swerved to avoid hitting them and almost crashed the car. I was terrified in the moment because they came out of nowhere and were huge, and I'd never seen crocodiles in real life before, let alone on a freeway. I pulled over the car and looked in my rearview mirror, but nothing was there. To this day I don't know if I dreamed those crocodiles or if they were a hallucination from sleep deprivation. Scariest thing I've ever seen, and I'm so thankful no one was on the road at the time too. I wouldn't doubt if you did hallucinate from sleep deprivation. I know I've been there before, but usually I get auditory hallucinations. Those made late night study sessions super fun. Either way, I hope you're getting more rest now. At a busy intersection, guy crashed into a pole next to me. He then immediately got out of the car and started running. No one was after him. I sat there at the red light wondering if this guy planted a car bomb. Probably had a suspended license or a stolen vehicle and was trying to get away before the cops came. I was in college at the time and it was late at night. The day before Thanksgiving I believe, or at least around that time. I had class earlier in the day and pack then headed off on the 10-hour drive to the western edge of Nebraska. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning and I was in the final stretch of the trip. Driving down a totally deserted highway, only 2 lanes with no shoulder, so the speed limit was 55. I was tired and having not seen anyone for at least an hour I kept kicking up my speed up to 80. I was flying down the road. As I crested a hill I spotted headlight atop a couple hills down. I didn't think much of it, reduced my speed a bit and got Reed to turn off the brights over the next hill, but I didn't see any more headlights. I figured they must have turned off down a gravel road. Could have been for any number of reasons. They lived that way, maybe coming home after a night at the bar and didn't want to risk getting pulled over on the highway. But at first I didn't think it was weird, until boom, a black car hauled butt past me in the direction that car had been heading, with their lights off. I still wasn't too freaked out until I saw brake lights and then headlights behind me. I freaking hauled butt. I called my grandparents as soon as I noticed the person was gaining on me. I gave them a heads up and my grandpa said he'd be at the end of their 1-2 mile driveway with his shotgun and rifle waiting for me. I still had another 10 miles to go until the nearest town, then about 20 miles on gravel to get to their house. I knew the roads reasonably well, but not well enough to get off the main drag and zigzag across country roads. I was doing 90 and so was this person, but kept their distance. I got to the town and just hauled butt through it. I didn't stop for the 2 stop signs or the 1 stop light. At that point I was hoping to get pulled over. As I got about a mile from my grandparents' house my grandpa turned on his headlights and spotlight on his truck and was driving towards me. That's when the person turned back around. I always wonder WTF they were doing. Like, were they just freaking with me? Did they want something? I'll never know. Thank God for Rifle Grandpa. I saw a semi, a large car hauler, hit a deer. The deer got pulled between the double axles of the tractor and rolled there for a short time before finally finishing being run over. It was horrible. It was over 10 years ago, and the image is still clear in my mind. Me and some friends were going out one night. We're driving down a pretty big city street with about 2 lanes on each side, 45 miles per hour speed limit. This dude was riding a bike against traffic. My friend tried to swerve and the guy swerved the same direction as us. He gets hit and does a faceplant right into the windshield on the passenger side where I was sitting. He flips over the car and is just lying in the middle of the road. Don't know if the guy died, but it didn't look good. They landed a helicopter in the middle of the road and took him to the hospital. Witnesses stopped and waited with us verifying that it wasn't our fault and cops let us go on our way. Crazy night. Serious, what's the creepiest, most unexplainable thing that happened to you? I was 12 and had just gotten my first mobile phone. One weekend, I get a call from an older sounding man with an Australian accent. Not that weird. I live in Australia, but kinda relevant. He asks, "Is this my first and last name?" I go, "Yes." He takes a deep breath, sounds really emotional and says, "I'm your grandpa." All I could say was, "No, you're not." Both my grandfathers had been dead for years by that point. Plus, they were both European. I'm first generation Australian. There's no way that even if one of my grandmas had been getting side action that this guy was my grandpa. He sounded disappointed and hung up. Haunts me to this day. That's really sad actually. I hope he found the grandchild he was looking for. Our family cat passed away when I was 14 and it really sucked. He was a great cat. Fast forward to 16 years old and I'm sitting by my mom on the couch and she's showing me something on Facebook on her iPad when I swear I saw a cat out of the corner of my eye, so I look up and it's our old cat walking into the kitchen rubbing his tail against the wall as he made the corner as he always did. My mom also looked up just after me and stared and looked back at me, and I was like, "Did you just see our old cat?" She replied, "Yeah, he just went around the corner there." I got up and went and looked in the kitchen and he's nowhere to be found. 10 years later, my mom and I still talk about how creepy that was that we both saw it. My brother passed away in 2008. Fast forward to 2016. I was asleep and I had a dream about him, as I often did since he passed away. This dream was different. It was like he was talking directly to me, looking straight in my eyes. In the dream I asked him, "Is it really you?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Prove it." He then reached out and touched me on the arm, and when he did I jolted up in bed wide awake covered in sweat. I thought all this was really strange and I went to the bathroom to put some water on my face. As I was looking in the mirror, I saw that there was a backwards R written on my arm and pen exactly where he touched me in the dream. The letter R was the first letter of his name. There were no pens in my bedroom, and I have never sleepwalked before. You can call me crazy, or lying or whatever, but that was the single most unexplainable thing that has ever happened to me. Once when I was 8 or 9, me and my cousins went down to play on this gated community I lived. We were on the inside of this fence when this taxi driver pulled up, asked if we wanted to go to the Magic Kingdom or something cheesy like that, pulled a saxophone from his trunk and started playing while inviting us inside his car. I still remember my mom's face when I told her later that day. Every time my mother cooks a specific dessert, an earthquake happens in Chile. That only happened twice between 2015 and 2016. Strangely, the two earthquakes had almost the same magnitude. Guess you could say her recipe is groundbreaking. Was giving my then 2, maybe 3-year-old daughter a bath when staying at an old house holiday rental. We had play cups, saucers and a teapot which she was filling up with the bath water and pouring into the cups. "This one is for you, Daddy, this one is for me, and this one is for the old lady in the doorway. No one there." Chuckles, haha, I'm in danger. I had a dream a few weeks ago. Bad times in my life, right on the cusp of things getting much better. They are now, and I was sleeping badly and just not mentally well. My favorite uncle, closest thing I had to a dad growing up, actual dad was not good at dadding, died suddenly of a heart attack a few years ago. It was abrupt and shocked everyone. I was across the country and distraught by the news. He was by far the closest of any of my family members. I was dreaming about something irrelevant to him or anything, and suddenly I turned around and there he was, just standing there holding his arms out and grinning like, I just lost sense of the dream immediately. I was so thrilled to see him, like the dream was a work assignment and he was just showing up to break the monotony. I jumped into his arms and hugged him and kept telling him how happy I was to see him. The rest of that dream, he just hung out with me. I was just so happy. I've never had an experience like that because honestly I've always been the aloof black sheep of my family and I never imagined anyone would care to visit me after they died, of all people, if such a thing is possible. But there he was, and it will stick with me always that maybe he just came to say what's up and give me a little slap on the shoulder and make sure I kept on trucking because better stuff was coming. I miss him. Fiance shot himself several years ago. He ended up showing up in a dream of mine and just hugging me and wiping my tears and insisting that it was okay and that things were better now. Part of it was a lot of bad health problems that just weren't going to get better. I woke up and I could still feel his fingers on my cheeks and smelled the tobacco he used to smoke. I don't smoke and never have. My parents and brother were out. He was meeting his friends and my parents were somewhere. I can't remember, lol. Fast forward a couple hours later or so, it's dark now, whoopee, and I hear something downstairs, a thud, then I hear a flipping hello. Number 1 was home, except me. I go to the landing at the top of the stairs and say hello thinking it was my brother coming home, as he rode his bike and would put in the garden shed and come through the back door. I get nothing in return. My brother likes to scare me a lot around the house, so I start thinking it's him. He's gonna scare me in 3, 2, 1, nothing. I go down 2 stairs and say hello, peering over the banister to see if I can see my brother hiding, waiting for me to come downstairs. Nothing. He came home an hour or so after that happened, and my parents came home about 10 or so minutes after my brother did. To this day, I still have no clue on what the heck said hello. Definitely someone hoping to rob the place. Thanks for the nightmares. This actually just happened last week. I've been traveling for work a lot recently, and as such I stay in hotels. Not extraordinary, nor are they heck holes. Just regular generic hotels. Well, the one I was at last week had an elevator that was annoyingly slow. Everything it did was slow. Whether it was coming to your floor, opening or closing of the doors all took what felt like forever. I'm leaving the hotel to go to the gym, and as I approached the elevator, I saw a little girl standing in the elevator. Assume little girl, just saw short figure with long hair. Didn't catch the face because the door was closing. I figured I'd give it a second. I didn't want to press the button and have the door stop closing and the little girl have to stand on an elevator with a big adult male she didn't know. I waited, maybe 3 seconds after the door shut, and then pressed the elevator button. The elevator that I saw the little girl standing in opened, and she was nowhere to be seen. I then took the stairs. I often have meaningless dreams about certain situations which I tend to forget about quite quickly. But fast forward a few weeks in real life, I'll be in that same situation. We'll repeat the same dialogue. We'll be wearing the same clothes. We'll be talking to the same people and I'll only realize the deja vu until after the moment has passed. It happens so often. I've come to expect it now. Yes, same thing. Never about anything important. Just mundane stuff not out of the ordinary from what usually happens. I started keeping a dream journal to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. I was really depressed as a 14-year-old teen. One day while I was sitting in the bus station, an old man touched my arm and said, "Don't worry, you will move out when you turn 17 and everything will get better." 17 was when I moved out of my abusive home. Maybe you subconsciously wanted to live up to the man's expectations and that's what pushed you to move at 17. I had sleeping issues as a kid, so I was often awake during the middle of the night. One particular night I was frightened by some people shouting at each other outside. I grew up in a dodgy area of Mayo, so I slept in with my parents for a while. I close my eyes for a bit, then when I open again I see a girl with huge black eyes, a nightgown, hands behind her back and hip-length hair just standing there staring at me coldly. I hide under the quilt for a bit, then when I pluck up the courage to look again she's nowhere to be seen. I didn't even hear her come into the room, let alone leave. I do have an older sister, but she was fast asleep in her room and obviously I would have heard her footsteps and she looked nothing like this girl. Sounds a lot like sleep paralysis hallucinations. I spend a lot of time in the woods and occasionally camp in the bed of my truck with a tarp tented over it. While this makes for great rain protection, I can't see out at all. I was camping in Georgia up in the Allegheny Mountains. It was foggy night, which isn't too uncommon, and I was laying in bed getting ready to go to sleep when a bunch of coyotes starting howling and barking not too far away. This isn't too unusual, but I'm still not totally used to it. What happened next though is what was so creepy. Normally, when coyotes go off, it builds up and then dies off slowly. I heard a coyote yelp as if it had been injured and it went dead silent. Then I heard a quiet crunch of the leaves as something got closer. Then the crunch of the stones as it got to where I was parked. Then it was silent. It was then that the distinct sound of a nail on my truck side rang through my ears like nails on a chalkboard. Something was just feet from me. Then nothing. It brushed my tarp and that was the last of it. Silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning I got out and all I could find was a scratch on the side of my truck from the nails and a single coyote footprint. My guess is that a coyote hurt itself, which spooked them, and one came in close to check out the smells of my camp. But that night had to be one of the absolutely creepiest nights of my life. Whoa, yeah, today would do it for me. No use trying to sleep after that. After moving to LA, I ran into my ex-girlfriend 5 times over the course of 2 months. For context, I had moved from South Orange County to LA for a nice office job. My ex-girlfriend had moved to San Diego after the breakup, then moved to LA after breaking up with her last boyfriend. I would have chalked it up to random chance that we now lived a few miles from one another, except when we first noticed one another, she immediately said, "I'm not stalking you," suspicion intensifying. Thankfully, after a 5th time we ran into each other. I didn't see her again for almost 5 years. When I was getting ready to move back to Hawaii, I had the foresight to lie about which island I was moving to, just in case she decided to follow me at some point. Stayed in a luxurious resort in a small island with 3 of my friends when we were in high school. My friend's dad was the manager. This was a tiny island. You could walk around in less than a day and there were only a few suites. Very exclusive, and it was far from the nearest town. At night, it would get really dark and peaceful. The staff there always talked about how they have had strange or ghostly encounters throughout the years. For your information, this island was used as a camp hiding place for soldiers back in the day. It still has the lighthouse they used that's over hundreds of years old. Anyway, our room had 2 king-sized beds. In the middle of the night while everyone else was asleep, I woke up suddenly and felt extremely hot. I was sweating like crazy even if the AC was on full blast and it was blowing straight at me. I felt something weird, like a presence, next to my side of the bed. I've never felt so scared in my entire life that I was shaking and sweating profusely. But what was really crazy was that only one side of my body was hot, the one by the edge of the bed. The other was cold. I hid under the blanket and closed my eyes as hard as I could because I was afraid that if I opened it, I would see something. I felt the energy of that presence get closer to me, like we were face to face. I kept inching towards my friend who was sleeping next to me. After a while, it suddenly disappeared and I wasn't hot anymore. The next morning I didn't mention it to anyone, until they talked about how cold it was in the bedroom. They were freezing the whole night. Then I told them what I felt at night. My friend who slept beside me got really quiet. She told me not to freak out, but she woke up last night too and she saw a girl standing next to my side of the bed and just staring right at me. I've never not believed in ghosts, but I also don't necessarily believe in them, if that makes sense. But I just can't explain that night. It was the first time I had experienced a feeling I just couldn't explain or shake off. Still bothers me to this day. One night, probably around 2 AM, I was sleeping and dreaming. I can't remember the dream, but in the dream, it all of a sudden got quiet and everything became still. A voice in my dream comes out of nowhere and starts saying, "Wake up. Go to Nicholas, my 3-year-old son. Room now. Wake up. Wake up." Me, my real name. Wake up. I wake up and lay there for a few seconds, thinking how weird of a dream it was. I chalked it up to a crazy dream but decided to go check on my kids. I head to Nicholas' room and open his door. He sleeps with a pretty bright nightlight and all the other lights off. When I opened the door, I saw a shadow figure standing at the foot of his bed. I immediately threw myself over my son and started screaming to the figure to go away. The shadow rushes to the window and hops out. I lived in a trailer at the time. Our windows were double hung, the kind that slides up and down, and we had screens in all of them. This was during the summer, so I kept the windows open often. My husband works nights, so I scooped my son up and went to my daughter's shared room and locked the door. I called 911 and the police were there in like 10 minutes. What happened was my neighbor had a nephew staying the summer with him. The nephew was 18 and was going to be helping his uncle at his construction business. His uncle, my neighbor, and my husband sometimes share a beer or two and talk outside. My husband was telling the neighbor how he would be on night shift the next few weeks. His nephew overheard and chose to break in one of the nights he knew my husband was working. He swore to the cops and everyone else he only broke in to steal crap for his drug habit. He didn't have a record for harming children or nothing like that, so he may have been telling the truth about looking for money or crap to sell, but who knows? Another time, I was sleeping when the voice came again in my dream. Like the last time, everything in my dream went silent and still, and again I can't remember the dream. The voice comes again and says, "Wake up. Wake up. Me. Go to Nova. Nova needs you." Nova is my daughter. She was 6 at the time. I woke up and immediately hauled butt to the girl's room. Before I even opened the door, I could hear her. Nova has severe asthma and has been hospitalized more times than I can count. I heard her wheezing and struggling to breathe. I turned the light on, grabbed her inhaler and a steroid that she has to take when her asthma gets bad, and screamed for my husband to call 911. He was home that night. The ambulance came and took her to the hospital. Her oxygen levels were dangerously low, so she was in the hospital for about a week. If I didn't get to her in time, she would have died. I haven't heard the voice since. I have no idea what it was. Maybe mother's intuition? Maybe a subconscious thing? Maybe a deceased family member or friend helping me out from the other side? Oh my god, you must have been so panicked both times. You have a powerful connection with your kids, and maybe something else a little extra. Very cool stories, thank god you're all well. Thank you for sharing. Friend of mine was in a hot tub with me. We were having fun and nothing was out of the ordinary. She looks at a plane in the sky and her whole demeanor changed before she said, "Something bad is going to happen." No, like serious. Something awful. I don't know. She isn't a person to do this. Seriously, she had never said anything like that before. Turns out, that night, a guy at our school and his whole family got in a terrible plane accident that killed his mother, brother, and sister. He survived but was in a coma for weeks. Have no clue how she knew, but I always listen to her when she says something is off. This is the first story in here to actually give me chills. Witnessing that deep, primal, inexplicable intuition always makes my hair stand on end. When I was 10, I woke up one night and saw smoke in my room and ran downstairs to tell my mom. She went to take a look and didn't see anything. A month-ish later, I was about to go up to my room when I saw smoke bellowing out the door just like in my vision. The house was a total loss. About 12 years ago, was sleeping on the bed beside my wife who was awake and reading. Pre-parent, was just drifting into dream state when an entity made an appearance in my dream. The entity was jarringly at odds visually with the rest of the dream. Style appearance was dazzling, solidly defined and detailed, making the rest of the dream appear to be a washed out of focus film being shown in the background. In fact, the out of placeness of the entity was so jarring it shocked me, flinchingly awake when it stared at me. My flinching caused my wife to ask me if I was okay. I don't know what compelled me to ask the following, but I asked her to close her eyes, clear her mind and describe the first thing she saw. She described the entity to near perfection. Physical appearance, headgear, color, facial expression, the lot. The most notable features being the construction style, big kinda knot, hat and the shimmering golden color. A few years ago on a couple of occasions, my 2-year-old asked me and my wife who was the Goldie man with the hat standing behind daddy. The most notable features being the construction style, but kinda not. Swore for a split second you called the entity kinda hot. Not really creepy, but one time while staying with my grandma, I was asleep when I was jolted awake because I thought someone had placed a Bluetooth speaker right next to my ear and was blaring mariachi music. As soon as I opened my eyes, it was dead quiet and the whole house was asleep. Some months later, I told my GMA about it and she nonchalantly responded, "Oh yeah, that sometimes happens to me, lol. The mariachi ghost seems pretty chill." I was on a walk through my safe neighborhood when I went past this house where these notably odd people live. I moved to the other side of the road as I was coming around a curve. All of a sudden this older guy started following me. I didn't think much of it as a lot of people were out that evening. A few blocks later he caught up to me and started walking next to me. I walked a bit faster, hoping with the age of this guy, he would slow down a bit. I eventually lost him and I disappeared behind a tree. He was there, as if he knew where I was going to go. He started reaching out for my shorts, but I ran as fast as I could. Luckily, I made it to my house and locked all the doors. A few days later, I went on a walk, and I didn't see him again. Nor did I see him ever again. The look in his eyes, it was just dead. It was like two black holes were staring back at me. I will never be able to forget him, just for that. This is very explainable. You were attacked by a predator, but fortunately you escaped. I was 8-9 years old at the time, sleeping alone in my bedroom when I saw a flash like someone is photographing me. Not once, but like 15-20x. I clearly saw the flash coming from a closed door. I even saw like a rectangle point from where the flash was coming. It was late night. We were living at 7th floor of tall apartment and there was no rain outside to explain the flash. I got scared. After 5 or so minutes I grasped the courage to go outside the bed and ran to parents to tell them. They calmed me and told me that it was my imagination. Till today I am sure and remember what I saw and I cannot explain it in any way. Your eyes were glitching. I'm serious, it happens. I don't know the exact science, but it's like a spasm and your brain tries to fill in the gaps. I have this thing that I get glimpses of a moment in people's lives. Imagine a GIF version of a moment of their life. It happens randomly. I cannot control. Could just be an overactive imagination, but I know there is accuracy in those glimpses. One day while talking to my manager, I got a glimpse of him being violent towards a woman. No idea who she was, but I could see him harming her. I made it a point to kind of avoid any personal interactions with him because he was always very persistent on making his employees his friends outside of work. Some time later it comes out that he was being charged with sexual assault, and a ton of women that worked with us came forward saying that he would be inappropriate with them. Could just be a huge coincidence, but that vision of him harming the woman really stuck with me and reflected a lot of what came to light about him. Not even a year ago I had my friend over for a sleepover, and fast forward to like 2 AM we got bored, so we're outside just throwing paper airplanes we made. I threw mine and went out to get, and all of a sudden just felt the most fear I had ever felt for no reason, and look over to my friend on the patio and watch a big orb just flat over him. Keep in mind I did not know that orbs had stuff to do with the paranormal. But something inside me just told me that we had to get out of there, so in a low voice I just said to go inside, and he was really confused because at this point I was acting very scared and off. But I just raced to the front door and went in, and he followed, and we got to my room and I told him what I saw, and for some reason I started to have tears roll down my face for the first time in years. Thinking back on it, and I'm still very confused. A relative or my dad's had passed, and he woke up in the middle of the night seeing a bright dark glowing orb. This was a few hours after the relative passed. He had no idea of it yet. I like to think that's his relative's goodbye. Oh, sorry, thought of a second one. My brother slept-walked terribly as a child, to the point my mom was worried for his safety. He's 10 years older, but the most traumatic event I've been told is when he was found at the end of a dock, staring into a Michigan lake in the fall. Fast forward a decade and I did the same exact thing, but my mother never told me because it was the only time I had ever sleepwalked and she forgot. My dad told me that one night his brother had been studying Latin for hours. They went to bed and his brother started sleepwalking around the house speaking Latin. I imagine that was pretty dang creepy. I was coming home from work. Next thing I know, I woke up in bed. Had giant headache and flashes of seeing alien creatures looking at me. That day, I noticed I had bruises on my groin, and subsequently I didn't have an erection for about a month. Worst part was my roommates asking me where I had been all weekend. I had lost 2 days. No, I don't use drugs and only occasionally have a few beers. I was babysitting this little girl and she said there's another little girl that visits her every night. She said this little girl used to live there but she died and now she comes back to play with her. I was a little weirded out by that, but I didn't believe in ghosts, so I just assumed she was making up stories. That night after I put her to bed I heard commotion in her room and I went upstairs and she was on the floor playing. I told her she had to go to bed but she said her friend wanted to keep playing. But there was no one else in the room, so I assumed she was just being a kid making things up. When the parents came home I told them everything was fine and the little girl behaved. When I got in my car to leave I looked up in the little girl's window because the light was on and I saw a different little girl looking at me through the window. This was not the little girl I was babysitting. It was a dark-haired girl in a bluish dress. The girl I was watching was blonde and in pajamas. It scared the heck out of me and I never went back to babysit for them again. I also believe in ghosts now because I know exactly what I saw and it was not a figment of my imagination. This one is so satisfying and terrifying. When I was 19 or 20 I was sleeping at my girlfriend's studio apt. I was woken up in the middle of the night by the sound of a glass breaking. I opened my eyes and I was facing the kitchen section of the room. Standing in front of the sink was a shadowy figure, almost entirely black. I was only half awake and assumed it was my girlfriend. I asked if anything was wrong and she had said no, go back to sleep. So I did. Woke up the next day and found out it hadn't been my girlfriend after all. I wrote out my main one already, but I have another weird story. Weird to me, at least. Haha, that happened during lockdown. I was working from home last summer, so I was being very productive, by which I mean napping. Now, I'm not a napper, at all, but for some reason last year, I was napping all the time. I'm also not much for remembering my dreams. Years can go by before I have one. But on this afternoon last year, I had the most vivid dream that I still think about all the time. In this dream, I was walking in London. It was winter, very cold, and I was walking through a residential area, but there was a little open space fenced off with an ornate, black, wrought iron fence on my left. I passed a man who had a workaday London accent, and he said, "Watch out ahead, love, there's ice and it's slippery." In my dream, I was ecstatic, repeating over and over again to myself, "I'm home, I'm home, I'm home." I was absolutely filled, suffused with joy at being home. I was trying to walk as quickly as I could but being careful not to slip on any ice. I knew where I was going. It was Victoria Road. I knew I was in Kensington. I knew that I was going to my home, which was built with yellow brick. I knew these things, just as basic information, just as I know my name or my age. I woke up before I got to this home, and I was crushed that the dream was over. I felt like crying that it was ripped away from me before I got home. I've lived in England, but I've never lived in London. I've only been there a handful of times. I've never been to Victoria Road. I've never even heard of it that I know of. I have been to Kensington, but that was only to visit Harrods. When I think of brick, I picture red brick, never yellow. I looked on Google Maps. Victoria Road is a real road. It's in Kensington. It has buildings with yellow brick. Did I have someone else's dream? LOL, that's all information that I swear I didn't have in my head before that dream. And I can tell you this absolutely, that my heart still aches when I think about going home. And I still almost feel like crying with homesickness for this place I've never been and only saw in a dream at least a year ago. I can't make any sense of it. That was your past life's home. I had a similar dream. A really neat circular wooden house built into the side of a cliff above the ocean. My sister was there, waiting for me to come back. I was 14 and my sister was 13. We lived in a town in Pennsylvania that doesn't really exist anymore. It was summer, hot, no air conditioning. This is maybe 3 years before my parents got central air. We had the windows open the entire summer like every summer. We lived near a creek and could hear it babbling if it rained really hard the day before. In the summer it was always low and so we never heard it during those months. Other than insects and cars driving down the interstate towards or away from the quarry mine. If you were on our property, you didn't hear much. It was not rural but almost. There was a frosty freeze and 6-7 other shops about 2 miles away. My parents went out on a date and left my sister and I home. 2 young girls, but we had been left at home for almost 3-4 years at this point. We were used to it. We cooked a pizza and were watching TV after our parents left. The phone rang just as we heard what sounded like a person somersault across the roof of our house. My sister answered the phone, but when she picked up heard nothing but static. But not a usual static noise. She explained it like a slowed down static hum, like if a TV channel mixed with an egg beater on low. She said hello a few more times, listened to the egg beater static for a few more seconds, then hung up. We went back to watching TV and thought nothing of it. Maybe 40 minutes later, we hear footsteps on the roof. Very soft footsteps. I remember listening to almost 10 before looking at my sister, who was also looking at me with a white face in complete shock. Eventually we came up with the nerve to get up and go outside and look. Just barely visible behind our large, already outdated TV antenna, was a man lying face down on our roof. He was tall, skinny, and had huge white tennis shoes on. He was kind of an outline shape except for his shoes, which seemed to glow. My sister was spooked. I was crazy. I started to scream at the man. I threw a few small rocks and missed him terribly. He didn't move. My sister was tugging at me to get back inside. Finally, after realizing the man wasn't moving, I got freaked out and ran inside too. We huddled in my parents' room. Nothing for almost 20 minutes. Felt like 2 hours. Our parents weren't due home until midnight and we had no way of reaching them in 1995. Then we hear a knocking sound like the man is knocking on our roof like it was a front door. I had had enough. I rush outside, dragging my sister, ready to confront this crazy person. We now see him lying face down on the first top line of the roof, his arms and feet dangling on either side of the lip. We freak, lock ourselves in the basement. Our parents find us in the morning. I pee myself while sleeping. Never found out what it was about and my dad thought we were lying. This is one of the most horrifying things I've read. I have chills now. Serious, outdoor enthusiasts of Reddit, what is the creepiest experience you had in the great outdoors? Paranormal or not? I was outside checking on some turtles that were hibernating a few miles into the woods. As I'm finishing checking on the last turtle I hear this growl and the entire woods goes quiet. I stand there for a second listening and I can hear something moving through the woods behind me to my left. I get up, grab my walking stick and pull out my knife and start walking slowly to my truck. As I walk I can hear it walking behind me slowly, working its way kind of to my side where I can see that it's a huge wild dog. I get within about 100 feet of my truck when I hear it starting to run through the leaves. I turned around screaming as loud as I can swinging my walking stick and it runs in the other direction but stops and watches me a few yards away. I keep walking to my car and it keeps following me. Right as I get close to my truck I hit the alarm button on the key and the wild dog runs off and I run to my car. While I drove out I could see the dog in my rearview mirror following me so I hit the gas to get out of there. Feral dogs are actually a problem near me as well. There is a kill order on them because feral dogs tend to kill other animals and attack people indiscriminately. The sad thing is they all likely at some point had been people's pets until they got lost and went feral. I went camping with a friend of mine one 4th of July weekend. We were just friends, as she had a BF, so she slept in her car with her dog. Wasn't a huge fan of sleeping in tents, and I slept in my tent. Night goes fine. I sleep pretty well. The front of my tent was facing her car, and the rear of my tent was facing the woods. In the morning as the sun was rising, I hear footsteps out of the backside of my tent and feel hair fur rubbing against my tent. It's amazing how much you can hear in the middle of the woods away from roads and cities. Unfortunately, the back of my tent was facing west, so no shadows. I figured oh she probably let her dog out and he wants in. So I opened the front of my tent, toward her car, and immediately my stomach dropped. In her car I see her dog, Black Lab, staring outside the window, paws on the dashboard, growling, with his hair standing on end. So many things ran through my mind at once. Oh crap, WTF is behind me. I don't want to get eaten. So I just sat there, staring at the dog, who is staring at whatever is behind me. It was one of those moments where everything goes silent and all you hear is your heartbeat. You feel it in your hands and you strain your ears to try to hear what you think is going to eat you. Eventually I built up the courage to clear my throat, loudly, and I think whatever it was ran away. I never knew what it was, but it scared the crap out of me. A few minutes later my friend let the dog out of the car and I grabbed it so it didn't chase whatever it was behind me. Dog just wanted to cuddle anyway. I did have my gun and bear spray, but it's not like I was going to leave my tent to apply it to whatever massive animal was behind my tent. And no food inside the tent. We left it in the cars. Probably a black bear, curious enough to approach a human campsite, but would be scared off by enough loud noise. Finding deer at night is always a pretty big jump scare. Half the time they don't even notice you until you get close and then a group of 200-pound dark silhouettes all start running away like holy crap. Human and I freeze up like holy crap. Bigfoot. I've started singing or playing music whenever I'm walking in the dark, so they hear me before I'm less than 10 feet from them. I lived off campus and walking home some nights from my pal's house on campus you could hear a lot of rustling on my street. Deer in the woods on side of the road watching you. And sometimes when I was cocked I would whistle real loud and you would hear an army of deer crap their pants and book it into the woods. When I was about 10, my father and my little brother and I went camping at a nearby site. My mom didn't want to go because she was 5 months pregnant and she didn't want to be hot and uncomfortable in a tent. Sometime that night we heard a sound like a baby crying. My dad said it was a cat, but it went on and on. The next morning dad got us set up fishing and he walked to a phone. When he came back we had to pack up and leave immediately. We later found out my mom had a miscarriage last night. For years it haunted me that was the baby we heard crying. Foxes sound a lot like crying babies too. When I was younger my best friend and I would explore the farms and forests around our houses. He had divorced parents who lived away from town so we had 3 big ole areas full of things to find. Once, we went farther than typical and hiked up the side of a deep ravine we typically used as a boundary, coming across a dilapidated house. It was so cool, it having been just out of our typical zone, and we decided to explore it. We hung out there, carefully avoiding the loose boards and massive holes, going through both floors and the basement. Right before we were going to leave we heard an engine, and from a window on the second floor we see an ATV driving around in the field around the house, loaded down with guns. This armed fellow starts patrolling the area a bit, looking carrying one of his rifles. We could have probably just walked out and explained in retrospect, but at the time we were horrified of what he may do. We waited a bit and carefully crawled through the field before making a break for the trees and sprinting home. Middle school me about had a heart attack over this unexplained, heavily armed dude searching for something. I have 2 stories, both of which are dumb. First off, I was paddleboarding in a lonely section of a lake with rundown cabins everywhere. No one else was there, so there was no noise to distract me, which let my mind wander, inevitably, to the depths below. Around that time, I got confused and lost my exit. I paddled hopelessly for about 15 minutes, later realizing I was in the wrong place, all the while thinking about the horrors of the deep. It was just then, when I sat down to sort out my location, that something bumped the board. I got the heck out of there. Second one is from an overnight school trip we had in the Rocky Mountains. We were all sleeping in bed when I woke up because I had to pee. Around 2 AM, I noticed something was off right away. Turns out, what I thought was a bear was right outside our tent, snorting and sniffing all over the place. I became petrified with fear, since I was the closest one to it, and didn't move for what felt like an hour but was probably more along the lines of 10 or 20 minutes. Nothing happened, and I later found out that it had been an elk, but during that time, I was more scared than I had ever been before. Honestly, elk are scary too. An elk is big and will kick your butt if you pee it off. Reposting from a previous comment. TLDR. My brother and I saw letters spelling help float to the surface a lake and then sink back down. Long form. While I was growing up, my family would visit the same lake every year for a week every summer. As we got older, we would visit a large rock we called the cliffs, and jump off. The rock was only 15 feet tall at the highest point, but the water was really deep. When we got older, we would jump in and try to touch the bottom, but we never could. When my brother and I were in our teens we took kayaks out to the cliffs to jump on our own. We jumped off several times, and when we got too cold we took a break on the top of the cliffs to warm up in the sun. As we were sitting there, we noticed a white shape in the water, floating towards the surface. It was a letter, H. Eventually it sank back into the water and we lost sight of it. Before we could look away or say anything, another shape was floating upwards. It was the letter E. Eventually, it too sank below, but it was soon followed by 2 more letters, L and P. We didn't jump in after that. We stood up and left without saying a word. We never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot it even happened after a while. Several years ago I was working as a camp counselor and I told this story as a ghost story. I had forgotten about it, and I texted my brother to see if I hadn't just made it up completely. I asked him if he remembered the time we went to the jumping cliffs alone and saw something in the water. He replied yes, that he did remember. I asked him what it was and his reply was, letters. They spelled help. I've posted this one before but here it goes. I have a grandma and grandpa who go out on long fishing hunting trips. First day they go out, don't get anything at all, camp out in a tent. Middle of the night, grandma wakes up and swears she hears what sounds like somebody walking around the tent and knocking on it. She wakes up husband, but he tells her to sleep. Later on that night, he's the one who wakes up and now he's hearing things. But he claims he's hearing what sounds like whispering. He stays up until sunrise, wakes up his wife and they continue their trip. As the day ends, they have a couple of squirrels and contemplate just going home. Grandma insists on just going home after last night, but husband wants to stay one more night to go fishing in the morning. The compromise is that they sleep in the back of their truck since they have a shell, sleeping mats and sleeping bags. That night neither of them can fall asleep. Both doze off here and there but ultimately they're still a bit shook from the previous night. A few hours go by and suddenly they both hear what sounds like tapping against the car. The tapping goes around, almost like somebody is circling the car. They're terrified at this point. Obviously they're out in the middle of nowhere so they don't have signal and they're trapped in the back of their truck. They simply wait it out. The tapping goes on and off for what they claim to be hours. They said that at some points, the car would even be shaken back and forth, and that they would hear what sounded like talking. Finally, after what seemed to be ages, it stops. They wait about 30 minutes and nothing happens. They immediately bolt out and drive home. Needless to say, they don't ever go on trips like that on their own anymore. I'm laying in bed, pretty creeped out, and my husband cleared his throat right when I read the tapping on the truck part. I almost pee myself. Going night hiking with 2 other friends when we were all around 14 or 15 years old. Some advice: night hiking might sound fun, and it can be, but it is so not worth it. We were on a legit, fairly well lit trail that we'd all been running on many times before and knew very well. The trail ran along a river on one side and a pretty sparse forest on the other. We were being pretty loud and laughing, so it scared the crap out of me and my friend when the other friend suddenly spun around on the spot and said, "What was that?" We were startled for a second and then thought he was just trying to frick with us and told him not to do it again. Then he was like, No, seriously. I heard footsteps like someone was literally right behind us." Again, we were a little bit nervous for a second, but then brushed it off and kept walking. Maybe 10 seconds later though, we all heard it again. There were definite steps crunching the gravel behind us. We all kind of slowed down and then the steps turned into a running sound and we turned around to see a guy running off into the forest. We noped the frick out of there so fast, oh my god. We were all on the high school cross country team and I'm pretty sure all 3 of us ran PR 5Ks that night. Gave myself goosebumps writing remembering this just now. Sometimes people can be scary. Family camping trip to prepare my little brother for his first Boy Scout trip. First night went well. Second night about 1 o'clock I wake up to this sound right outside the tent. Heavy footsteps. I glance at my dad and lil bro but both are sound asleep. I'm 12 years old and instead of waking my dad up I just roll back over and pretend not to be awake. Footsteps just keep going but never fading away, like something was just continually walking around the tent. After what felt like hours of me crying silently while scared shitless, the footsteps just slowly go back to the forest. From what I could tell, our tent was backed up to the woods and the campsite. I relax a little and I don't know how but I managed to fall back asleep until morning. I wake up to my dad unzipping the tent and saying a few choice words from surprise. There was a headless deer laying in front of our tent flap. It looked perfectly fine body-wise except for the missing head. Sounds kinda like someone or something didn't want you there. When I was in high school, me and a buddy went camping where I have hunted since I was a kid. We took off later in the evening and got up right at dusk. Shot some guns, made dinner and started a fire. We were the only car up the dirt road. We decided to go to bed around 11. So we spread the fire out with a shovel. Around midnight we woke up and noticed our fire was going again, so we both got up to put it out and found a lady sitting around the fire, not 10 feet from our tent. We freaked out and told her to leave. She just walked down a ravine that leads to private property. After that we proceeded to take out all the guns we brought and try to get some sleep. Weirdest night I've ever had up there. I went to a private elementary school that took the 4th 6th graders on a week-long trip to the Olympic Peninsula every year. Normally we do these in early spring, but I guess due to scheduling issues we went in October one year. Very nice ELC with cabins and whatnot, and we had a ton of fun every time, being minimally supervised out in the woods. A part of this whole thing involved a night hike where we'd take red flashlights and try to spot nighttime wildlife or listen for owls and bats and things like that. Well, the night we were out doing this, a massive wind and lightning storm hits. We got spared the torrential downpour until we got back, but our counselor, in all his infinite hippie wisdom, decides it's a great time for us to experience the dark forest in all its glory. So we're put into pairs and seated under trees around this big field. Don't get me started on why that was an awful idea in a lightning storm, and told to turn off our lights and just sit quietly. The next closest pair of kids was maybe 20 yards away. We're sitting there in near pitch darkness listening to the trees creak ominously in the tall grass in the field whipping about, and suddenly the field is lit up by lightning, and there's a man just casually strolling by. Not our counselor, not any of the adults with us. He didn't have a backpack, or a light, or anything that would indicate he was a camper or backpacker. A rumble of thunder and flash of lightning later and he's a bit further on in the field, but has stopped all movement. A minute or two later the field lights up again and he is just booking it into the cover of the trees. Our counselor collected us pretty quickly and hustled us back to camp after that. It's possible it could have been one of the wildmen we have living in the rainforest, but the camp was a good 70-80 miles from where they normally like to live. Definitely not super creepy like some of the stories here, but still very scary for a group of 9-11-year-olds out in the woods at night. Avid bushwalker here, living in rural Australia. One early summer afternoon, I was bushwalking down a big ass hill, which has a river down at the bottom. From the peak of the hill to the base is about 500 meters. However, the track sort of snakes in a back and forth S-like shape, as it is too steep of a hill to just go straight down. About 1/3 of the way down, I spotted a pair of feet, from about the ankles down, sticking out between some bushes, with the feet running perpendicular to the track. As I got closer, I could see that a man was laying down there, and based on his body position, assumed he was just resting, and likely homeless and or disoriented, seeking shade from the summer sun. Further adding to my theory that he was homeless, he had long hair, a long beard, and was wearing track pants. It was 35+ degrees Celsius. As I got about 100 meters from where I saw the man, and was now on a section of the track running parallel and below to where he was, now walking in the opposite direction. I'd followed a curve on the track's track. I saw that this man was suddenly running down the track. Seeing this unnerved me, as based on his outfit he didn't appear to be a local jogger. As fight or flight began to kick in, I pulled out my inhaler, took a puff, and pretended that I too was about to start jogging. I wanted to commit to my act in case I had judged him wrong, and he really was a local jogger, albeit a poorly dressed one. Full stop. He continued to run after me along the track, and as I was about 2/3 of the way down, I noticed that he was running too hard to merely be a jogger. He was running closer to a sprinting pace than a jog, which as most people know, is a terrible idea when running downhill, let alone in 35+ degree heat, in track pants and with node. As he gained ground on me, I decided to sit on my ass and slide down the hill, between sections of the track that ran parallel to one another. Once I finally made it to the bottom and across to the other side of the river, I turned and saw that he had stopped running. I continued to walk along the river, when after about 5 steps I heard him yell out, "You fricking S." I continued to run on and off until I made it back to the nearest road, and am yet to return to this track. TLDR. Got chased by a man who was laying in the bushes while I was solo bushwalking, who called me a fricking S when I outran him. The track sort of snakes in a back and forth S-like shape, as it is too steep of a hill to just go straight down. This is called a switchback. Your story is creepy as frick though. Waking up to gunshots on our specific area. Some campers camped lower than us and thought shooting live trees would be fun. I found them, ripped them a new one for trashing the federal park, then called the ranger. New gun owners are freaking dimwits. Yeah, I've heard shots while hiking before. Didn't want to investigate. No point in getting in a gun battle with rednecks. And I agree, new gun owners tend to do dumb crap. When I was in the Cub Scouts, we would occasionally take camping trips in the great outdoors. Since we were all 9 at the time, the adults did all of the work and we just ran around having a good time. However, one camping trip, we had all settled in for bed, and since I forgot my mat, I had to sleep on the hard floor so I didn't fall asleep right away. It was around 11 at night and I could still hear some of the adults talking by the fire when all of a sudden I hear what sounds to be a mix of a wolf lion. All of a sudden the entire camp gets quiet and the only noise is the crackling fire. After the loud roar, one of the adults ran to his tent to grab his sidearm. He then told the other adults that he would check it out. After about 30 minutes he comes back running and panting saying that we have to go. So at around 12 AM, all of the adults and kids pack up camp and we book it. It's been 9 years and I still don't know what made that gut-wrenching sound, nor do I want to know. I once was out hunting for meat on an African farm. I was in a little stone shack miles away from the nearest house, waiting for hours for an animal to come. At some point I heard something crawling and sniffing behind me. I assumed it was a jackal or cheetah or something and was scared as heck. Turns out our hunting dog followed my tracks for over 40 minutes because he wanted to join me. Next thing he did was to lay in the waterhole because he nearly killed himself by running so long in the heat. One of the creepiest, funniest experience I had during my time working there. Poor dog. Last year I was working on my bachelor's thesis for my biology degree. The thesis was about the breeding behavior of the European nightjar, Capimulgus europaeus. So naturally it included a lot of field work, and since the European nightjar is most active during dusk, the field work mostly took place during that time. So this one night I'm out in the forest with a fellow student searching for breeding locations like we had been doing almost every night for most of the summer. Apart from the occasional encounter with an ill-tempered hunter or a particularly protective nightjar, these nights were mostly uneventful, but not that night. As we were walking down a little track through the forest on our way back to our cars, we suddenly hear this enormous rumbling sound coming from deep inside the forest, like a giant was waking up from his nap and had some severe bowel issues. We looked at each other in confusion, trying to figure out what this damned sound was, when we could hear it was coming closer to us. Still without any clue what the source of the sound could be, we both started running down the track to get the heck away from whatever monster was making it. Then while running we look behind us and see a pack of 10-20 wild boars that came storming out of the forest to cross the track at the exact place where we had been standing a couple of seconds earlier. Right now I appreciate it as a pretty amazing encounter, but at that moment I was creeped the heck out. I also realize we were really lucky to get out of that situation without a scratch. For those who don't know, wild boars will frick a brother up. Ask Robert Baratheon. Upvote you shoots. One time we were riding ATVs around on the mountains near our hunting cabin. It was just getting dark, so we were heading home on an old logging trail miles deep in the Pennsylvania wilderness. All of a sudden we saw headlights coming in on our adjoining trail that were much too big for ATVs. We quickly turned off our headlights, pulled off the trail deep enough into the woods where we wouldn't be seen, and killed the engines. We knew the guy who owned the property and he gave us permission to ride there, but not any others as far as we knew, so coming across someone else seemed unlikely. We hadn't before. The path the truck took led to a gate. One guy got out and thanks to the truck's interior lights we could see 3 other men with firearms. The one who got out checked the gate but had no luck getting through. He went back to the truck, grabbed a pair of bolt cutters, and cut the lock so they could pass through. From there we waited until the truck was out of sight and bolted down the mountain as fast as we could. When we got back to our cabin, we called the owner and he said no one should have been up there, so he'd check it out. The whole situation was sketchy at best. Our guess is that they were poachers, as we knew the area quite well and had never seen any suspicious landmarks that would denote illegal activity. For example, pot fields. It still creeps me out thinking about what would have happened had we been seen. Chances are you were seen. As someone who's experienced with trail riding in the mountains, a light from a single ATV piercing the darkness can be seen from miles away, let alone multiple ATVs. Those guys probably thought you weren't going to mess with them. I have gone on a yearly spring turkey hunting trip for the past 7 years. Couldn't go this past year due to joining the military. Around my 3rd year in, my dad and I left to go fishing one day, leaving my dad's best friend and his father-in-law back at camp. When we returned there was another fellow back at camp. Not really all that uncommon as we camp right along the Appalachian Trail. Well, we got back and figured that they had made a friend. I sit at the campfire with the guy and the father-in-law while my dad and his best friend go get firewood. Now we're a friendly group and this guy wants to make camp. We politely say no and that there isn't any room at our spot. He leaves and goes to make camp right down the road where there are more spots. When my dad and his best friend get back, they load up all the guns and call the state troopers. I get handed a gun and am told to be wary. Not sure of what is going on, I just comply until I am told the story. It turns out the guy was a wanted murderer, self-admitted, who had hiked the trail all the way up to New England with virtually no gear. When asked about if he was carrying a weapon, he trailed off and didn't give a full answer. When I was out fishing, the guy said he needed to change and dropped Tro in front of the 2 that stayed behind. That was the first time in the 25+ years the trip had been going on that any of the guns were loaded at the campsite. I was mushroom foraging for hen of the woods mushrooms. I don't know how I did it, but I had snuck up on a 10-point buck. Yes, I was close enough to count. The buck was eating a patch of fly amanita mushrooms, which are totally fun to eat. But he ate the entire patch while I watched in amazement and horror. He finished eating the patch and looked at me strangely, then stumbled off like a drunken man. I had kept watching till he disappeared into the brush. Then I kept walking farther into the park. For about a mile or so, I started hearing high-pitched yips commonly associated with coyotes. It sounded like a pack of 6, which would totally try to put me on their food chain. I backed out of the woods I was in and drew my mushroom knife out, which was a well-worn Leatherman pocket knife. In a ho, I heard the pack following me for the entire mile or so back where normal people would hike. I'll never forget the look that deer gave me, or the sounds of the coyotes, but dang, I wish I got those mushrooms. My old man is a pretty straight shooter and doesn't really say much unless it needs to be said, and on that note he told me this story and I tend to believe him. Early bow season in NH. Septoct, and he's in his stand about 4 PM when he catches movement out of the corner of his eye. There's lots of old logging roads where we hunt and MT bikers take full advantage of them, so he wasn't too surprised when he saw this guy, but something was off about him. As my dad watched, this guy came more into plain sight and he could see this guy from about the knees up, and he's dressed in older style clothes, maybe from the 60s or older. Anyway, he swears this guy was floating, so to speak, never turned his head, arms not moving and neither were his legs, just gliding down the trail. Now my old man figures he's sliding in mud or maybe ice, but when the guy started heading uphill in the same manner, he got the heck out of there. Visiting my aunt in rural New Hampshire. She lived about halfway down the U on a dirt road that was U-shaped and joined back at the main road. I get out to pick up the mail and tell her I'll walk down to the house, maybe a quarter mile. I have her dog on the leash. We are inside the U and walking downhill. The whole section is on a hill with a little lake at the bottom. We keep walking down. After a bit, I realize we've walked a bit longer than a quarter mile and the woods are a bit thicker than I remember. We keep walking and now I'm heading uphill. After scrambling up a bit of a hill, I see a farmhouse. It's the farmhouse on the main paved road and it's outside the U. Weird, somehow, while hiking down, mostly, and to the right, inside the U we've ended up outside the U and up a hill. I don't want to cross the farmhouse land because my dog isn't very friendly and I don't know what dogs they have. So I head back down the hill and follow a little ridgelet back to the dirt road, exactly opposite where I went into the forest, inside the U. Just in case you didn't think I could navigate, I can. Rationally, I must have just spaced out crossing a berm, a little ditch, a dirt road, a pretty substantial dirt road, another ditch, and another little berm to get on the opposite side of the U, but it sure felt like I'd been kidnapped by those Rip Van Winkle type green men. White mountains are spooky, man. Ooh, I have one for this. Boyfriend and I were doing a road trip around Scotland last year. We were sleeping in the car during the nights and would get up, pack up everything and head somewhere else the next day. One night we stayed in this gorgeous bay right by the sea. Beautiful sunset. Lots of other campers. It was ideal. We liked it so much and wanted to hang around the area a bit longer, so the next night we stayed in the same bay. However, when we got back to the bay to set up camp for the night, there was no one else there. Bit weird, but whatever. No big deal. It was late when we arrived and already starting to get a bit dark, and my boyfriend started cooking dinner. As he was doing so, I decided to take some rubbish over to the bins about 100 feet away. Got to the bins and suddenly heard this weird hissing sound at the top of the cliffs next to us. It just kept going on and on up there, then stopped. So I thought it might just be owls. They do weird crap like that, right? Then I heard it again, only this time, it was coming down the cliff to my level, and it was approaching me. I shone the torch round but couldn't see anything, so I legged it back to the car and told my boyfriend. He sort of shrugged and carried on cooking, then suddenly stopped. He looked off down to where I heard the noise for a moment, then started packing the car. I asked him what was going on, but he just said to keep packing up quickly. We got the car all packed up and were just preparing to leave when headlights came from down the lane. A police van drove past, towards the end of the bay, then looped back and left again. No idea what that was about. Either way, We left that bay and found somewhere more populated to stay. When I asked my boyfriend why he'd wanted to leave so quickly, he said he had heard the exact same thing I had. The hissing from up the cliffs, descending to our level and approaching, getting louder. Noped right out of that place the very next morning. I'm not an outdoor enthusiast, but I live very close to some woods. There's nothing very spectacular about these woods. However, one night, I was sleeping in my bed, and I heard what I could only describe as a wacky laugh. Think crusty, but more realistic, if you can hear what I'm describing. It was weird. I never checked out my window and fell asleep not long after, but the noise creeped me out big time. I haven't heard it since and have rationalized it to have been a fox. My mind was going nuts though. If I ever hear it again, I'll refer to this post and try to snap a pic of whatever it was. Hopefully a fox. Sounds more like sleep paralysis tbh. Once as I was falling asleep, I started having a dream before being entirely asleep, and there was a narrator in it. Crap scared me back awake. Not exactly scary at the moment, but it was later when we realized what happened. My family had just gotten an outdoor deep fryer and decided to bring it along to our cabin in the great northern Maine woods. We deep fried a turkey, and not knowing the precise amounts of oil, it overflowed slightly. Later that night, while sitting inside the cabin, we all suddenly got hit by this intensely disgusting odor. It smelled like crap, garbage, and death all rolled up into one. Nobody had any clue what it was and it faded away after about 30 minutes, so we chalked it up to randomness and forgot about it. The next morning when we went outside, we found rather large paw prints, and the area where the grease had spilled was all torn up. Turns out, unbeknownst to us at the time, a rather large black bear had been less than 15 feet from the window of our cabin while we sat there innocently wondering what smelled so bad. Glad nobody went outside to look. Poor stinky bear. It's a bit strong to call this creepy, but it's happened on 3 separate occasions and I've never known what I'm hearing. In each case I've been camping in close proximity to a lake, but each time a very different lake hundreds of miles away. I'll be sleeping and it will be well past dark and suddenly I'll be awake or be awoken by a single very heavy splash. There's absolutely no sound prior, just suddenly a huge kerplop. And it's no fish jumping kind of splat when they land. There's no way they have enough weight to make the kind of deep plop I heard. The sound is like someone had taken a stone the size of a volleyball and dropped it from about 4 feet off the surface. And there's no sound afterwards either, of any kind. Each time it's such an isolated audio event, it's like it was happening by design in a Foley studio or something, needing a perfect clean plop take. And it's really the plop I remember hearing, more than the splash, because of the weight of it. As a kid who has thrown lots of rocks into lakes, you get a sense of what weight makes what sound. This was heavy. I've heard that sound while camping near water. I tell myself it's just beavers. A few years ago, me and a buddy of mine decided it would be a good idea to go camp in the bed of his truck. The spot we planned on staying at was basically just a big circle surrounded by nothing but woods. I could add a satellite pic to better explain if I need to. Down a long dead-end gravel road near where we grew up at. After driving to said spot and setting everything up, we sat down and decided to break out the beer and our guitars. Not 20 or so minutes after, we both seemed to notice a wild butt scent that I can only describe as blood. I say we both noticed it because as soon as it hit me, I asked him if he picked up on it too, and he instantly confirmed. Before this I had that weird feeling like I was being watched, but just shrugged it off and kept drinking playing. Ultimately the smell alone was enough to get us to pack up and leave. I have been back to the spot multiple times since this happened and everything has been normal. I have no idea what me and my friend experienced, or if we even experienced anything. The only logical thing I can think of is there was a dead animal near us, but we didn't stick around to investigate, so there's no real way to know. I will never forget that feeling of being watched though. It has happened since, but nowhere near as bad as it was that night. Okay, so I was traveling, this is in Australia for context, and I was at this campsite about 20 minutes past a small town and had gotten there about an hour-ish after dark. Now I was the only person there, and when I called the off-site caretaker to book, he said that since it was just me that I could use the day shelter kitchen. So instead of setting up my tent in the dark, I decided to drag my sleeping bag inside where I had some actual light. Hours later I realized I required something from my car, so I drag open the sliding door, and this wasn't a small door, it was one of those big loud ones like you would see on a barn. I was looking out into the darkness as there was no lights or moon, just the glow from the lights behind me. Now in case you have never been in a situation like this, the light reaches about 10 meters and then has about 1 meter where it drops off into nothingness. And in this small patch I saw 4 legs. These were not just normal legs, they were like those of a dog and long, like human leg length long, and they were bright white and stretched up to where they should connect to the body of the animal, but there was nothing there. Then it began to move. The legs walked. They walked in parallel to the building, making sure that they remained in that grey corridor, then disappeared into the darkness. I decided that I didn't really need to get whatever it was from my car and slept barricaded in the tiny office. To this day I don't know what they were, and I have looked into it, nor do I know how long they were there before I saw it. But I do know that that thing was smart enough to know how humans see and where the grey corridor was from my viewpoint. Very creepy. My cousin and I were goofing off in the woods on my aunt and uncle's land when I was about 12, shooting things with our pellet guns, exploring, etc. His dog Bogey, pit mastiff mix, was wandering around as well doing his own thing when we hear a super loud whistle. Think like a whistle people do at sporting events or when your dad needs to get your attention. Bogey yelps a loud whimper and bolts back to the house. We're right behind him running as fast as we can. We never found out what it was. We assumed someone was trespassing on my aunt and uncle's 40 acres, maybe growing pot or something. We didn't care to find out. It's the Whistlers. Schizophrenics of Reddit. What is the scariest hallucination, visually or audibly, that you have ever experienced? Paranoid schizophrenia here. My scary visions are usually in the early morning, but one time at around 2 PM I was standing in front of my vanity mirror applying makeup for the day. I started to hear the running of feet. Figuring it was my roommate at the time, I thought nothing of it. It wasn't. All of a sudden a figure busts in my room. It was about 4 feet tall, no arms, just legs, and was covered head to toe in dark blood-stained skin. Where its eyes were originally placed was just more skin folds. It ran around my room making barely audible grunts. If I had to think of a video game enemy that it looked like, I would say the cowman from the forest. That was my first visual hallucination, and afterwards I locked myself in the bathroom and cried until my husband came home from work. That almost sounds like the rocket demon from Doom. That also sounds terrifying. Holy crap. My grandma had schizophrenia her whole life, but never said peep about it until she was in her deathbed. Apparently, from time she was 3 years old to 80 she had animals with human faces scream profanities at her. She also had a little man who lived in her purse and stole her money. I am in charge of a program at a mental health agency that serves people with chronic mental health disorders such as schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, borderline personality disorder, and many more mental health diagnoses. We run group homes in which these individuals can live and work on skills to be as productive in their community and lives as they are able. The clients we serve are the most chronic in terms of their diagnosis and have severe and persistent symptoms. I have worked with clients that consistently see images in doorknobs and mirrors in which they are slitting their own throat, have paranoid hallucinations in which they believe a hospital planted a brain controlling and listening device in their brain because he knew that this doctor murdered the client's own cousin, and many more horrifying symptoms. On a lighter note, a gentleman we provide services to consistently hallucinates that he runs a strip club and he interacts with the hallucinatory strippers by yelling at them to get back on the pole, BTCH, and other colorful demands. My great-grandmother died because of her hallucinations. I was not alive then, but she apparently was not given the appropriate care, and ended up living on her own. She locked herself in her house, and was found dead weeks later. She apparently had thought people were out to kill her, so she armed herself, and was so scared she didn't move. I'm assuming until she died. She was found with her legs basically pickled from the amount of times she wet and crap herself, and had downed quite a few bottles of whiskey. When her house was cleaned and sorted through, they also found dozens of stolen purses, with literally nothing taken from them. To me that is the most terrifying way to die. So convinced that people are coming to kill you that you starve yourself to death while pickling yourself to death. My cousin who is my age also has it. She frequently believes that she is more than human. and has to go back to the hospital frequently from psychotic episodes. From what I glean, she hears spirits and occasionally sees them. She also has so many suicide attempts it breaks my heart. It's hard to get close to her because, again, she sometimes thinks she is beyond human. When she is in that state, although not scared in any sort, she alienates herself to the point of suicidal tendencies. I'm glad modern days we have more of a solution for her. I don't want her to end up like our great grandmother. I fear occasionally that I may have symptoms of it, but not to that extent. It's mostly during manic swings of my bipolar that I hear things and see things. I've never directly seen anything other than motion from the corners of my eyes, and I just hear inaudible whispers, but when it happens it comes with a massive overwhelming fear of impending doom, which is the scary part. Hearing whispers is okay. Hearing whispers and being confident that you are about to die, that adds a layer of terror to the whispers. To be honest, what I should do is stop smoking weed and eating mushrooms and playing what psychedelics, knowing full well that this demon is in my possible genetics. TL. DR. My great grandmother died due to an unmonitored episode. My cousin has attempted suicide due to it. The terror is less of what you see, and more of an uncontrolled fear that you are going to die. So I guess the scariest hallucinations is the invisible, impending doom. You most definitely should stop. I'm schizophrenic, and to be perfectly honest, I don't want to think about it, but I will mention that for a long time many of my hallucinations involved extreme gore. Also, my scariest probably occurred at a time where I was heavily symptomatic, so it'd be hard to remember. Thankfully, I wish I could give a better answer. Just for future reference to any people dealing with people that suffer from hallucinations, there are a few things you can do when you're around them to help them out in general. Do not call for them from another room. Make eye contact when you're chatting with them. Remember that hallucinations involve any of the senses. Some people are more prone to auditory hallucinations than visual hallucinations, so just act sensibly and try not to provoke them. I only have psychosis, so not full schizophrenia, but I still have hallucinations and delusions. I'm a woman, and to be honest, both of my worst ones are pretty unbelievable because they sound so unusual compared to what you usually hear about in the media, etc. My worst hallucinations have actually been tactile, touch-based, so not quite what you're looking for, but there's a visual one also at the end which was very scary at the time. Tactile. I get this a few times a year, but 2016 was the worst. They began in 2014 where something invisible would climb into bed with me and spoon me. It progressed from there and it got a lot more handsy, but a round of antipsychotics got rid on them. In 2016 it came back majorly. I don't want to say it had sex with me because it's a hallucination. It's not real and there was definitely nothing visual, but something did happen. It only happened once, but for the next few days it would begin to touch me outside of my bedroom and during the day. At one time it pinned me against the sink while I was washing dishes. Kinda felt like a power play, almost like it's saying, look what I can do. I can get you anywhere I want. Scary crap. Another round of antipsychotics got rid of it. I'm dreading the next flare up. Visual. One night walking home from class at university, I was hit by a sudden dizzy spell that made my vision distort a bit. Then it felt like I was being pulled to look to the other side of the road where the woods was. There stood Slenderman. Needless to say, I instantly ran back to the house without looking back and didn't sleep that night. This one was probably the first thing that made me realize something wasn't quite right. The tactile stuff started when I returned home at the end of the school year. The Slenderman stabbing case happened shortly after this hallucination actually. I think it might have even been the same year, strangely enough. I definitely get the tactile stuff you mentioned. Oftentimes when I am in my bed, and sometimes coupled with sleep paralysis. My girlfriend recently broke up with me and I actually thought it was her the last time it happened. The snuggling bit. I live alone now, so it fricked me up pretty good. Also have people tap my shoulder and whisper my name and ask me if I'm okay. Obligatory not me, but my aunt has paranoid schizophrenia. I don't know the scariest one, but the one that affected the rest of the family. After my grandpa died, her and my mom's father, she moved across the country to be with us and the rest of her siblings. One day she was supposed to come over and never showed, so my mom called her. She said there was a tiger stalking her outside her house, and she couldn't leave because it would eat her. My mom tried to reason with her because it would be all over the news if a tiger had gotten out from the zoo and there would be police everywhere. That turned into a massive fight between them, and my aunt packed up and moved back across the country without telling anyone. Not me, but my ex-boyfriend. He was diagnosed at a very young age, but never medicated. Doctors claimed it wasn't severe enough to medicate and he would probably grow out of it. He said his first hallucinations were auditory, just people calling his name. He'd be in a crowd and hear a voice very close say his name and would turn around and there was no one there. He was always reluctant to discuss his visual hallucinations. I think the whole topic made him insecure, but once when he was a child he saw dead people digging themselves out of the ground. He said he wasn't scared by it, because he was old enough to know they were hallucinations. Once I asked him what his most vivid hallucinations were. He said he was driving and began to see hundreds of white rabbits run out into the road. When cars hit them, the rabbits would turn into smoke. He said it was a very long hallucination that lasted for quite a few miles. He never fully grew out of it. Once or twice he would mention the twinkles when we were together. He would see tiny twinkling lights everywhere. Sounded kinda nice. I truly hope the fairy lights remain his only hallucination, if not his most common one. I have a reoccurring memory of killing someone with my car and hiding the body in my garage. This never happened and I have never had a garage. This was one of the first hallucinations that pushed me get help. Even after years of therapy and medication, I still occasionally feel the pressure and anxiety associated with the event, which never happened. Trust me when I say, I have researched and confirmed over and over that this didn't happen, even though it feels as real as eating breakfast this morning. Hey everyone, schizophrenic here. I'd rather not specify a specific type. I'm diagnosed with the paranoid kind, but I do show symptoms of a few other types from what I can tell. Either way, my scariest hallucinations are the ones that make me feel like the fabric of space-time is ripping. I have a few that fall into that category. The most common one, which scares the crap out of me, is when I can see individual cells disappearing from existence, popping like balloons, not being replaced by new ones. I feel as though reality itself is dissolving and becoming a liquid substance of sorts. It's as if everything is kinda magnified. I see much clearer when this is happening, which is unusual since my medication tends to blur my vision. Another less common one is feeling like everything in the universe is being drawn towards me involuntarily, being absorbed by my body and being unable to ever leave. I basically feel like I'm non-figuratively a black hole, which is terrifying and sad and oddly serene at the same time. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to educate. Not me, but a man I know. He told me that he was walking his bike past Goodwill and a group of teens bumped him and stole his wallet, then kidnapped him. All of the teens were celebrities, but he didn't know their names. They took him to the Flatiron Building in Seattle and spoke to him in the Tlingit Haida language, Alaskan Indian tribes, keeping him for weeks and implanting an organic computer in his brain so now he doesn't have to show it when he goes to the casino. After that, he went to Vegas and a demon took his hand and forced him down a dark hallway into a manhole in the street, with a door below that he knew led to heck, for which he blamed himself since he'd chosen to visit Sin City. I felt awful for him as he recounted all of this, and he was terrified about the Vegas part. Hoping to get through, I asked gently, "Now, you know none of that really happened, right?" And he just stared at me in confusion because of course to him, it all did indeed. Medicated paranoid schizophrenic here. Out of all the various recurring, excruciating delusions of pain, death, and extreme paranoia, few have come to scare me as much as this one. Buckle up, folks, I'm awoken. The night sky illuminated by a half moon. Outside my window, possibly a reflection. A face looks back at me, bearded, helmeted, looks kinda like those biker zombies from 7 Days to Die. To give a better picture, the face contorts and twists and turns and goes inside out, then back to normal. Looks like it's laughing now. Starts moving towards me, through the window. Now inside my bedroom, not 3 solid turds from my face, laughing. I scream silently, too afraid to make a sound, to even blink. The face hovers, menacingly staring deep into my soul, and shredding it to pieces. In a rare moment of clarity, I start praying to every god I know, From Jesus to Odin to Krishna to Osiris and back, begging for mercy. Please, anything but this. The face then loses its face, becomes a skull. A bastardized mix of human and cow that is hard to describe with words. It had horns. It was horrifying. I thought, I knew, I was going to die. This laughing skull was going to kill me. In a final act of malice, it crept towards me, staring deeper and deeper into my eyes, further shredding and searing my soul with its pure hatred. I closed my eyes for the first time in ages, and when I opened them, it was gone. Looking around, my alarm clock displayed 3:04 AM, the half moon a sideways frown, reminding me that I was in danger, that the skull, the face, it was sent here to hurt and kill me. I didn't sleep again for another 2 days, and even then, I had almost collapsed from exhaustion. That's the end of that memory. As painful as it is to relive, it is important, because it reminds me of why I take my meds, to never be afraid of things like that again. A good friend of mine is schizophrenic and he once told me if he stopped taking his meds he would hear the voice of God telling him the only way to atone for all his sins was by taking his own life. He tried multiple times, thankfully he's doing better these days. Throwaway account because I feel weird talking about it. I think I have something similar going on. It started about 3 or 4 years ago. I see vivid auras on people. Some examples are a vivid yellow-orange glow with distinct lines coming off the shoulders. Sometimes it's just around specific body parts, like an arm glowing purple. I've seen floating purple eyes in a star-like shape. Sometimes I can see a line coming off objects like a tree that goes into the sky. Sometimes I get vivid flashes of faces I don't recognize. There are a few other events that I feel like would make this post less believable, like intuitively knowing the contents of packages or knowing I'll find some old bottles hiking. It's more disconcerting than scary. I don't experience paranoia or mania, but I can't focus and occasionally am fond of pacing. I've debated seeing a professional regarding the issue, but I haven't. I'm late to this thread, but it's helpful talking about some of these issues. I've had a reoccurring figure since my episodes first started. When I was younger I would hear brief whispered statements like hey or look. The first time this specific voice turned into a visual sensation I was around 13 years old. I was reading in bed and I heard a whisper saying stop that kept repeating louder and louder to the point of screaming. Slowly coming into my field of vision was a woman in a white robe, a disfigured bloody old face and mangled hair. When she was fully there, the screaming stopped. It felt like an eternity of being unable to look away because I was petrified. My eyes just kept watering. After a few minutes I was able to snap out of the trance and she was gone. I've struggled with other episodes, but this is one of my few reoccurring terrors. In school she would appear in class. I'd be out with my friends and she'd be in the road. I'd be at work and she's just there. It's caused issues in relationships because I have a hard time admitting I go through with this. A month ago I was visiting my ex-girlfriend at her dorm, and I woke up paralyzed with fear because I was experiencing an episode but couldn't reach out for help. Sometimes I worry that I'll have to deal with this alone until I can't handle the dread anymore. I have mixed state bipolar Asperger's, which sometimes has gone on to full-blown psychosis. It's difficult to separate the things which are hallucinations and which are synesthesia, but either way the effect can be scary. For example, once on the ground floor of a hotel I heard piano music coming from the lounge, but as I got closer and closer the music turned into what it really was, which was a guitar and drums. I hear human voices and static, like the white noise of any computer. Even a light bulb that is loud enough for me to hear it will sound like two people arguing. When I close my eyes I see fractals and kaleidoscope imagery until it fades to black and I begin to see flashbulb images of things I saw since I last slept. When I hear certain sounds I get mental images, colors, shapes, emotions. When I was in early stages of psychosis I heard a commercial for Windows 10. I whipped off my feet like Charlie Brown and started screaming because the sound effect they played in the beginning of the commercial made me see 7 blinding lights that looked like they were going to crash into me. There is lower level hallucination type stuff, like being convinced every man on earth is trying to kill me, or taking a sign that said exit to lobby with a pointing arrow to mean something more like please leave the building before attempting to lobby for anything, where an lobby means to make an argument, leaving me mute while I could still see the sign. I am also bipolar and a synesthete. I see those closed difractal kaleidoscope imagery when I close my eyes, too, but I have never heard of anyone else seeing the same thing till now. Thank you for sharing. When I didn't recognize myself in the mirror, I was looking at myself, and I started to have these weird thoughts about if I was the person I thought I was, and how I could be sure, since most of the time I'm not sure what I see is real anyway. That spiraled down until finally I didn't even recognize who I was in the mirror. I knew I should know the man there, and I knew it was someone close to me, but I couldn't grasp that it was me. I didn't know who I was. I thought I was just a figment of what my mind told me I was, that all the voices were right, that I was nothing. This post interests me so much because I have a sibling that was diagnosed with schizophrenia when she turned 18. It was pretty bad for my family, especially my mom, because we had no idea it was even a thing that existed. Basically the last 10 years she's been in and out of mental health centers. Usually when she has episodes she hallucinates that my mother is sleeping with her boyfriend, doesn't have one, and she can hear them having sex through the wall, and when that happens she gets really violent and tries to basically murder our mom. What really amazes and confuses me is that a lot of people are here that have the mental illness and they know they have it and are aware that what they experienced was not real even if they realized it later. My sibling says that nothing is wrong with her and we just hate her and want her to stay locked in a mental health center. She has hallucinated voices talking to her from a radio and really weird things like sharks living in her stomach and eating her unborn baby, not even pregnant. Again, I always wonder how come my sibling never acknowledges that she has schizophrenia and thinks all her hallucinations are real, but others can talk about their experiences. Not schizophrenic, but do experience hallucinations. I hear my grandfather calling my name and laughing from the room he was in last before he died. It's not like a noise that could be mistaken for a voice. I hear it loud and clear, and it actually sounds like it's coming from that room. When I go in the room, though, I can't hear it anymore and it frustrates me. I also can see him walking around in the living room when the lights are off. One night I remember looking downstairs from the top of the staircase and seeing him staring up with lifeless eyes that were sunken in. When I tried to turn back around he shook violently before falling to the ground. Very traumatizing to see a few weeks after his death. I suffered a lot from hallucinations when I was a teenager. My dad is schizophrenic and I've been told by doctors that I inherited it from him. I remember having hallucinations about a pair of incredibly long arms. They looked like they had been stretched into deformity by some sort of torture. The skin on the arms had been ripped off, the nails too. Sometimes the arms would look like they had been made up of other organs. One time they were covered in what seemed to be the dead skin of intestines. The arms would appear out of dark areas at any time of the day. They moved like snakes, but also like they were examining the surroundings, sorta like a blind person feeling their way through a room. Whenever the arms got close, I would hear faint moaning, like that of a person in serious, but it was mixed with animalistic growling. Not schizophrenic. I was in the hospital in the worst pain of my life, so naturally they give me a morphine drip. I had never had anything stronger than ibuprofen, so I had no idea what to expect. I started having a visual hallucination that the ceiling had literally dropped down and was only like 3 inches away from my face. I was laying in my hospital bed in a panic thinking I couldn't sit up, so I got all claustrophobic and absolutely lost my crap. It doesn't sound so bad, but it was horrifying. I felt like I was pinned to my bed, trapped in the little box. The worst part is that I know it wasn't real, but when I remember it I can still feel that anxiety I had, like it really happened. I had amphetamine psychosis, which is indistinguishable from schizophrenia. I thought people were coming to get me as punishment for not taking amphetamine. How would they know that I hadn't taken any? Why would they want to hurt me? I didn't know, but I had such a strong conviction that I didn't feel safe in the house. It was a living nightmare, and I had a delusion that everyone knows how they will die, as if it gets revealed to them poetically in life and that we're not allowed to talk about it. I believed I would be murdered. I came to this conclusion after believing that I was being watched by a man outside my window in the bushes while I just sat there for hours. There was no man in the bushes. I was staying up for 5 days at a time, and it took me about 10 months of abstinence to recover from the delusions, anxiety, and depression. Lawyer who represented the mentally ill. I had a client in his early 20s who refused to open his eyes. He would keep them shut tight no matter what. The reality he saw was so overwhelming. Many people with mental illness have issues with their eyes so much so that it leads to self-harm. One patient used to aerosol spray can to make blowtorches and burned out his eyes. Now imagine the terror that you would have to perceive to make you take such an action. At least for me, the delusions are far scarier than the hallucinations. Insects and shadow goblins are freaky but not as bad as being convinced that your loved ones are all dead or that the government is following you. Once, my reflection in the mirror started moving on its own and talking to me. It was deeply evil. I was like trapped in my own body, unable to take my eyes off that being in the mirror. Sometimes, I feel a presence in the bathroom and I know the being is back. I avoid looking at the mirror at all costs. If I ignore it, it eventually leaves. Schizoaffective and bipolar 1. I've had a lot of mild to somewhat severe ones when I was undiagnosed. Stopped taking my meds, so I'll only highlight the 2 worst episodes. My first visual one was when I was 14 and undiagnosed. I was up late talking on the phone with a friend when I hear tapping on my window. I look over and there is a completely glowing white hand making weird hand gestures and grabbing at the air. I freaked out and ran downstairs to tell my parents someone is breaking into our house. Here's the kicker. My bedroom was on the 3rd story. My dad went out to investigate regardless, but they just brushed it off as a bad dream. I also have night terrors. When I came back into my room, things were quiet for a while, but about an hour later, the hand was back. But this time it was flailing around like its body was being violently shaken. Just horribly shaking, waving around. I slept in the bathroom that night, needless to say. Months later I was diagnosed schizoaffective and bipolar 1. I thought back to that night and realized it was a hallucination. The one that messed me up the most was after I got an abortion. At first, I was emotionally okay with my decision because I was suffering from a severe alcohol addiction and my family has a very bad history with postpartum psychosis. I've read too many articles about tragic cases of mothers suffering postpartum psychosis, hurting, murdering their children, and I am convinced I would probably harm myself or my future child somehow. Having children is a risk I am not okay with taking. But 2 nights after my procedure, I was sitting in my apartment. I lived alone. And I hear faint crying. I thought it was a cat or kid outside, even though it was 2 AM. I walk over to my window and see nothing. Then right behind me, I hear a little girl's voice sheepishly ask mommy. I spin around and see a millisecond flash of a little girl wearing red with short black hair. It was like a camera flash. Popped up then gone. I stood there in shock for a second, then began bawling uncontrollably. I am still dealing with that hallucination to this day. I felt a lot of guilt and self-hatred over my abortion after that, but I try and tell myself it was the right choice. I'm currently on a good antipsychotic, Rexulti, so I haven't had hallucinations in a while and I've been feeling a lot more stable than I ever have before. Had a very close friend that was schizophrenic. I knew that he went to the mall a lot, but at first I didn't think much of it. One day when he was having a good day, I asked what he did there all day. He would walk around the mall with his headphones and music on. As he was doing this, he's reading the mouths of people that walk by. But he isn't actually reading them. It's his hallucinations that make him think that these people are talking to him. When he's reading the mouths, it's God sending him messages through these people's mouths. Every message has something to do with his life and making decisions and even playing into more delusions. I know it was probably even more complex than I can even imagine, but he honestly believed this. Sadly, my friend walked off the roof of the home he was staying at last year. He believed that God gave him powers to fly. It was sad knowing that he died like that, but a part of me knew that he was finally free from his mind and he's in peace now. 19 and apparently started developing schizophrenia when I was 18 last year, but the scariest one I had, I was peeing and someone yelled who's there, and I live alone, so I freaked out and couldn't tell. I didn't know I had the disorder, so I thought someone was in my home and I couldn't leave the bathroom for fear of being hurt. And just ones where they tell me to kill myself or kill other people. I have some visuals, but only when I relapse hard. The worst one was I turned around in my bed and there was a pale woman and I looked and she dashed away, and she was so vivid and she kept bothering me all night. I tried to draw her but I couldn't get it right. Serious, what are some creepy stories from your culture? From Paraguay, Jazzy Jatir. He's a blonde, beautiful dwarf that goes around naked in the woods. He owns a golden stick that provides him with magical powers. He kidnaps the kids that don't sleep in the afternoon, around 2 PM to 4 PM here, and if he returns them, they're often deaf or mute. Lewisone is similar to a werewolf. The Tuesdays and Fridays nights he transforms into a horrible dog. The souls he takes never go to the afterlife, and that's why he's so feared. Some people think the 7th kid in every family grows to be a Lewisone Pombero, some kind of elf. He is the guardian of the woods and wild animals. He lives in the countryside and announces his presence whistling. If he is your friend, he can guide you through the woods and help you, but if he's your enemy, he can do all sorts of things to you. He punishes the hunters that kill more animals than necessary by making them disappear forever. I'm sorry if it's not well written. I did my best. In Argentina we have El Lobizón, and the only way of preventing the 7th son from becoming one is to be the godson of the president, and we leave cigarettes and candy to El Pombero XD. Don't look up trees when you are out walking at night. A virgin ghost that will suck the life out of you sits up there waiting for you to look up. When a person is asleep, their soul leaves their body. If you paint or draw on a sleeping person's face, their soul will not recognize them and be unable to jump back into the body. Assassination must be really easy in Indonesia. The Brothers Grimm collected stories of folklore throughout Germany during the 19th century. Amongst them are plenty of famous and often dark fairy tales. One example is the famous story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. During the 13th century, the city of Hamelin suffered from a great rat plague. The people of Hamelin were out of their wits. One day though, a stranger in colorful clothes appeared and promised them to rid them of the rats for an appropriate payment. The citizens agreed and promised him a generous reward if he succeeded. The stranger was a skillful piper and played a melody on his flute that made the rats and mice of the city to gather around him. Enchanted by his music, they followed him when he stepped into a nearby river where they drowned. The piper had fulfilled his promise, but the people of Hamelin denied him his reward. The stranger left angrily and without payment. Some time later though he returned and played his flute once more. This time it were the children of Hamelin that fell under his tuned spell. He led them out of the town and into a cave under a mountain. Only 2 of the children returned, one blind, one mute, unable to tell where they had been. But none of the other children were ever seen again. There are plenty of variations of this old folk tale, but the gist usually remains the same. There was a version circulating among history geeks in Berlin that the town sold the older children into slavery to make it through a tough year, and the story was to cover up their absence. No idea about the validity of this, but somehow creepier than the piper. Small town in upstate NY. There used to be a train station there, back when people actually took passenger trains anywhere in rural areas. Fairly well-off guy, well known in town, comes racing into the station, right before midnight. Seconds later, a huge, old-fashioned, jet black train with nobody aboard, I mean nobody, rolls into the station. No schedule shows a train arriving for another hour, but there it is. Guy runs through the booth and jumps onto the train. Train rolls off into the night. Nobody ever saw him again. There's a song about something like this in the show Over the Garden Wall. It's called Old Black Train, and the train is meant to represent death collecting passengers and taking them away. Plus the show takes place in a kind of forest setting and some old timmy small rural towns. It's not upstate NY specifically, but it's the same kind of environment. Reminds me of this. In Romania, I grew up on a farm and my grandma and her sister were super religious, but they also believed in folktales. This one folktale said that each year on a specific night in summer, forgot the date, sorry, the day of the Sinzine, these mythical forest nymphs would come out and play their instruments together around town. You were never supposed to go outside if you heard music playing because it was their way of drawing people out. My grandma's sister told me this story about a person from their village who was working late on that day and didn't want to go home. As he was working, he heard folk music and the sounds were getting closer and closer, so he hid in a haystack. He then overheard the sound of a string breaking and a female voice saying, "Oh no, my guitar string broke." Then another voice said, "Oh, don't worry, maybe that man over there can help," and they apparently took one of his muscles from his leg and used it as a replacement for the string, and since then that man never walked on that foot ever again. This story used to scare me so much when I was little, and I never knew if they made it up entirely or if it was a tale passed on through generations, but it was super creepy. Ooh, I've got some nice ones from de Droevenstreek in Belgium. 1. Toketers, tenensnajders, who cut off children's toes when they walk barefoot through a field. 2. The black dog werewolf, local variant, who jumps on your back, then you have to carry him to a graveyard where he jumps off. 3. Lodder Medbakit, Lodder with his chains, a BDSM enthusiast who follows you when you're all alone at night, rattling his chains to scare you and being a general dong. Very similar to aforementioned werewolf. 3. Seraput monster, or something similar like Put Doodle. Greenhouse well monsters, a monster that lives under the lid's greenhouse wells and pulls in children, then drowns and devours them. 4. The ruins of a monastery in the Sonian forest that was burned to the ground, where it's said you can still hear the monks' nuns chant in the night. 5. Diogen, the eyes, a phenomenon where you get suddenly enveloped by smoke, see a bunch of eyes and some burning people, possibly connected to the monastery if you look at the description of burning people in the Sonian forest, and a lot of witches, white wives, ghosts, bandits, etc. The Wild Hunt even made a pass through my village. How to prevent them? Simple. Make a cross, carry a crucifix, listen to your parents and the parish priest, and don't be a child. Not necessarily creepy, but interesting nonetheless. Cuban here. Not creepy, but many years ago, we imported the first mummy we possessed. Since the customs needed to label it somehow, it was labeled as conserved meat, as in food. They weren't wrong. People in my town spoke of dear woman. Origin story differs, but I was told a woman was killed and buried on top of a deer. She would chase people at night and was known to harass motorcycle riders, even going so far as to jump onto the back and ride along while laughing hysterically. There's an old bridge on the outside of town and she was especially known to haunt the area around it. Dear woman. That's pretty common among a lot of Native American tribes, and the myth is that whilst she's generally a benign spirit, she's sometimes similar to succubi in that she sometimes lures promiscuous men to their deaths. The Irish Banshee is a creature that shrieks and wails. You usually see her close to the death of someone in your family. I had this book called True Irish Ghost Stories, and in one of the stories, a guy sees a crying woman and figures it's the Banshee, so someone close to him is probably going to die. He said he hoped it wasn't his wife or children. Thankfully it wasn't, but he heard later that the same day he saw the Banshee, his best friend was shot and killed in Dallas, Texas. His best friend was President Kennedy. Not sure if this is universal for my culture, but the nightmare of Lilith. I had sleep paralysis a lot growing up. When you're in your REM sleep cycle, your body is paralyzed to keep you from acting out your dreams. With sleep paralysis, you become aware that you're dreaming and open your eyes, but you can't move a muscle. However, since you're in your REM cycle, your dreams blend with your bedroom. A lot of people report hallucinating a witch pressing down on their chest, making breathing difficult. It's quite a scary experience. So I told my grandmother this, and she told me about the demon Lilith. In Hebrew folklore, Lilith was the first wife of Adam, also made from dirt, instead of from his rib, like Eve. Since they were made equally, Lilith refused to lie beneath Adam. She refused to bend to the will of a man, so she was banished from the Garden of Eden. She mated with the archangel Samuel, but found herself infertile, and became a wanton, baby-stealing demon in the night. Yes, so my grandmother told me that my sleep paralysis was a visit from Lilith. A fun belief for an 8-year-old to fuel an already overactive imagination. Nunanui, Stone Man, and Utlanta, Spearfinger, both myths from the Cherokee tribes that were in East Tennessee. Stone Man would devour the souls of villagers. Spearfinger would kill anyone who wandered into the forest alone by stabbing them through the neck with her spear-shaped finger. How to thunk it, and then eat their livers. She would then shapeshift into her victim's likeness to gain access to the village and would then kill the family of her original victim, also eating their livers. 3 that I can think of. Rockirakubi was a women during the day, but when they would sleep, their neck would stretch to incredible lengths and roam around freely, drinking either blood or sometimes eating humans. Bake Kujara, or ghost whale, a huge ghost-like whale skeleton that is followed by a flock of birds or fish. They appear on rainy nights near the coastal whale villages, scaring and placing a curse on anyone who sees it. The curse would bring famine, plague, fire and all various kinds of disasters to the village that sees it. Joragumo, in Japanese folklore, this is a magical, 400-year-old giant spider that can change its appearance into a beautiful woman. She will seduce young handsome men, wrap them up in her web and eats them. These three are also known as Yauke. The Drummer Boy, Edinburgh. The story says the government found a tunnel that was too small for a fully grown man to go down, so they sent a boy with drums and told him to walk down the tunnel and keep drumming. They followed the sound of the drums and at one point it stopped. The boy never returned. Some people say that if you stand in the right place you can still hear the drums. This is a Mongolian myth. My grandma told me this when we were at the countryside where there's very little human interaction. She told me that after it's dark or you go outside alone while herding, and if you go far enough to not see the chimney of the yurt you're living at, a ghost or a spirit comes, makes you faint and have a seizure. The way you know the ghost is near is when an animal of your herd starts to have a seizure and their mouth bubbles up. If you're fast enough and see the chimney of your yurt, you may be able to avoid the spirit, but most likely, by the time you realize what's going on, you're goners. I don't remember if you die by the end of it or is just left there. Even so, it was a pretty creepy story when she told me about it, especially when it was after sunset. I bet the legend is to help children not get lost by making sure they can always see home. And the part about animals having a seizure might have been tacked on to get kids to run home if crap starts getting whack, like poison gas or something. I'm half Polish, so one thing I've heard of is the Rusatka, water nymph, a woman who was killed before marriage, and if it's an unfair death, or if no one avenges her, she will stay on the earth as a Rusatka who lures men and kills them by doing a dance or a tickling motion. That's all I got. It's Rusalka, pronounced Rusoka, and a similar demon is Paladnika, Lady Midday or known wraith, a woman in white who will tickle you to death if she catches you in the field during the noon. Good idea to keep your kids from getting a sunstroke. I have some stories from the Philippines that scared me when I was a child. Here are my favorites. There's these ghouls known as aswang. Many variations of these ghouls exist between cultures, but what is usually common between them is their ghoulish appearance, long tongue, bat wings, hunting during nighttime, their diet of unborn fetuses, and their salt and garlic weakness, as well as their weakness in sunlight. Maria Labo. She is once a hard-working OFW and a mother of 3 children. She became an aswang from someone overseas, and came back to her home where she supposedly cooked her 3 children and fed it to her husband. Of course, her husband finds it out, and he slashes her face with a labo or some kind of machete. That's where she gets her name. She escapes and runs off in the wilderness, hunting children. Tick tick whack whack, a kind of aswang. Its prominent feature is that it tricks its prey through its sounds. When you hear tick, 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 loudly, they are far away. When you hear it quietly, they are near. Manananggal, also a kind of aswang. During the day she's a normal woman, doing normal things, but at night, she grows bat wings, detaches her lower torso, and flies off in search of pregnant women. The only way to kill her is to either hide her lower half or put salt on it. This way she can't reattach back and will die on direct sunlight. Tianak. It's a baby demon that disguises itself as a lost baby in the forest. When a traveler notices said baby and attempts to rescue it, it'll go back into a baby demon and kill the traveler. White Lady. This is a ghost woman that appears in haunted houses and besides roads, acting as a hitchhiker. She's called White Lady because she wears white cloth during her apparitions. The most popular version of the White Lady is the one from Belite Drive. There are also many encounters of ghosts such as headless priests and Japanese World War II soldiers, as well as a lot of haunted houses. The Icelandic Yule Lads. Basically a bunch of elvish demons that raid your house during the night of Christmas Eve. Basically a bunch of bearded dwarfs. The first one is Stekarjastur, who harasses and kills your sheep. Jiljagur steals your milk and tips your cows. Stoffer destroys your kitchen and steals dirty pans to eat the crust off them. Varalika, spoon licker, licks your spoons and is malnourished. Patalika steals your pots and also licks them. Ascalika hides under your bed and steals bowls you leave in your room to lick them. Heraskela slams your doors loudly while you're sleeping. Skygama steals your skyer, yogurt. Bjognakrika, sausage swiper, hides in your oven and steals sausages that you cook. Glugagaja stalks you through your windows and steals things from you when he catches you sleeping. Kit Croaker has a hook for a hand and uses it to steal your meat. Kurtasnika stalks children to steal and eat their candles. Gryla is the mother of these demons that abducts and eats children that misbehave. And of course, doorway sniffer, Gatabafa, who has an abnormally large nose to fricking sniff your doorways. He also steals bread. Icelandic Yule Lad seemed like a shitpost from Eric the Red's time. It's either that or there were some locals with very specific fetishes. Might not be well known, but here in Australia we have the Minutes light. Basically, if you follow or try to catch this guy you are never to be seen again. It is said that it predates European settlement. So it isn't some colonists taking half-caste children at night : We also have the Yowie, which is like the Australian Sasquatch, and the Bunaib, an aquatic dog-like creature that drags children and women to their watery graves. There are also various rumors of big cats living in outback. A few planes went down in between World War I and World War II. As a result, these cats were released into different regions of Australia, the most common being the Penrith Panther or Blue Mountains Panther. We even named a football team after them. Sightings were that common. I have heard of instances similar to this all up and down the East Coast. So, I personally this it is likely true. Back when my grandfather was a kid during the 1930s in rural far south coast of NSW, there were sightings for about 2 years of a tiger-like animal in farm bushland. There is a Hmong ghost story about an old couple where the old woman thought that her husband was stroking her hair at night. Nope. It was a weird butt creature with crazy long arms that was reaching through their window at night. They never saw the whole creature, just the long butt arm reaching through the window and stretching way off into the forest. That's why you shouldn't put the head of your bed near the window. Just the thought of being stroked in your hair and then waking up to see that your husband lay with his back against you makes my skin crawl. It's not really a story, but I'm Woodlands Cree, Native American, and we have a strict rule to not whistle when the northern lights are out. 1. Krampus. 2. A legend about a glacier from my region. Some farmers got so rich with their land that they used pure silver as cowbells, bathed in cow milk, and they made their streets from cheese and butter so the devil may have something to eat as well. At some point a poor traveler showed up at their doorstep asking for shelter and they cast him away, shouting, "The devil shall give you shelter." But then thick clouds came towards them from the mountains called the Devil's Horns. They do look like the name suggests, and it started to snow heavily. The farmers tried to make their way down to the valley, but they never made it and their wealth and houses got crushed below the eternal ice. I have a grandmother who is an immigrant from an old country. I'm so freaking glad it was the Netherlands and not Germany, so the only stories were ever about a racist version of Santa and his elf from Spain instead of a demon who steals children. Edit. Na'ul. Ancient creatures that predates the ancient cultures around here, that walk to this day. Skilled sorcerers that can transform into animals and attack people, steal babies, eat kids, and of course curse you. The Cursed Monastery of Creek. This one is interesting because it's half historical fact. In the middle of the Norfolk Broads there's a ruined monastery. It was originally built by a relative of William the Conqueror in order to atone for the people he'd killed in the bloody Norman conquest of England. However, some years later the monastery was destroyed during a heavy storm. It had been ravaged by fire after purportedly being struck by lightning. None of the monks survived, having had the misfortune to be fast asleep when the blaze took hold. Normally it would be horribly traumatizing for the local community to lose their connection to God like that. However, in the wake of the fire, strange rumors were chronicled among the locals of the nearby village that far from being men of God, the monks had been practicing heretical, satanic rituals. Many of locals even came to believe the monastery had been cursed by God. Much later, under the patronage of a king and against the protests of the locals, the monastery was rebuilt and the ground reconsecrated. But after the rebuilding was complete, the Black Death came to the area and claimed the lives of the monks living there along with many of the locals. So it was abandoned to lapse into ruin once again. Even now, visitors who make their way along the winding tracks to the monastery report a chilling sense of foreboding when standing among the shadowed ruins. Aino was the beautiful sister of Jalkahanan. Jalkahanan, having lost a singing contest to the old man Voinormainen, promised his sister's hands and feet to Voinormainen. Aino's mother was pleased to marry her daughter to such a famous, well-born man. But Aino did not want to marry such an old man, so rather than submit to her fate, Aino drowned herself. She later returned as a perch-torn Voinormainen in his grief. This is a story from Finnish Karelian national epic The Kalevala. There is also a famous painting of this story by Aleksi Gallen-Kallela. I guess this isn't really all that creepy, but it's the best I got. In Oxfordshire, UK, there's a fairly obscure creature of legend called the Boneless. It's purported to be a sort of protoplasmic blob that ambushes and suffocates travelers on lonely paths. Dang thing made me scared to walk to and from the bus stop. It was a rural area by British standards. I had to walk across a few fields and through a woodland to get there from home. For nigh on a decade of my childhood. I like my blobs boneless. The Babe. Parents tell their children that the Babe is waiting under their beds. When a child gets out of its bed when it actually should be sleeping, the Babe takes it away from its parents. It's never said how the Babe looks like, so that the children can imagine something what they think is really scary. Sorry for bad English. Australian Aboriginal here. We have many creepy creatures because we are many different groups, languages and locations, but there are a few central themes. Where I am from, on Biripi country, we call her Durigal, which roughly translates to bush person. She is long and thin but strong, with long hair all over her body. She clings up in the tree canopies waiting for someone to venture too far from camp or their home. She screams as she pounces and drags her victim up into the trees, never to be seen again. A great story to keep us kids in line. Durigal is our version of a broader mythology of the Yowie, the creature that made it into mainstream folklore. There are many different kinds of large hairy bush people creatures. It is believed they are ancestral beings who maintain the proper law of the wild country and hold magic. Elders further south in Vulnera Darkinjung country, north of Sydney, have told stories of four-wheelers found tipped upside down on their roofs when the owners return from camping in places that are sacred and where they shouldn't be. La Llorona. If you're Mexican, you know her story. If you're not, let me tell you then. La Llorona was from Mexico who had gave birth to twins, but the father left them, so that meant she had to take care of them herself, but she couldn't handle their crying, so she drowned them in a river somewhere, but she didn't mean to kill them, but it was too late, they were dead. Then later on she killed herself, and people were saying that you could hear her in the streets saying Miss Hidges and crying loudly. Most parents use it as a lesson to listen to them or she will kill you. I've heard of La Llorona. I prefer that one guy who whistles, though. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but I recall that he whistles a certain tune, and if he sounds far away, he's actually close to you. Lake Bodom. It's a lake in Espoo, Finland, and in 1962 15-year-old girls and two 18-year-old boys were at the lake for a night. 3 of them were murdered and 1 of the boys were found passed out and beaten. To this day no one knows who did it. One theory is that the guy who survived did it because he didn't get any pee that night and he was arrested for it in 2004, but he was released in 2005 for some reason. I know this story specifically because of Children of Bodom. Take my upvote. Lalachusa, a harpy who tries to lure you outside of your home by imitating the cry of an infant and scratching your home's exterior. My great-grandmother told us how she evaded one a long time ago while her husband was away gambling. They lived in rural country land, and as she tried to coax her baby to sleep, she continued to hear scratches along the rooftops and windows. She put out her lights and her baby began to cry, but she did her best to keep her quiet. They found deep gashes on the side of her home the next night. Now, in my part of Texas, Lalachusa is just a giant owl that attacks people when they're driving and kills all the electronics in their car. I think it's a valley thing. The story I can think of offhand is from McAllen. What is the scariest noise you've ever heard? In my early 20s, I worked at a nuclear power plant in the laundry department, and there was an alarm for a nuclear event while I was on shift. All non-essential personnel had to take shelter in the on-site bunker and wait for hours. The speakers blared an alarm and notice inside and out of the complex. The notice was something akin to alert. Nuclear event in progress. Take your stations. Alert. Hours. I stayed up till like 3 AM and just heard a super loud scream outside of my house. It wasn't just one time though. It happened a few times a week. Turns out it was a drunk dude. Still scared the crap out of me. Holy crap, and I got scared by 2 cats going at it. That emergency alert sound when it takes over your TV. Even though 99% of the time for me it's just been tests, that sound terrifies me. I was shot at once, and the sound of a bullet passing close by is pretty distinctive, but I didn't realize what had happened until later, so I wasn't actually frightened by it. The most terrified I've been from a sound was when I was working graveyard security at an old army fort converted into a school. Part of the job was to walk through the buildings every hour or so and check the doors that are supposed to be locked. During one check I stopped midway to use the bathroom, and while I was washing my hands I heard a sound partway between a moan and roar. That was exactly the sound you'd expect some shambling undead monstrosity to make, and it came from right outside the bathroom door. I stood there frozen in terror for a good 5 minutes, still holding a paper towel. When I didn't hear any other sounds, I turned the lights off to get accustomed to the dark, slowly opened the door, and sprinted for the exit. I didn't go in another building the rest of the night. 2 days later I was back for a day shift on the weekend. I'd had some time to consider what had happened, so I went back to the same bathroom and flushed the toilet. A minute later, the old water pipes made the same noise again. The roar of a tornado that was about 1/8 of a mile from me combined with the sound of the emergency sirens and the fierce winds full of all kinds of debris. The wet thunking sound of my grandmother's head hitting the pavement when she fell off a walker, followed by low moaning and a pool of blood. She ended up being okay, but at the time, I thought I just watched her die in front of me. Woman howling in distress after her very young son had died due to a sudden and unexpected illness. Me and the nurses ran towards thinking someone had been seriously injured. We found her completely broken and took her somewhere for privacy until her brother could arrive. Girl getting her hip popped back into place in the air with no meds after being thrown 100 feet off a motorcycle. I will remember the scream forever. It seriously haunts me. Dislocated joints are one of the better things ERs deal with. They can solve that and the patient gets better pretty soon afterward. Aortic aneurysms, though, the patients are awake, they're in horrible pain, and half of them don't survive. The sound on its own wasn't actually scary. It was the fact that it came from the middle of my room, in the dark, and it sounded like a person making a popping sound with their lips. I was trying to convince myself that I imagined it. Then I tried to make the same sound, to see if I could. I did. And then I heard it again, like an answer. Yeah, 10-year-old me was scared shitless by that. I still have no idea what that was or where it came from. Giving me Hereditary vibes. The sound of the death rattle when my grandmother was on hospice in her final hours. It's a sound you're never prepared to hear even when you know death is coming for your loved one. Yep, I was there for my mom's last breath. Terribly sad moment. The National Weather Service announcements on TV radio. The aggressive beeps followed by the muffled and staticky voices horrifying. One time at 3 AM my big dog let out a full-on wolf howl in a dark room. He was dreaming. I've never heard him howl, before or since. It was a full volume. It grew about a foot from my face while I was asleep. I seriously thought I was in mortal danger. I was walking my dog at about 4 AM a couple of years ago. I go to work before the crack of dawn, and heard a coyote howl in my neighbor's backyard. Then another one answered it, from the other side of the street. My dog literally stopped and crap in the middle of the street, then turned and headed back to the house. I almost crap, too. Dang, that blew up. Thanks for the award. The thunk of a car hitting my sister and the noise she made as she hit the pavement. Truly the most pants-crapping level of terror I've experienced, and that's a deep well to draw from. She survived, after resuscitation. Don't drive drunk. Way back in the 1980s when I was in the Navy, my ship was down at the Guantanamo Naval Base, for training. One day we were out at sea doing underway replenishments alongside an aircraft carrier. During this exercise the two ships would sail side by side on the same course, very close together, and rigs lines and hoses between the two ships to transfer fuel and other supplies. It's some dangerous crap. Every time our two ships would come together and get lines passed to the other ship, a Russian trawler would come diddy-bopping along right between the two ships, forcing us due to an emergency breakaway. This happened repeatedly all morning. At lunchtime both ships took a break. The aircraft carrier also launched 4 F-14s. After lunch we started up again, got lines and hoses passed, and once again the Russian trawler came up between us. Once again we did another emergency breakaway, but this time, the 4 F-14s came roaring out of the clouds, one after another, afterburners fired up, and all 4 went supersonic just over the trawler. I am insufficiently eloquent to convey to you what it sounded like. The roar of the F-14's engines, flying at maybe 80 featuring and no more than 25 yards away, was like the gates of heck had opened up and every tortured soul howled in anguish at the same time. In the midst of this horrific screaming were 4 thunderous booms, one after the other. It sounded like the world was coming apart. It was mayhem. The guys on the carrier knew this was coming. The guys on our ship did not. People screamed and dove for cover. People pee themselves. Some shat themselves. I nearly dove overboard looking for some cover from the god-awful noise. The trawler turned and disappeared over the horizon behind us at flank speed and we never saw him again. If that trawler tries that again, we're gonna drop Thor's hammer on their head. My friend was fatally shot in the chest when we were leaving a club together in 2016. We were drunk and didn't really realize what happened, but when the reality of the situation set and the look of fear in her eyes is an image I'll never be able to forget. She started frantically grabbing at her heart and crying, "I don't want to die," in between gurgled breaths. Moments before she passed she started convulsing and making these primordial sounding squelching noises that haunt me in my sleep to this day. She was 21. I miss her every day. The sound of someone breathing drowning in their own body fluids is one I do not wish anyone to hear, especially when it's their loved ones. My own face being beaten in by a home invasion robbery with the butt end of a gun. I woke up to being beat almost to death. It was so loud in my head. Frick man, hope you're doing better now. When I was a teenager I heard my dad screaming "wake up, stay alive" over and over while my mum had passed out and puked blood from a ruptured stomach ulcer. I'll never forget the pain in his voice. And my grandmother had an epileptic seizure, and in the 2 seconds leading up to her collapsing she screamed. It was a scream that sounded like she'd just witnessed the most horrible thing in the world. I've forgotten exactly why she screamed, but a doctor said it was just like an involuntary reaction. Still scary as heck. It's the noise that happens when the seizure starts. All the muscles tense and air is squeezed out of the lungs and past the vocal cords. My husband's epileptic and 90% of the time makes this noise. It still catches me off guard. I live in a 150-year-old farmhouse and I heard the most maniacal child's laugh in the middle of the night, approximately 2 AM. I am 99% sure it was my 5-year-old daughter sleep talking, but after hearing that and finding her sound asleep was unsettling. My daughter wakes up in the middle of the night and has conversations with her stuffed animals. It can be super creepy to wake up to kid giggles for some reason. I occasionally get auditory hallucinations when I'm falling asleep. Falling asleep last night I heard what sounded like someone pounding on my door. Freaked me out, but our dog wasn't barking, which let me know it wasn't real. Have this happen every so often. One time it was a female voice screaming "get the frick out of my bed." Have experienced hallucinations a lot in the past, so knew what it was, but dang, they do wake you right back up again. An approaching earthquake. I was in the Seattle for both the Maury Island and Nisqually quakes, 1995 and 2001, respectively. Both sounded like a distant freight train barreling down on us at top speed, just this deep, low growl that shifted into a roar coming through the ground. Mid-roar was when the shaking started. The Maury Island quake was short and shallow. The Nisqually quake, I was in the Sodo district of Seattle, and I remember that after the worst of the shaking stopped, the ground was still moving like a liquid. That was uncanny, but that sound, it's like nothing else. I rented a cabin in the middle of nowhere outside of Breckenridge. CO on vacation. It was about a 30-minute drive into town, so it was not close to anything really. On our last night, starting at about 2 AM, there was a consistent, very loud bang that I can only imagine was a gunshot that sounded like it was directly outside the house. Not like someone hunting in the distance, but someone shooting very, very close. The scary part was the direction the sound came from, and distance would rotate and seem to change distance that someone on foot couldn't do. It usually takes a lot for me to get spooked, but I was freaking terrified. If something were to happen where I was, that would be it. It continued on until early morning and I got no sleep. I checked the property for footprints the next day and there was nothing. To this day, the only logical explanation I can think of was that it was gunshots very far away, but because of the acoustics of the mountain and valley, it just seemed close. No idea what it was though, but I'll remember it forever. I was at the Belmont Itll stop in Chicago, waiting for my train to go to work. On the opposite platform, a very drunk man, what used to be called a wino, fell onto the tracks. Several people on the platform reached out to him, trying to pull him back up. Every time the drunk man tried to stand up, he fell right down again. The people on the platform couldn't reach him. My own train arrived and I boarded, then continued watching this drama unfold through my window. Suddenly the commuters on the opposite platform started screaming, louder than I've ever heard anyone scream before. The sound was horrible. I could feel it in my chest and in my stomach. People were frantically pointing, and I turned to see what they were pointing at. Just then a train barreled into my field of view. The drunk man hadn't been pulled up yet and I realized that there wasn't enough time left. The train was traveling too fast. One of the would-be rescuers was leaning quite far over the edge of the platform, with his upper body directly in the path of the oncoming train. They say that you never know how you're going to react to a situation until you actually experience it. I wouldn't have thought I would react this way, but my hands, almost as if they were acting on their own, raised up and covered my eyes. I didn't want to see whatever carnage was about to take place. I didn't want those memories to exist in my head. After a few seconds I heard the sound of the other train screeching to a halt. I lowered my hands. Through the windows of the other train I could see that the drunk man was now standing on the platform, unharmed. During those brief seconds when my eyes had been closed, the people had succeeded in pulling him to safety. Everybody lived. It's true and it's really nothing to judge. Our subconscious brain makes snap decisions for us most of the time in crisis and we are just along for the ride. When my father held in place a stack of pallets, I don't know what they are called in English, but they are these wooden squares to place boxes or similar things on top. It must have been more than 45 pallets that were about to crush it. He used his arms and torso, managing to stop all that weight and putting it in place. I remember his pallet is, indeed, the correct English word. Was helping my dad fix an old water heater in a house he was looking to flip. As we were messing with pipes, we heard the sound of gas escaping. Scrambled out of the house ASAP. Turns out the gas shut off the house used was faulty and we hadn't properly shut it down. The moment we heard the noise was terrifying though, since natural gas can blow so easily. I live on the edge of a small rural town, so it's not uncommon to encounter animals here, but many of them are still too spooked to venture in from the wilds this far. One night, I was just watching some movie in the living room. The doors and windows were open, and I heard a woman scream. It was high-pitched, blood-curdling. I ran outside with my rifle, trying not to look as frightened as I was, and there I saw nothing, just the tree line in the darkness. I looked around for a while and went back inside, starting to question whether or not I heard it at all. 5 minutes later I hear it again and run back outside. I forgot to grab my rifle this time though and was cursing myself as I approached the tree line again. But this time, I saw who made it. A goddamn owl. It looked at me, floofed up its feathers and made the same sound. Owls typically don't want much to do with people, but on the rare occasional I've seen one in town it's been the hoo-hoo kind. This bad boy sounded like a poor woman getting necked by a slasher. I felt pretty relieved. Pretty dumb too. Lightning struck a tree behind my house. I was by a window on the side of the house facing it and it sounded like a huge bomb went off. knocked stuff off shelves and scared the heck out of the cats. I was shaking from adrenaline for a long while after that. Once I was leaving my friend's house after a big barbecue party, backing up my car very slowly, keeping a close eye on all the children running around the yard. My husband, who had arrived in a different vehicle, and so wasn't in the car with me, thought it would be funny to walk up beside window and slap the glass. I was looking over my shoulder at that moment and didn't see him coming. For one horrible second I thought the noise of the slap was the sound of me running over a toddler. I slammed on the brake and started screaming before I realized what had happened. The terror was so strong that even though it only lasted a second, I couldn't stop crying for like 10 minutes. My husband felt real bad. Oh, man. I did something similar to my girlfriend once. She was not happy. Scratching in my walls late at night and slight hissing sounds. I lived on my own and I was so scared. I recorded to show people I wasn't hallucinating. I would only hear it from about midnight to about 4 AM. Called the landlord and found out some possums were nesting in that wall. Cat starting to vomit on a new sofa at 3 AM. Those sounds just before it happens are truly terrifying. Probably scares them too. My daughter choking when she was 18 months old. She pulled her hair clip out and inhaled it. We were in the middle of the supermarket at the time and she was in the trolley. I turned for 7 seconds to get a loaf of bread. My buddy had his child fall off the changing table onto the floor, turned to get a diaper and took his hand off of her for a couple of seconds. Happened that fast. He had changed her hundreds of times. She ended up with a broken leg. Freaked him out. I've heard some stuff to scare me, like being in the woods at night and bearing coyotes around me like surround sound. The worst happened this past Sunday. I took my daughter to a park that has some hiking trails and at the end was going to let her play on the playground equipment. As we are finishing on the final mile-long trail I kept hearing noises of some kids throwing rocks into a dry creek bed but didn't see them. As we came to an incline with some exposed roots I asked her to hold my hand to help give her some stability. Just as she moved forward and grabbed my hand I heard the sound of a rock hitting the trail about 2 feet behind us and as I looked back saw what was probably a 5 or 6 pound rock bounding into the brush to the right of us. I looked up to make sure nothing else was coming and sped up. I yelled something along the lines of whatever stupid fricks were throwing rocks. They were landing on a trail and nearly hit someone. Had the rock hit my daughter or myself in the head it would have killed her and either killed or really hurt me and then my 3-year-old would be alone hoping someone else came along on the trail. Once we got to the playground at the end of the trail I called the rangers and told them what happened. Within 5 minutes of me calling a ranger was at the 2 entrances exits to the trail. This seriously pisses me off. Possible break-in attempt. My bed placement put my head right on the other side of the wall where the guy attempted to kick our door in and then a single pair of heavy footsteps running away. He may have heard me react to the slamming on the door, leading him to run. We know it wasn't a prank because a week prior, we were ding-dong ditched and the kids were caught by the police, plus we don't have many kids in the neighborhood. The last breath of a human being. We were on a walking path and this guy passed us on a bicycle. But he looked pretty exhausted from the heat. 20 feet ahead of us he fell over and we ran to help him up. He was unconscious and just gave out this one big last shudder and stopped breathing. That was probably 40 years ago, but it still haunts me. It was the epitome of casting off this mortal coil. People underestimate the danger of overexertion. One night as I was falling asleep I heard a woman scream bloody murder. It sounded like it came from the parking lot outside my window of my apartment. I was so scared someone was being attacked or something but I just couldn't bring myself to check outside. So I just tried to listen for anything else. A car door, footsteps, a voice, anything to verify I should maybe call the police. After what felt like an eternity, it was probably more like 10 minutes, I heard nothing at all. I finally checked the window and saw nothing suspicious. I thought I must have imagined it but I was so sure it was real. Eventually I must have fallen asleep. The next morning I told my roommate what happened and asked if he heard anything. He started laughing. Turns out, his girlfriend at the time stayed over that night, and she has a history of night terrors. He explained that last night she had a night terror and screamed. He told me he was wondering if someone might have heard and called the police so he stayed up half expecting them to show up. I told him I guess I was the only one who heard, but I thought it was funny that it sounded like it came from outside the apartment, not inside. It's a good laugh now, but that night I was frozen with terror. I was on my way to my barber when I heard screeching tires and I looked to my left to see tire smoke in the opposite lane, followed by the sound of an accident. Apparently a car in the oncoming lane lost control, jumped the median, and crashed head-on with a car behind me. Let's say my pants felt a little heavier because I drive a Mini Cooper. The echo of rainwater hitting the floor of a sewer drain just flashes me back to being 6 years old and sneak watching it from behind the couch when Pennywise met Georgie. I forgot there was an old It for a second and thought, wow, a 9-year-old, unless you are actually 9. At my work, a little girl was messing around unsupervised on the escalator and her coat got stuck and she was dragged under the railing. She was pinned under there and I've never heard a more horrifying scream in my life. It started out as loud AF, but it just got inhuman. The poor girl was terrified, and it took over an hour to get her free. There was a pillar right next to her and she was sort of wedged between. Luckily she only had some minor bruises with no serious damage, but I imagine she had a tough time afterwards. Railroad engineers, have you ever come across anything creepy or weird on the tracks while driving your train? Best friend works as an engineer conductor track inspector for a small railroad. Not anything scary, but the worst I heard about is when one of the elevators they work with had a silo explode while someone was on top of or in it. I don't remember which. Also, the stories of workers slipping and getting run over by the train, not doing things safely, tend to scare the daylights out of me. One time they caught a kid dragging his bike across the tracks, underneath of the train. They only saw him in the mirror when they started to move and he scurried out, and the head guy hopped off and chewed the kid out. ETA, I forgot about the time they pulled into their Y and found a couple of 18-20-year-old boys having a bonfire, who then threatened my friend who was engineer at the time to get off of their property. So he called the fire department and his boss, who came out to inform the boys that they were trespassing. In the time it took him to get there, the boys had called their daddy, who showed up and called the cops on the train crew for supposedly trespassing. Remember, this isn't between two tracks and a Y, and got himself in trouble. People are smart. Class 1 freight conductor. A few things. 16-year-old with his head and shoulders 50 feet up the track, with his body laying beside the track next to us. Friday night yard job, we saw two males having sex in the middle of a tunnel, just crap-faced, trying to wave us by like we were not a train on tracks. Just laid on the whistle until they left. I remember Ray crewing a train that had killed someone, and spending an hour looking in the bush for their hand. I didn't find it, then stepping in something that was red with hair. Going north we hit a moose, not too far from the bunkhouse. Called up on the radio, someone came down and grabbed it, cleaned it up, and we all ate it that night. I'm sure there is more, but it all blends in after a while. Takes a lot to stand out. Well, my grandfather used to work on the railroad as an engineer. He always tells me the story about how he almost hit a house, and it wasn't a dad joke. They were moving this double wide across the tracks and they were being particularly slow about it, considering a giant freight train was barreling down the tracks, them blowing its horn. About 10 yards out, they finally got all the way across the tracks. My grandfather said he almost crap himself. That's pretty much his weirdest story. Weird, yes. I was privileged enough to see the locally famous pounder. We're traveling down the tracks when my engineer spots a dirt bike up ahead by some large bushes. How that's weird. No one around. As we are both looking out my side of the cab, we get to the other side of the bushes and lo and behold, there he is in all his glory, wearing nothing but riding boots and beating off as furiously as no man should. I'm not talking self-love here either. I'm talking power beating it like it owes you money. As an added bonus, he was bending over and slapping, playing with his butt too. So that was nice. Worst part was we were on a 10-mile-per-hour slow order, so we couldn't even make a fast escape. It was one of those sights that's so horrifying you can't look away. Another weird one was almost running over a passed out man lying head on one rail and legs over the other. I'll post that story after I work out, LOL. Not so weird, I've hit 2 vehicles, a couch, shopping carts, a boulder, deer, elk, moose, cows, porcupines, rabbits, dogs, cats, Tons and tons of birds, although it's usually them flying into us. I work with people that have hit pedestrians, cougars, not the older insatiable ladies type, horses, bears etc. Somewhat relevant. I am a station attendant. I have a few stories. Found a dead kangaroo on a train, so I had to lock off the carriage to the train. Had to stop a transgender lady from being on the tracks who was attempting to commit suicide. I think it was a bad breakup. Trains were cancelled so she wouldn't be hit. Managed to calm her down and convinced her to get up and call a friend to meet her. Had to stand in the way of a deranged woman who threatened to jump in front of a train until the police arrived. Had a homeless person steal an artificial plant after I stopped him from breaking into one of the station shops. A lady's handbag managed to pull an escalator step out. She wanted her handbag damages to be paid by the rail company. We said only if she paid for the repair of the escalator. Lots of sex and sex toys in strange places. There are others, but I think that is enough. I have two stories. 1. I work in the electric traction department of Amtrak in the Northeast. One night we had a report of wire theft in a remote location along the Harrisburg Run and we were sent out to investigate. Typically the work crews get there before the police, so we'll usually hang back a bit until the men with guns get there in case the perpetrator is still there. We show up and see some wire hanging and some guy laying on the ground. We assumed he hit a live wire, got fried, and now dead. We walk up and shout to the guy, but we don't get a response. After about 10 minutes, the police show up and start taking pictures of the scene. One cop grabbed a stick and poked the dead guy a few times just to make sure. No movement. Definitely dead. The cop with the camera takes a picture of the dead guy. When the flash goes off, the dead guy jumps up, screams the loudest scream I've ever heard, and takes off running. The cop with the stick starts chasing after him with the stick above his head, while his partner and our crew just stand there trying to figure out what the frick just happened. 2. I was on a standby crew at night during a storm with two other guys. I was put on a piece of equipment called a cat car, while the other two guys decided to hang out in the truck, with the cat car running to keep it warm. I decided to lock up and take a nap. I locked both doors with padlocks on the inside so there was no way anyone could get in without me letting them in. A few hours later I awoke to some heavy wind and decided to check with the other guys to see if our supervisor had called with any trouble. When I got to the door, the lock was missing, but I couldn't open the door. The same with the other door. I called the other guys to come help and when they got there they asked how I managed to lock the cat car from the outside. If you're not quite following that, the padlocks that were originally on the inside, locking the only two doors into the equipment, were now on the outside. The three of us couldn't figure out what happened, but it creeped me the frick out. My grandpa was a train engineer and the weirdest story he told me was when he was driving a train somewhere through Alabama and saw a dead body on the side of the tracks. He said the man looked homeless and had severe facial damage and was laying by the tracks covered in blood. He did call the police but said he heard nothing of what happened after. Finally a question in my area. Now to think of something weird. I've gotten thin. In my short career of 6 years working in Australia, the only thing that amounts to anything remotely funny was when I hit an emu in the outback. It's not strange to hit a few kangaroos or goats, but this day an emu stepped in front and it exploded into feathers. I mean they went everywhere, around the door frames and stuck in the windscreen wipers. It's hard to put into words, but thinking back, it was a had to be there moment. Automated rail track inspector here. I have worked on inspection vehicles all around the world, and actually have not seen as much weird stuff as some people who've already commented. The weirdest for me was on a track in Philadelphia. I was riding with a TME on the rear deck. He was a really cool guy and was pointing out all the landmarks next to the track. Mostly these were Rocky references, but I hadn't seen the film in ages and the locations were lost on me. We were driving up and down the same stretch of track all day, near the Rockies gym if I recall correctly. It was really run down, and it looked like we were driving through a landfill site with all the city rubbish just poured down the embankment. On this trip the TME was watching out and was uncharacteristically quiet. Out of nowhere he shouts to the driver to sound the horn, and out of nowhere all these crackheads just appear. There were guys walking around spaced out, women with their tea out, needles hanging out of arms, that type of scene. That sight really messed with my head. It was the lowest form of humanity. I asked the guy WTF. He said that around this time each day the dealer visits that area, so all the homeless guys living in that crap get their high on. Women and men will do anything to get their hands on that crap. They sound their horn so that they can see the people, who usually get up and start walking about. If they didn't, they worry that a high hobo will just walk out in front of them. Now, here's the weird crap. We entered a tunnel, and at the other end the land is cleared out, and there are allotments up the embankment. For like 500 meters past the tunnel the land is all clean and organized and marked out with crops and plants growing. There are guys standing watching us pass holding pitchforks and other gardening equipment. The TME explained that these were pensioners from the same project. They cleaned up the land and used it to grow crops and food. They were standing by the tunnel to guard from the sea kids on the other side. Best and worst of humanity separated by a tunnel. Another experience was traveling around California or Arizona. The track led us around this small lake. On the lake were a whole load of flatbed boats with small houses on them all lined up like a street. They even marked out their boundaries. There didn't appear to be any roads leading up to it. If there was, it would have been a 20-mile dirt track. I did take some photos of that. I'll try and dig them out. The most beautiful thing I ever saw was traveling around Lake Donna in the snow. The snow was covering the tracks so you just felt like you were floating over the snow. The scenery in that area of the world is stunning. A close second to that is near me in the UK. There is a heritage track where the rail travels through the center of a large water reserve. Stunning. Not a railroad engineer, but the last time I went on a train, it was from Seattle to California. On the second night, we suddenly stopped and were waiting for a while. Apparently there had been a naked woman running along the train track and laid down and let the train go over her. I looked out the window after we stopped and heard the news. Well, sure enough, she was outside, looking right at me. I was 10 and I was scared as frick. Slightly off topic, but I'm curious. Were any of you the conductor engineer of the train that hit my brother? It was Labor Day 2014, about 5:30 am. CN line through Lake Zurich Itll. He's actually okay now. Just curious to see if anyone here was involved. I worked as a general laborer at the port over the summer helping move rail cars filled with grain. The cars in the port move pretty slowly compared to when they're out traveling the countryside. But that makes incidents that do happen all the more terrifying. The only incident I saw with my own eyes was a rat get pinched under a wheel and have its left side burst open and its entire insides popped out and lands next to the track still in rat form. Other incidents at the port that I've been told by the regulars that have worked there for 50 years. Worker was walking to work one day, early morning shift, so it's still dark out, and tripped over something. Looked down and saw a severed human head just staring blankly up at him. Turns out some guy had committed suicide by jumping off the overpass into the oncoming train, and parts of his body went everywhere. Another guy commits suicide by laying a small red towel down over one of the rails and laying on his back, face up, with his neck over the track and arms crossed across his chest. Then he just waited for a train to come. They found him in the morning, and he hadn't moved an inch. This is part of the track where the trains go pretty slowly. He definitely would have felt it for a split second at least. On a lighter note, there was apparently an infamous train tagger that would graffiti trains with comic strips so that you could watch the trains go by and read the comics. Conductor for CSX here. Weirdest was we almost hit a cow or bull. It's nighttime and we're going along and a stretch of woods comes up and we turn off our lights to see the signal better and there is a big black spot on the rails up ahead. You can see light off the rails for a long time, and it is starting to shift a bit so engineer hits the lights and crap you not was a massive black cow bull walking across the rails. It was weird. I've seen tons of deer, coyote and other small Ohio animals. Weed. Sorry for format spelling, I am on my phone. Train driver from Denmark here. In my experience the tracks send out a vibe that brings all the people wearing tinfoil hats to us. That or the Danish DMV just won't issue driver's lessons to batshit crazy people. My uncle was an engineer for years. He said that severed limbs were a very commonplace find on the tracks. He also said that when hitting cows you just ducked below the windows and would wait for the unfelt pop, like a big meat-filled balloon. Second engineer on intermodal freight trains between South and West Australia for 4 years. Highly remote part of Australia with extreme temperatures all year round. Most unusual things I have witnessed. 1. Thousands of dead kangaroos. 2. Aboriginal communities living off the grid and naked. 3. Weird flashes of light. Multiple colors. 4. Cars dumped on the track, which we have no choice but to hit. 5. Large commercial plane with no decal in a very unusual spot. Desert basically. And yes, like others have said, many drunk men passed out near tracks. Large commercial plane with no decals in the middle of nowhere. Conspiracy in progress. The creepiest thing we found was probably a jawbone. Yes, it was human. Been there for a while. Likely from a suicide. Oh, and also a dead cat that had got caught in the cable run. Working on London Underground, you don't really find much creepy stuff. It's mostly just stories people spread around about ghosts and stuff. And plenty of corpses and or body parts. We often got called to incidents to make sure no bits of bone were going to block up points. Not me. Weird or creepy, but I'm telling it anyway. My dad is a retired engineer for Union Pacific. Years ago he saw a coyote feeding on a deer carcass near the tracks. The coyote got startled by the oncoming train and dropped the chunk of meat he had in his mouth. The coyote runs back a few paces when my dad sees a big hawk swoop down and snatch up the chunk of meat and fly away. I worked in a rail yard. Not out on the rails themselves as an engineer or conductor, but we saw a few interesting things. My buddy saw what he thought was a black garbage bag laying inside the well of an intermodal car. We have to remove any debris, as the shipping containers won't fit in properly. He reached in to grab it and quickly pulled it up only to discover it was a dead vulture. Feathers fell off, and he dropped it and began screaming and running down the tracks. I was hysterical. I told him he still had to get it because it was on his side of the train. Best story though was working the overnight shift. Train came in and was parked. A few hours later I see a disheveled man walking around looking lost. I had heard stories that we occasionally still get hobos riding the rails, and this gentleman was my first. Official railroad policy is to call the cops and have them arrested for trespassing. But the unwritten rule was if it appeared they were not trying to steal or vandalize anything, to just escort them off property. I asked the guy if he's looking for the exit, and he said he was. I pointed it out to him and he thanked me. He turns and says, "Hey man, where the heck am I? I've been riding the rails all day. Fell asleep. I had to get the heck out of Baltimore." I looked at him and said, "Baltimore?" He looked confused. Apparently he got on the train at the rail yard across town, rode over to a classification yard, fell asleep, and woke up in our yard across town. 6 hours and he had gone about 5 miles. He was pee. I was trying not to laugh, as he was muttering to himself out the gate. Well, this will probably end up buried, but I'll tell the story. I am a freight conductor. We hit a young lady walking between the two main tracks at like 5 in the morning. That sucks and dead bodies are creepy on their own, but the craziest part was that I thought we hit two different people. The woman that I saw was white, heavy set and in her late 40s. She was walking toward the train leaning out in front of us. When myself and the brakeman walked back to find the woman, what we found did not match what I saw. She did not go under the train, so she was mostly in one piece. We found a Latin woman who was very thin and I later found out in her early 20s. Now I thought I was crazy, but the brakeman started asking me if we had hit two people and described the woman in her 40s the same as I had seen her. Needless to say, we only hit one person. He and I were convinced that this young girl was possessed by some evil entity. The face I saw before we hit her still pops into my mind occasionally. It was evil, twisted and full of pain. I work in association with NS, but not for them per se. One day we get a call saying there was a man trapped in a train car that was locked in there for 2 days. We thought they were kidding until our manager called us to go have a look. We get out there and found out the guy was a hobo from the other side of the state. Some kinds forced him on the train and locked him in. Hey. Former Gandhi dancer, track repairman, for the CN here. There is some pretty weird crap out there depending on what cities you run through. Mostly bodies, human or animal. One derailment I was called to was because someone had lit about 100 feet of track on fire and damaged the ties. When the train passed over, it pulled the spikes right out and the rails flopped over. Also, I was on site when a washout happened. We were there because the ballast was old and not draining correctly, and as I drove the truck over a section I looked out to see the whole embankment just slide out from under the track. Nature is a scary bee. Also, I've become really good at telling what animal a ribcage belongs to. Now I have a desk job. Sometimes I miss the field. My father-in-law is an engineer for MRL Montana Rail Link. Guy has seen the most gnarly stuff. He's seen people commit suicide by laying down on the tracks well after the train could ever think of slowing down. He said it just rips them apart like a nonchalant tear in a shirt. He's seen bears and bison and elk and kinds of wildlife get exploded not paying attention or freezing on the tracks. Worst part is that he and the crew have to do cleanup and police reports. Conductor of passenger rail here. Now that means I don't see nearly as much railroad as engineers freight conductors, but I've seen enough. There isn't so much as creepy anymore because a lot of things that happen up there are so common, i.e. hitting people, hitting every type of wildlife ever, and seeing people where you never thought someone would be at 3 AM because they like trains. The only thing that still makes me uncomfortable, other than trespasser strikes that are kids or non-suicides, is when it's super foggy out. Now when visibility is limited and you're still going 70 plus into a wall of fog, I have to leave the head end. It's something about the speed and not knowing what's 100 featuring ahead of you and having full faith in the signals and equipment. My dad was a special agent, detective. People stealing the signal wire were a big problem. Sometimes they would cut the wrong wire and he'd have to call someone to recover the body. Once Casey worked, thieves would wait at the base of a mountain for the piggyback train. When it slowed down they would jump on and go to the UPS trailers and just start throwing packages out. Then go by later and pick them up. You'd be surprised at the things shipped UPS. Machine guns for example. Frequent Amtrak rider here. I've seen more Texas red eyes and bare asses than some internet butt pee fetishists. Also some pretty obvious M-labs. Homeless bridge dwellers don't wipe and rich dude bros and woo girls along waterfronts have some very white cottage cheese asses. Oh, and homeless camps. It's like the fricking Great Depression but the government won't admit it. The saddest thing I see quite often is people tie dogs to the tracks, like fight and bait dogs. To anyone that does that, get fricked. I can deal with a lot, but hitting a creature that is stuck on the tracks against their own will bothers me. Seriously, go frick yourself. It's not my story, but my granddad worked his way up from a station cleaner to a signal operator. At one stage in his career, he was responsible for cleaning up after suicides. Now if somebody jumps in front of a train moving at speed, two things can happen. You can fall in front of the train and get crushed by its wheels. This is nice and clean because the heat of the wheels, caused by friction against the tracks, cauterizes the wound, and all the cleanup crew needs to do is scrape you off. Lovely jubbly. This story concerns a fellow who hit the train at height and was splattered across the windscreen. Granddad and his boys were sent to find all the bits and put them in a bag. They looked all day and couldn't find the head. Eventually it grew dark and they postponed the search. The next morning, they didn't have to look long. The crows had done the job for them. This guy's head had been launched 2 stories up onto an old water tower, where it had somehow come to rest. Now, my granddad may have been bullshitting, but what creeped me out the most about his story was how much it amused him. When my dad was a kid, he and his friends were walking along the railroad tracks one day. They heard the train coming so they ran and hid in the bushes while it passed. Afterwards, they went back to what they were doing and about 5 minutes later came across what he says is by far the worst thing he has ever seen in his life. Someone tied up 2 dogs and left them on the tracks. They were both freshly decapitated. He still wishes he would have gotten there sooner to save them. Welp, I think I've had enough Reddit for today. I was driving down a rural road in Wyoming, going from one drilling rig to another. This was in the Powder River Basin, so there's coal mining going on too and many train tracks that carry all that coal away. So I'm driving a pickup with a guy named John. There's a truck pulling a lowboy ahead of us. He's got a tractor on the lowboy. We come to the train crossing, which is pretty rough. The lowboy starts to crawl over the tracks, then stops. He got hung up on the tracks. I stop for a minute and ask John, "Hey, should we stop and help?" John says, "Heck no, he did it to his own dumb butt, so he's the boss." So I keep going. We go down about a mile and the road curves around and then starts heading back the way we had come. We were pretty close to the rig, but not so close that the rig noise could drown out the sound of a train whistle. I look back at the tracks and that low boy is still sitting right where we left him. Holy crap, John. There's a train coming and that guy's still on the tracks. I stopped the truck. Quick, drive up that hill so we can see better. He's the boss, so I go. As I am climbing the hill, unable to see anything, I hear a noise. Not sure if it's the rig or not, but something. We get over the hill and can't see, so we do our thing on the rig and start heading back. Train is stopped on the tracks. I stop the pickup and start walking to get around the train. I was so scared that there was gonna be death and mayhem on the other side, but if there was, I figured we were the last people to see that guy alive, so we'd better go see. Got around the train and it was all good. The train barely nicked the truck, knocking it askew, but the lowboy and tractor were sitting there just fine and the driver was okay too. I often wonder if we had stopped, if we would have all been so engrossed in trying to get that lowboy off the tracks, if we would have even noticed the train coming. I'll never know, but it was still a weird experience for me. New conductor here. Can confirm that the people you see sitting in their cars near the tracks are definitely fapping to trains. We call them foamers. Creepiest thing I ever saw was in West Philly. Someone cut a pit bull's head off and stuck it on a sticks in the shape of a cross beside the track. They stuffed fruit and flowers in the body where the head was and spread flowers around it. There was an unlit candle at the base of the cross. Looked like some fricked up voodoo crap. I worked for a short line in the 80s. A girl crashed into the middle of our train at a crossing. The Mustang was rolled several times and completely destroyed. She got out wearing only a wedding veil, nothing else. A boy got out wearing only tighty whities. She was crying saying her boyfriend was gonna kill her, but he seemed calm. We didn't understand until the owner of the car got there. Her boyfriend, the kid who was bleeding, ran away through the woods with car owner in hot pursuit. What a day. I have a number of family members who run trains. They seem to all have a story of looking into someone's eyes the moment before the train hits them. It's a horrible thing to experience while just doing your job. Drunk people and kids mostly. The drunk people die. The kids are often having sex. Sometimes they die too. Don't freaking walk on the railroad tracks. Not so much a story as it is a factoid. An uncle of mine worked on the Santa Fe and has many friends who worked with him as engineers and conductors. Anyway, back in the day when it was still the Santa Fe Railroad, whenever a cow got hit by a locomotive, the railroad would pay the farmer $100 in compensation. No questions asked. The problem was that farmers would then take their old and sick cows that were either too old for milking or too sick for butchering out to the tracks. They'd leave old Bessie on the tracks until she got hit by the next Santa Fe, then go and get his $100 from the railroad. Not an engineer, but I work on the production gangs. Last year one of my operators calls me saying he's not going to be doing his maintenance because it was too sketchy. I go over and check it out, and there were a bunch of needles and empty Mickeys on the ground around where his machine was parked. Where we park our gang in London on is a pretty rough part of town and he was directly under a road bridge. Not an engineer, but as a substance abuse counselor I had a caseload of engineers conductors who were sent to 90-day rehab. Most of these guys belonged to the union and were mandated to dry out after failing a random P test. About 90% of the men I worked with had developed very serious addiction issues over the years due to the loneliness and solitude of the schedule that pretty much sets them apart from family for days at a time. An engineer conductor would typically receive notification on the same day and be out for 3 or more days, one day conducting engineering a 100 plus boxcar train, 1, 2, or 3 nights in a motel. Then one day conducting engineering another 100 plus boxcar train back to the original station. In addition to the solitude and lonesomeness, these guys had yet another basic similarity in the horrific fact that each person had their own terrifying memory of killing someone by hitting them in various ways with the train that they were conducting engineering. Session after session, case after case, these men would disclose to me that they couldn't escape the memory of the first time someone stalled out on the train tracks and wouldn't get out of their car, or were walking on the tracks, or got drunk and passed out on the tracks, or jumped off a bridge into the train's engine. or tried to beat the train but came up short and got hit, or were walking on tracks opposite a train and not realizing another train was coming. The primary issue each man had was that the train is just unable to stop fast enough. It was definitely an eye-opening experience. Never knew that side of the railroad. Friend of mine inspects railcars for leasing. He was down in Texas in the middle of huge outdoor railcar storage lot. There are rows and rows of rail cars. He was inspecting the wheel bearings of each of the cars by getting under them and taking a look around. As he was inspecting one of the cars, he starts hearing clink, 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 clink. When rail cars are parked, they settle close to each other and their couplers are compressed. Some engineer had started moving the cars that he was under. He said it was terrifying because slow trains don't make any noise, and the only thing that kept him alive was the sound of the couplers expanding and jerking the previous cars along with it. He also had an experience with coyotes while inspecting cars as well. 1. When I was about 14, my family and I took a train trip down to Florida. From Philadelphia until the middle of North Carolina it went smoothly. Then we had to suddenly stop. No train personnel would give any answers as to why. We waited for about 2 hours until we started moving again. I happened to look out the window on the left side and saw what looked like a slaughterhouse of animal meat. To this day I have no idea what we hit or how many. 2. About 6 years ago, 2 teenage girls decided to commit suicide via bullet train around where I grew up. My friend's father is a local firefighter and told us briefly about that day and what he saw. He had to walk about a mile or two up and down the track just to look for evidence of the 2 girls. He didn't get into great detail, but he did say that even though he had seen some crap in his 15 years on the job, the horrific scene mixed with their age messed him up mentally for a bit. Not an engineer but a train dispatcher. Weirdest thing I've had happen was a crew informed me they hit a trespasser. So I gathered all the information we need and gave it to my chief. Less than 5 minutes later the chief gets a call from emergency services. Apparently the guy they hit was able to call 911 from under the train and said his legs were cut off. Not scary, but there was a guy once at about 2 AM that was sitting in the middle of the tracks on a lawn chair smoking a cigarette. By the time we could make him out, he was smiling the most demonic smile I've ever seen and flipping us off. Dead badgers. Every other animal corpse on the line quickly decomposes and gets dragged away by foxes, but not the badger. They become zombadgers. Instead of rotting, they swell up, ooze gooey tar, and stay there for months. Can't take a picture from the cab, but maybe a track worker will indulge us next time they encounter one. Train driver in Sydney, Australia here. Hit and killed somebody at 115 kmph. Have you guys ever thrown a watermelon in the air and watched it splatters hit the ground? Multiply that by 100. Have a nice day. What's your favorite creepy campfire story? Gosh, let's see if I can recall it correctly. There was a body of a fairly large person once found in the woods. They were quickly killed, and there was nothing extremely off about the scene, except he had half of his pointer, ring, and pinky finger all missing from his left hand. No one could find the missing fingers, and they never found any clues. A few weeks later, another body was found. Another man who was a bit smaller than the previous guy. Same situation. Quickly killed, and 3 fingers missing all from the left hand, and still no clues. A few more weeks went by, and this time it was a woman who was found. Smaller than the second guy found. Same fingers missing from the same hand. This went on for a while, with the victims getting smaller and smaller, until it was kids' bodies being found. One teenager's body though, only had the ring finger and pinky finger removed. The police found a fingerprint at this crime scene, and they found it matched the prints from a theft record from the previous victim. The guy telling the story then told the kids that the killer was searching to replace his fingers, and so far, he had yet to see if the fingers of children their age would fit. He then took off his glove, showing he had a scarred pointer finger and was missing half his ring and pinky finger, and then lunged at the kids while screaming. He later told the kids he lost the 2 in a work accident, and doctors were able to save his very mangled pointer finger. He told this story every year at camp. This is amazingly well done. Both your storytelling and the digitally impaired man's commitment. I worked as a camp counselor for a few summers and had a great signature ghost story. I don't really remember too many of the details, but the gist was there was some ghost who would kill you unless you gave him 2 of your teeth and told him 2 other names of people to kill. It was a fine story, but the real kicker came at the end of the night, when all my baby teeth had been replaced with adult teeth. 2 of them never came in and were missing. For a few years I had a retainer with 2 fake teeth to fill the gaps. Before sending the kids off to bed, I would pop the retainer out in secret and give them a big old toothy smile. Scared the absolute bejesus out of the little buggers every time. That's amazing. The best campfire stories are the unique ones that can only be told because of a special prop like that. My family had one called the man in the corn, or beans in the corn. There was once a hobo who was stealing ears of corn from a local man's garden. Now food was hard to come by, and someone stealing that which you're growing was especially frustrating. The man saw the hobo in the garden and fired a shotgun shot over the hobo's head. The next day, the hobo was back there again stealing ears of corn. The man decided he would teach the hobo a lesson, so he poured all the lead shot out of his shotgun shells and filled them with small dry beans. The very next day the hobo was back in the cornfield again, and the man fired twice on the hobo, and the hobo screamed and ran down the corn rows fast, pleading the whole way. The man watched for days, but the hobo was never seen again. Some days later, the man still had bean shells in his shotgun, so he aimed at a plank of wood standing over by his well. The plank ripped to pieces. When the next planting seasons came, the farmer walked his cornfield to its far corners to cut corn husks and prepare to plow. Along the way, he found tiny bean plants coming up through the soil. One here, another there, all lining up to lead him to a big bunch of beans coming up along the edge of the field. When he went to examine the bunch of beans, he first saw shoe soles turned to one side, and then the outline of a body sank in the mud and soil. He realized he had killed the hobo, and the random beans that had fallen out of his body had sprouted along the way. My father had bought that particular farm during the war years, and he said for 20 years, random bean plants would show up in that field. Any bean plant that showed up in our garden was given the chance to grow, and one year there was a bean planted that wrapped around a corn stalk. My father did not harvest the corn ears on that plant. If I remember right, that was an old farming technique. Corn, beans, and a particular squash. Each plant put into the soil what another took away, and growing up the strong corn stalks gave the beans support. There was a Brit who was driving through Ireland as the weather got progressively worse and day soon turned to night. He suddenly realized that he was on the wrong road, but there was nowhere to turn around, so he pressed on, barely able to see the road through the rain. Without warning, his car just died. No battery, no engine. He assumed water must have shorted something and he'd best start walking. He was soaking wet in 100 yards, but he continued walking. An hour later, he heard a noise behind him and turned to see a car coming very slowly up the road behind him. Its lights very dim. As it reaches him, he reaches out through the torrential rain and opens the back door and jumps in. Shocked, he is the only person in the car. There is no one driving and no other passengers. He freezes with fear as the car slowly continues up the road through the pouring rain. Before long, a village comes into view and the car creeps silently and slowly into the village. The Brit spies a pub, so he jumps out and runs inside, not looking back. Panting with horror, he orders a beer and sits down. A minute later, 2 soaking wet Irishmen come into the pub. The taller one points at the Brit and says, "That's him, Paddy. That's the bastard I saw jump out of the car we were pushing." Ha ha ha, love it. The golden arm, or at least the version my mom tells. A fellow is looking to be married to one of the rich merchant's daughters to gain the fortune that would come with her. Fortunately, the merchant had an unmarried daughter still, so the fellow begins to court her. The first thing he noticed is that she had a solid gold right arm. She apparently lost it in a childhood accident, and her father had a golden arm forged for her. Seeing this as a sign of extreme wealth, he continued with courting her, making her believe he truly loved her and not for her father's money. In turn, she fell deeply in love with him. They get married and the fellow is given his riches along with part of the merchant business is now father-in-law owned, thus giving him more money. However, he soon realized his wife was now of no real use. so he ignored her, gave her gifts and had dinner with her, but the love he said he felt had disappeared. Angry and heartbroken, the daughter accused him of marrying her for her money, in which he boldly states of course. She was furious, screaming about going to tell her father what a scoundrel he truly was and their riches would be stripped away along with his job. This angered the fellow. After all, he worked so hard to get her here. He wasn't going to let her take it away, so he pushed her down the cellar stairs and let her snap her neck on the stone. He plead heartbroken to the grief-stricken father, losing his most favorite daughter, the fellow's riches intact. The fellow and family hold a funeral for the daughter and weep and cry. When it was but him and his dead wife, he opened the casket and pulled out a saw, for she did not need her golden arm in the grave. That night he slept with the arm under his pillow, not wanting even the servants to see it before he melted down into bars. He slept soundly until a voice like the wind asks, "Where's my golden arm?" Slow and far away the voice echoed through the sleeping house, so quiet he thought it was just a draft, until the voice came again, closer and louder this time, as it down the hall. "Where's my golden arm?" Sitting up, the fellow looked around fearfully, too scared to do anything as he hears again much closer, "Where's my golden arm?" He felt a heat on his back and a movement from under his pillow, but he was too scared to look away from the door as he hears again, just outside the frame, the wail of, "Where's my golden arm?" It felt like heck fire on his back as he felt the hot metal of the hand on his back, seemingly crawling on its own as he watches the doorknob turn. The maid found his body that morning, face frozen in horror and hair a bright white, hands still clutching the sheets around his body. But the strangest thing was that his dead wife's golden arm was on his chest, hand wrapped tightly around his throat. Sorry this is long, but this is the first time I've written this story out. It's always been verbally told. Excellent retelling, brings back memories. So a story I always tell around a campfire that I think is quite spooky is the legend of El Silban, the whistling ghost. It's a Venezuelan folktale, but I have a tradition of telling it. Anyway, the legend goes that on cold dark nights in remote places, especially in South America, a whistle can be heard coming down the road. At first it will seem loud, like it's right next to you, but as time passes it begins to fade and get more and more quiet until it's almost gone. The trick is, as El Silban's whistle gets louder, he's further away, and when he's right next to you the whistle is very faint and sounds like it's far away. Once El Silban is at your doorstep, he will sit down and begin to count the skulls of his victims, and you have to listen to him count every single skull, or one of your family members will die soon after and become one of his skulls. El Silban is said to dress like a farmer with a large straw hat, torn clothes, ghostly aura and a pale dead face. It's not that scary, but it's interesting. I've posted this before. One year, a group of us went camping in Kearney, Ontario, where we always go camping. Whenever we go, we always form our tents in a big circle, with the fire pit in the middle of us. We've been drinking, smoking a few joints, and a few of us were tripping balls on shrooms. The first night we were there, this guy randomly walks into our circle, introduces himself. I can't remember the name he gave, that he was in the military and decided to take some vacation to camp out a bit. He asked if he could join our fire, as it was getting late and he didn't buy any firewood. Being the friendly stoned people we are, we let him join our fire. He even pitched in some money for the firewood. The night went on and we all were having a good time. One by one, our group started heading off to bed, me being either the second or third. I remember waking up to the sound of someone talking in the fire being started. It was 4 in the morning. I peeped out my tent and saw the random just sitting on a log by the fire, talking to himself, still tripping on shrooms. I thought to myself, I am in no condition to deal with this, and chalked it up to me just tripping out. I wake up the next day and everyone is still alive, thankfully, and the fire is smoldering. We looked to the next campsite, where the random was staying, and it was spotless. No garbage, no tracks in the trail around the site, no nothing. We all started talking about him, just to be sure we all saw him. Through talking, we managed to figure out that he must not have slept at all. The last 2 of our group passed out just after 3:30 am. The first person got up just after 6 am and noticed he was gone. The rest of the camping trip went well and we all went home. Fast forward maybe 4-5 years, I flip on the news and there is a picture of someone I could swear I recognize. He was arrested for a bunch of crimes, including rape and murder. Guess who it was? It was the random guy who joined our fire. I don't know why I remembered his face, but I guess it was just a weird situation where my brain right clicked and saved as a JPEG in my brain. Now, I have no way of proving if it was the same guy. We didn't take any pictures of the random, but the picture jump started my memory and made me instantly remember the weird random fire joiner. Either that, or they looked identical to the same person. Either way, was creepy. I lived in this house as a child that was rumored to have had a family murdered there. I was around 10 at the time. We used to see stuff here and there, someone running past our peripheral, etc. I even thought I saw a little girl at the end of the hallway once, but did a double take and she was gone. Well, one week I kept having those falling dreams where you wake up right before you hit the ground, always waking up in a cold sweat. The last night this happened I didn't immediately open my eyes, but instead heard a high-pitched cackle like a witch. When I finally came to, my blanket was hovering slightly above me, and in the corner of my closet is a little girl smiling at me. I pulled the covers over my head and eventually cried myself back to sleep. The best part of all this is we tried to tell my dad numerous times what we all witnessed in that house, but he never bought it. When we eventually moved, he had the power turned off a few days before we were actually set to be out, and on the last night as he was leaving grabbing the last box, he said he heard a voice that sounded like his mother's calling his name from the back of the house. He ran. My grandmother was still alive at that time, so it def wasn't her or her ghost. He told me this years later and said at first he thought he was hearing one of our dogs before realizing they were all gone. He thought he was hearing one of our dogs before realizing they were all gone. Ouch, I'd be miffed if I was his mother and heard that one. I always liked the quick ones. There was a young girl playing in her room one day when she heard a voice that sounded like her mother's from the kitchen. "Sweetie, come down here." The little girl jumped up and ran out the door where she suddenly ran into her mother at the top of the stairs. Her mother reached out and quickly covered the girl's mouth so she couldn't make a sound. "Don't go down there, I heard it too," she said. I know two versions of the story, really like it. First one is it's a teenager who gets dragged into a hallway closet, only it's her mother, who heard the voice too. The other has the girl in the living room, who hears her mother call for her from upstairs. So she starts to head up the stairs, only to hear her mother call from the kitchen. It's pretty simple and I will not drag it out, so here it goes. One day my neighbor walked over into my backyard while I was in my garden. He looked disheveled and was wearing pajamas. When I stood up I noticed his eyes were sunken in and it looked as if he lost a lot of weight. I tried to crack a joke about how this would be a great day to go down to the beach if it were not for the weather being so cold, but the joke fell flat. A week later I bumped into his wife at the post office. She was in line in front of me mailing about a dozen packages. I asked if her husband was feeling better because he looked a bit under the weather last week when he was in my backyard. She tells me I must have been mistaken. He passed away over a month ago from cancer. The packages she was mailing were his action figure toy collection she sold online. I was speechless. Was I crazy? Maybe I did misjudge the weekend I thought I saw him. Then I really thought hard. I did not remember him saying anything to me. I did remember telling him the joke and it falling flat. I assumed I wasn't funny and that's why he didn't laugh. Or maybe he couldn't because it may have been just his spirit. When I returned home from the post office I immediately start telling my wife about our neighbor. Before I could get out he had passed away from cancer. She says, "Oh yeah, I saw you guys talking last weekend." And then I tell her about seeing his wife at the post office and being told about his passing. So we go to our security camera and play back the video from the week before. It's clear in the video that I do stand up. It's obvious I'm acknowledging the presence of someone and have a brief conversation. And then I go back to tending to my garden. But on the video the entire time I was the only person in my backyard. That's a good spooky story. The lore of my cottage that my great uncle watches over it. Mostly because I saw an apparition of a man at 2-3 in the morning when I was a young kid. When I went to use the bathroom, rocking chairs would move by themselves. I once heard an unknown man speaking in my room at my cottage. But the only males at the time were my brother and I and my cousin. Except my brother and I were young kids. My cousin had just started puberty, and this sounded like an older man who smoked a lot. And a few years ago when another cousin was staying there, she saw an apparition of a man sitting at a computer chair in her room. The same room I stayed in as a kid. It's both creepy but assuring having someone watching over us. Typical Filipino stories. Almost all schools are Catholic schools in my country and they're either built over a cemetery and or used to be a barracks hospital during World War II. Maria Labo. Though I think this one is just from our island, but I do remember reading about it in a national horror magazine, so it must have spread. Poor woman goes to London to work as a caregiver. She comes back as an aswang ghoul, cooks up her children. Her husband finds out and slices her face with a labo or machete. Now she roams the countryside searching for her next meal. This caused so much panic in my town that the radio station had to issue a statement that it was just a folk tale. Tiyanak. If you're out hiking in the woods during dusk or night and you hear a baby crying, do not help it, just run away. It will eat you. Oh frick yeah, finally, a baby gonna eat me. My vor fantasy has been blessed. I don't really know of a name for this, but besides the ones you hear in elementary school like Black Box and the one with the girl and the dog, this is the one I know the best that's actually scary. A group of hikers were wandering through the woods looking for a place to stay at night when they came across a small cabin. They all decide to stay the night inside, seeing as there was no one there. Inside, the cabin is decorated with paintings of what seem to be members of the family that used to own the cabin. The hikers spend the night looking at the paintings and making fun of how wonky they looked. In the morning, one wakes up to see the cabin full of morning light and looks around. The paintings are gone. In their place, windows. I think I've heard this before somewhere, but I don't remember where. Late at night, two doctors are finishing their shift at the hospital. As they get in the elevator, an elderly woman in patient's gown waves at them to wait, but the elder doctor lets the door close. Why didn't you wait for her, asks the other doctor. Didn't you see her blue bracelet? That's a morgue tag. The short ones are the ones that get me. The Dark Watchers. Specific to Pico Blanco Scout Reservation. They were the shadows that watch you. Best part was when scouts had to walk back to camp terrified of what was behind the trees. There were a couple that were, as far as I know, unique to the church camp. Camp Galamaxon. I went to as a kid, though I admit it's possible some of our stories were ubiquitous ones just adapted to the place. I don't really know. One of them, though, I do have first-hand knowledge about. It's the story of Sydney. The camp was established on an old piece of property that has been a lot of different things over the years. Back during the war, it was a girls' boarding school. One girl who was there was deeply in love with a boy who had gone off to fight. They exchanged letters constantly, until one day the letters stopped coming. Few weeks later, she gets word that her beloved was killed in action. She was so distraught that she hanged herself in her dorm room. There's still a plaque by the door of the room in her memory. Now, I know for a fact that room is haunted. I stayed in that room 1 year when I worked for the camp. One night after lights out, the fan came on by itself. It started spinning faster and faster until it started wobbling really hard, acting like it's about to fall off. I knew the stories, so I shouted, "Stop it, Sydney, I'm a friend." Fan immediately stopped. Not just slowed down and came to an eventual stop. It's like someone grabbed the fan blades and stopped it. That sounds scary even if you don't believe in ghosts. This is a pretty common one, but it always scared the crap out of my little cousins. Here it goes. There once was a girl named Mary Sue. She would always wear a bow around her neck. The kids at school would always say, Mary Sue, take off that bow will you, but she refused. In high school, her best friends asked her to take it off as they had gone out of fashion, but Mary Sue refused. One day Mary Sue met the man of her dreams and he asked her to take off her bow, but she replied, "One day you will find out." Almost 60 years later, after Mary Sue's children had grown up and moved out, Mary Sue went up to her husband. "Do you want to see what is under my bow?" she asked. Her husband put down his newspaper. "Are you sure? You've never taken it off." "I am sure, my love," Mary Sue said, pulling the end of her bow. The bow fell to the ground shortly, followed by her head and the rest of her body. I've always loved this one as a kid. We have old one here in Sa. A farmer, while on his way home, is caught in a terrible thunderstorm with his horse. Completely lost, he realizes he will either freeze to death or get struck by lightning if he doesn't find a place to stay. Through the storm, he comes across a small homestead, the yellow candlelight visible through the sheets of rain. Lightning flashes brightly, thunder barely a breath later, and he leads his terrified horse to the small house. Tying the petrified animal to the fence, he knocks on the door and an old lady opens it with a smile. She ushers him in and he finds her husband smoking a pipe. He is seated at the kitchen table, and the wife quickly boils the kettle and gives him a bowl of hot soup and a cup of coffee. The farmer tells the old couple his story, and they are happy to serve as his sanctuary against the storm. Outside, the lightning flashes again, followed with a bout of thunder, and the old man smiles when jumps, offering him a bit of tobacco for his pipe to calm his nerves. The farmer accepts gratefully. The next bolt slams close, ripping through the ground, almost deafening him completely. He jumps up with a cry, startled out of his wits, only to find himself standing in the dark and cold, soaked wet by the rain, with no sign of the couple, broken stones littered around him, and his horse tied to a tree branch. Without thinking, he jumps on his spooked horse and gallops as fast as he can away from the place. He would reach a town sometime during the night, at a tavern. After sharing his story, the folks tell him of the small cottage nearby which had been struck by lightning a long time ago, and of the couple that was killed in the fire. This is somewhat wholesome. Reddit, what is your creepy story of living alone or being alone in the house? My fiance and I purchased a foreclosed home in a not so great neighborhood a few years back. We ignored the area because of the great price but now realize we were idiots because of things like this. I'm lying in bed, barely awake while watching TV. Fiance is still at work so I can't sleep. It's 2 am and I'm barely dozing to the crime show that was on when I hear scratching at the window. The window that was 1 foot away from me while lying in bed. I remember thinking damned squirrels when I heard the squirrels start cursing and mumbling. Then the sound of a screwdriver lifting the window frame starts up. I start screaming bloody murder that I have a gun and I'm calling the cops. The scratching noises stopped and by the time the cops got to my door and searched the yard, there was no one there. Thinking oh great, they think I'm crazy. I thank them and as they're walking back to their cruisers, their radios all started going off at once that there was another break-in reported in my neighborhood. The officers go scrambling off and I slam the door and lock it, once again. Freaking out, I go get back in the bed to wait for fiance to get home. He calls on his way and wants me to stay on the phone with him until he gets here. I hear loud footsteps on the wooden shed ramp in our backyard and say, oh good, you're home, and hang up. Walking to the back door, he called me straight back and told me he still wasn't even in the neighborhood, so once again, I'm calling 911 and losing my crap. He and the cops got there at the same time and searched the yard again. Apparently, they'd been getting calls all night about some M-head trying to break into the same few houses all night with a screwdriver. They'd been one step behind him the whole night and had cruisers everywhere. Oh, and the cursing at the window? One of the officers went to the bedroom window and saw the screen removed. Meth Wiz had disturbed a huge wasp nest when he took the screen off and my tiny little wasp defender saved the day. Yes, we are currently house hunting. This is sadly not a one-off. Rural Ohio here. This kind of stuff is turning the entire state into a bad neighborhood except most people are looking to steal stuff to fund H habits. M addicts are crazy, and H addicts are a kind of desperate no sober person can imagine. Both culminate in horrifying experiences. Over this past summer, I was living alone in my apartment in a relatively safe college town. I was always paranoid and locked the door anytime I got home from somewhere, especially since I'm a female living somewhere alone. One morning I woke up to go to the bathroom, and as I'm in there, I hear the front door creak open. Obviously scared, I carefully leave the bathroom and look around the corner to see the front door open about 6 inches. I slowly check the apartment for intruders only to find nothing. Somehow the door was unlocked while I was sleeping and opened by what I choose to call the wind. Needless to say, for the rest of the time I was alone in the apartment I had my knife close by. Get a slide lock. Also, I always keep a string of bells hanging off my front door knob, so it always makes a sound when the door is opened closed. I was looking after my mother's house for a week while she was on holiday. She had 2 cats that come in and out the house via a cat flap. Very nice animals, always cuddly and playful even when they were old. So I get woken up in the middle of the night by loud meows from downstairs. I thought maybe the cat flap was stuck and they wanted to get out. I go downstairs to check and open the hallway door and there are at least 15 black cats sitting in the hallway staring back at me. Then I see my mother's cats sat amongst them just chilling and meowing happily. I left them all to it and they were gone in the morning. One of us. Last year I was renting a house in a small, economically depressed old mining town in Appalachia. I lived alone. On one of the first warm nights of spring, I awoke at around 4 AM to the sound of my doorknob turning. I figured someone must have the wrong address, but it kept turning, persistently. I didn't have a peephole or window to see who was outside, so I just approached the door from inside and yelled, "Wrong place, buddy." Then the door started shaking violently, and a hand began punching it. I tried one last time. "Wrong place. Go away, man." Someone on the other side growled at me and started making horrifying noises like a wild animal. I grabbed a kitchen knife and called the police, then waited inside. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. I opened it cautiously to see an officer who questioned me about the incident. Then he asked me to close it again and remain inside. Again, I couldn't see what was happening out there, so I just turned out the lights and waited quietly with the knife in my hand. For about 20 minutes. There was just silence. Then, out of nowhere, my living room window screen started to get pushed inside and the curtain started to move. The guy was pushing out the screen and trying to climb inside. I held up the knife and yelled, "I'm gonna kill you," in my most threatening voice possible. Thankfully, I immediately heard, "Get on the ground. Show me those hands." Heard another horrible wail from outside as the guy was presumably tackled and taken to a police car. A few minutes later, another knock at the door. The officer was back to tell me that the suspect had been captured. This guy was a uniformed cop, but he was visibly trembling and super pale. I still hadn't seen what the intruder looked like. The next day, I ran into the officer while he was off duty. Small town. And he told me that the suspect had told them his name was Jason Voorhees. Probably a REM addict or some other type of drug user. Those habits don't go well with delusions involving slasher film characters. Rural Appalachia. Yeah, it was him. This happened about 8 years ago. I was about 14 and was playing COD with my best friends at the time. My parents, who are usually quite adamant about me not staying home alone, had to go pick up my grandparents from the airport. My brother, who usually is home with me, had a party to go to. So here I was home alone, with my PlayStation and pizza I ordered. Score. My friend and I were still playing at 2 AM when I hear the doorbell go off. I think, oh, must be my parents. They must have forgotten the garage remote. I walk to open the door but a gut feeling stops me. That's when this dude goes berserk. He begins to pound on the door and screams to let him in. I, in my panic, have frozen in place, but I managed to get the house phone to call 000, our equivalent to 911. I also call my parents, because I'm 14 and I'm freaking out. The friend I was playing COD with can hear this entire thing through my headset and I haven't responded to him yet. So I'm juggling my phone call to the emergency services as well as my parents. I hang up with my parents and that's when the banging stops. I think, thank God, maybe he's moved on. As I continue to talk to the phone operator, I begin to hear the loudest bangs I've ever heard. He's trying to break a window to get in. He's still screaming to let him in. By now, I've called police and I was ready to accept my fate when I hear a commotion and my older brother opening the door. Turns out the dude grabbed a statue and was banging on the window with that. It still blows my mind that the window did not break. My brother and his friends threw him down our stairs. Coincidentally, that's when the police also showed up. Turns out the guy was a shirtless 20-year-old that was high on a hallucinogenic drug and he bolted from a party down the road after being caught having sex with the birthday girl by the parents. The paramedics were called and by this time we had given him a blanket and warm water. The paramedics told us if he were outside for another hour he would have died of hypothermia. We declined to press charges. His parents came and apologized profusely. They've never bothered us again. TLDR. Some drugged up dude tried to break into my house while my 14-year-old self was home alone. I love that you threw him down the stairs and then gave him a blanket and water. This happened in the 70s in Australia. I was about 14. Mum and dad and the other kids had gone somewhere and I was alone in the house, out in the suburbs surrounded by bushland. At night, I was reading books in my bedroom when I noticed a bit of noise. I could only just barely hear it, but there was definitely a noise. Sounded like it was coming from inside the house. But the TV was off and we didn't have a radio. Suddenly everything was scary. A moment ago I was having a good time. Now everything felt wrong. I put my book down and crept as silently as I could out into the hallway. Lucky my door was open because the bloody thing creaked. Once out in the hallway the noise became clearer. I still couldn't quite figure out what it was, but it was definitely not my imagination. Sounded like it was coming from the kitchen, and the only way there was through the living room. So I took a breath and crept round the corner of the hallway and into the living room. I'm on the balls of my feet and trying to avoid making any noise. Now I'm here, I can see the living room is empty, but the noise is louder still. It's definitely coming from the kitchen, and even worse, I can now tell what the noise is. It's two voices, and they are having a whispered argument. Now I am seriously scared. The only explanation I can think of is robbers. I spent about 5 minutes just standing stock still in the living room before deciding to try and peek around the corner into the kitchen. So as quietly as I can I creep towards the corner. I'm moving very slowly. I've even got my mouth open in case my breath gives me away. I reach the corner and just stick one eye around, and the kitchen is empty, but I can still hear the voices, and they are louder than ever. I can almost make out what they are arguing about now. Again I stand there. This time I am telling myself I don't believe in ghosts, and I didn't. And yet how the frick can two invisible men be having an argument in the kitchen? In the end I start to move again, because I know if I don't do this I won't be sleeping tonight. I creep into the kitchen and realize the voices are coming from the stove. Now this was in the 70s before stoves had those solid tops you have nowadays. Instead they had a steel coil. I bend down and put my ear close and discover the voices are coming from where the metal coil joins some electrical plug before going back inside the stove. The voices are indeed two people arguing. They're on some kind of radio talk show. When my parents came home I showed the other kids how if you put your ear down real close to the stovetop you could hear radio. I'm 55 now and this is still the most frightened I've been in my life. Best part about this is how you refer to your siblings, aka your parents' other offspring, as the other kids. I had to reread it to make sure I didn't miss out a part where you mentioned it was a group home orphanage. I was 15 and my parents and I just moved into a house in a brand new development. My parents were at work so I was doing what almost every teenagers do when school's out, sleeping late. It was maybe 11 when I woke up. I was on my way to the bathroom when I came face to face with a guy. Surprised he ran out. A couple of minutes later, a knock on the door. It was the contractor apologizing for his guy. Apparently he was using our restroom and he didn't know someone had moved in. The furniture should have been a clue. My parents were furious and they changed the locks. Years ago my parents had their garage converted into an extra large bedroom. It's full of junk now, and this was where we all played games. I was about 10 and it was only the second or third time I had been left alone in the house while my siblings were all away for one reason or another. Naturally, I was up all night playing on our PS2 in there, having a blast. I don't know how late, but pretty late into it, I suddenly started hearing someone tapping on the window. They really went all out with the extra bedroom and actually replaced the garage door with a wall, window, and traditional front door you'd find on any house, complete with bolt and doorknob locks. Well, I didn't realize it was a sound not produced by my game for a full minute or so, and the sound, like someone drumming their fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 really quickly, kept going without stopping. I finally really noticed it when the doorknob rattled and the sound moved to the door, which made it louder. I freaked right the heck out and snuck to the door to double check the locks. They were both unlocked, but the door tended to jam and act like it was locked unless you put a lot of effort into it. I locked both locks, loudly, so the person would know they definitely couldn't get in, but I just heard a gruff older man laugh and the sound got louder. Then he moved back to the window and called in, "Let me in, love, I'm cold and hungry. Don't you wanna be nice to your neighbor?" I turned out the light, ran to my room, and hid in the pitch dark under my blanket until my parents got home a few hours later from their anniversary date. I never told them because I was young enough to care more about getting in trouble because I stayed up past my bedtime. TLDR. I stayed up late alone playing PS2 and a creepy old man, possibly homeless, tried to get into my house. Possibly homeless, definitely a vampire. My dad built me a room in the basement as a kid. It was awesome to have privacy. When I was young it was scary, but the usual stuff. Hum glow of the furnace, hearing creaks in the ceiling above, the occasional spider that haunted my dreams. But normal stuff I got over. Fast forward to university. Still had the room and would sleep in it when I went home weekends, holidays or whenever. Started to experience the craziest crap when I'd be home. What I'd recognize as creaks when I was a kid sounded like full-on footsteps upstairs when I was sure no one else was home. I'd investigate and nothing. But I'd go back and they'd return, so I was sure I wasn't alone but could never find anyone home. But I'd find random things sometimes, like soup cooking boiling over on the stove. Then I started to notice crap moving around my room without me noticing. I'd be playing video games, put the controller down, turn to answer message on the computer, turn back and the controller would be gone from where I put it and the game turned off. I seriously believed in ghosts for a bit. Then comes the thing I really had to be scared about. It was that the furnace was broken and spewing carbon monoxide. If it had been now I would have recognized the famous Reddit story, but back then no idea. I could have died. That's the scary part. CO gas is some trippy stuff. When I was 12 my bedroom was across the hall from my dad's office. I had a habit of staying up late reading at the time. One night I was reading while everyone else was asleep, and I suddenly heard this bizarre sound coming from dad's office. It sounded like the window in his office sliding back and forth. At 12, when you're reading fantasy books, the first assumption you'll likely make is robbers. I had a dowel rod in my room, so I grabbed that and cautiously began creeping towards dad's office. Now, I was properly freaking out. My heart is at full throttle, and I can barely hear past the thumping, but I can still hear that weird sound. Just as I began reaching for the doorknob to charge in, there's a hand on my shoulder. It was Dad. His bedroom was downstairs and he heard me walking around. Came up to investigate. It turns out the sound was his printer. He was working on a report downstairs and printed it out from his laptop. He was proud that I was ready to deal with whatever was in his office, but found it extremely funny that I was going to run at his printer with a wooden dowel. Fantasy books equals robbers. LOL. More like trolls. I was slapped hard while I was asleep. Woke up with my cheek hurting and ears ringing. I lived alone at that time. Another less creepy, after the fact, story I remember was when I was crashing at my uncle's for a couple months in summer, while he was at work, and sometimes at night, I would hear a woman yelling, "Hey, you there?" At first I was very freaked out, but a couple times during daytime, I'd look for the source and try and talk to her, and she never replied. I asked my uncle after a few days and it turns out it was the pet parrot of the guy who lived across the hall. I had heard him before making weird noises and screeching, but never had I ever imagined it could replicate a woman's voice like that. But yeah, I did see him do that in person sometime later, so nothing paranormal there at least. One time someone flicked me on the forehead while I slept, alone. Then I remembered we were currently having a mouse problem and it was probably a tiny mouse that ran headfirst into my face and scared itself. Which is kind of cute but also left me with trouble sleeping. I spent 6 months living alone in a cabin near the end of a dirt road in central New Hampshire. Nearest neighbors were a quarter mile or so up or down the road. It's an area where people definitely keep to themselves. Had all sorts of animal visitors, bears on the porch, you name it, but never random people around. One morning, I went out to my car to go to work. It was spring, and we'd had a late frost. On the rear window of my truck, someone had written, "I watch you," with their finger in the frost. I never had an actual problem in the rest of my time there, but that freaked me the frick out. I wonder if it's possible that someone had written that on your car at some previous time, like at the store trying to be funny, and the oils caused the window not to frost in those spots, so you didn't notice it till then. No joke. It was scary then but funny now. Next door are drug addicts and one night my mum was at work and I was falling asleep when I heard a loud thumping. I ignored it at first but it got more persistent and it turned into loud banging sounds and were getting louder and then the screaming started, so I started to get scared and with my phone in my hand went to the window and looked outside. One of my neighbors had a manic look in his eyes and was outside with a large tree branch in his hand banging on my and his girlfriend's windows with it whilst screaming at the top of his lungs and doing a weird tribal dance. At this point I was petrified and frozen when he suddenly stopped and looked up at my window still with a manic look on his face and saw me, and we stared at each other for about 10 seconds, then he dropped his stick and went back into his house. I was scared the rest of the night and was jumpy at any noise. I only fell asleep when my mum got home. This is only one of the many creepy things that has happened to me since moving to the area. So it's not really creepy but it was weird. I moved into my place a couple years ago. 2 weeks into it, there's a little flower necklace in my mailbox one day. Alright, whatever. I throw it out and keep on trucking. Next day I came home and there's a pair of sunglasses that looked female to me but could probably work for either party, and a note that basically says, "Hey, I think you'd look good in these. You should wear them next time we're together. Blah blah." So clearly this person probably just thinks I'm somebody else. Again, I ignore it, keep everything as evidence if needed and move on. 3 days later, I come home and check my mail expecting there to be something. Nope. Okay, cool. They fricked off. Head up to my door and there's panties hanging on the doorknob. Okay. I'm fairly uncomfortable because they've now come up to my place instead of the group mailboxes downstairs. This means they know which apartment I'm in. Pretty sure it's all still a big misunderstanding, so I write a note and put it on my door that basically says, "Hey, I don't know who you are, but you need to stop. I'm not whoever you think I am." Everything stops. A year later to the day, I come home and find another flower necklace in my mailbox. I took it out, ripped it up, threw it in the nearby trash can and went upstairs. Nothing since then. Once, when I was around 12, I was home alone and taking a bath. I was rinsing my hair underwater and when I lifted my head and I realized I could suddenly hear what sounded like footsteps walking across the landing. Both my parents were at work, and I knew it was far too early for them to be home. So I was entirely freaked out and convinced that someone had broken into the house and was walking around stealing crap or whatever. I had no idea what to do at all. I was so freaked out. I was sat in the bath, naked, with no phone or any method of calling for help, freaking out that surely the intruders were going to find me, or even worse, they already knew I was there, because surely they would have heard the noise of the water from me moving in the bath. I essentially froze and sat there and panicked for who knows how long before I decided to have a moment of bravery. I figured that they knew I was there anyway, so I waited for a gap in the noise that to me signaled they had gone into a room and opened the bathroom door a crack so I could see what was actually happening. I opened it and waited. Soon, the noise of the footsteps began again on the landing, and from my vantage point I could see the entire landing. There was no one there. No one had broken into the house. Later, when my parents got home, I asked them about it. It turns out, after they looked into it, it was a problem with the pipes, causing them to make a banging noise that sounded like footsteps. 99% of the time, it's the dang pipes. This happened last week. I was sleeping in bed and suddenly woke up like something had made me jump. I saw the outline of a person, too dark to see anything else, standing next to my bed and assumed it was my boyfriend. I laughed and said, "Oh my god, you scared me," and he got into my bed. I reached out my arms to hug him, and I felt nothing. It's not as scary as some of these other stories, but at the time I was terrified. Go on. Alone in my aunt and uncle's house in rural Ireland. It was winter time and about 6 PM in the evening, so dark outside. I wasn't expecting them back for another hour or two. Was playing Commandos on their PC all day, and as it grew dark I hadn't bothered to turn on any lights. Get up to go pee and don't bother turning on any lights. As I'm pee I hear a vehicle come up the gravel lane. Finish up and go look out the window. It is a white van. I see 3 men get out of the van. I drop to the floor and immediately start crawling towards my aunt and uncle's bedroom. I open their wardrobe and crawl into it. It's a huge old oak wardrobe. I throw some cloths over myself and hide there. All I can think of is gypsies are here to rob the place. I very softly hear them speaking outside, doing that loudish whisper to each other. Someone tries the front door but thankfully it's locked. I hear them talk and walk around the side of the house. I think I hear the back door being open but remember it's locked. Then for a long time I hear nothing. After what felt like a lifetime I hear another vehicle come up the lane. It stops and out gets my uncle. He begins talking to the men, shouting but I can't hear what he is saying. My mind races thinking something bad is going to happen. Then I hear laughing and chatting. I crawl out of the wardrobe and peek out the window. My uncle clearly knows these men and is having a friendly chat. Even though no one can see me I go red with embarrassment. I go back to the PC and sit there embarrassed. Honestly, you still probably did the right thing. Self-preservation is a good natural instinct. About 2 weeks ago my depression was kicking my butt, so I decided to cancel my evening plans and just lie down for a nap. Shortly after sunset I heard loud pounding on the front door alternating with rapid doorbell ringing. In the back of my head I thought Ups was being aggressive, but I still felt like crap so I ignored the noise. About 10 minutes later I heard a loud thump in the kitchen and assumed my cat had knocked something over. I got up from bed and was about to open the door to the bedroom when I saw beams from a flashlight underneath the door. I called out, "Hello," and the light disappeared. I walked into the kitchen and noticed the door was still locked but ajar and my cat was standing at the top of the basement steps looking down into the darkness. At that point I received notification from my partner, who was out of state for work, that something had tripped the motion sensor camera in the kitchen. 2 men had broken into the house and it was unclear where they had gone once they went back out the kitchen door. I called 911 and 5 officers and a canine unit were at the house within minutes. They sent the dog into the basement and it didn't find anybody. The would-be burglars hadn't had enough time to take anything but my sense of security. But it wasn't until I was telling my co-workers the story the next day that it started to hit me how much worse it could have been. November sucked this year. I'm so grateful it is finally a new month. In late 2015 I was laid off from my job zoo and was staying with my grandparents for a couple months. My grandparents have 2 little dogs, and because grandpa worked nights and grandma was away in Texas for a month, they were really glad to have someone around to feed and walk the dogs during the day. One night when I'm home alone I'm relaxing in the tub when, through the skylight in the bathroom, I can hear whispered hushed voices that can only be coming from the back porch. I think I must be hearing things but then both dogs start barking their heads off. My blood runs freezing cold, and I leap out of the bath, pull my clothes on, and run to the porch door but whoever was there was already gone. I took a shovel and walked the perimeter of the house but found nothing. After that grandpa updated the security system. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video. Bye for now.